What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to a 2025 NBA trade deadline live stream powered by BetUS. Today, we have our seventh annual? I'm losing track, Eric. We've done so many of these, but we got another trade deadline live stream for you guys. We're going to react to everything that goes down today leading up to the trade deadline. Of course, we had a lot go down yesterday that we're going to talk about a bit today, but we'll see if there's any more fireworks across the league. We'll see if the Blazers do anything. We'll see if Joe Cronin wakes up and picks up the phone and makes a trade. Eric, how's it going, man? We're live here early on a Thursday morning. How's your morning treating you?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Tori. Morning's going good. It's like waking up on Christmas, right? Trade deadline. Although yesterday kind of felt like the deadline. There were so many moves. So we'll see if that impacts how many moves are made today. Obviously, there were some big players traded yesterday. Just hoping Blazers at least make one small trade so we get an actual gift, like Spin says in chat, like Christmas without getting any gifts if you're a Blazer fan. So hopefully that happens because we need something to talk about Blazer-wise. Just one thing, right? Today, that's all I asked for, which is a pretty low bar in my opinion. Zach says 8 All-Stars traded so far. And I made a list. Blazers, Nuggets, Timberwolves, Rockets, Grizzlies, Magic, Hawks, Cavaliers. Do you know what those teams all have in common, Tori?
The only teams not to make a move?
Yep. This season, those are the only. It's 8 teams out of 30 have not made a single trade this season. If I'm getting that correct, I don't think I missed anyone. So we'll see in 3 hours and 30 minutes how many of those 8 teams are still left on my list. The Pacers made a trade for Thomas Bryant this year, so they actually did make a move. Spin, but thank you. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully the Blazers are no longer on that list at the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see what they do. But we also have a third member to our broadcast. And it's everyone's favorite guy. It is my guy, Steven Vaughn. Steven, how's it going, man?
Let me turn my mic on there. Yo, guys. I'm doing well, man. How are you guys doing this great Thursday morning?
Doing good. Hopefully doing better by the end of the day. And Steven's going to break trade rumors and basically bring us stuff throughout the stream, give his opinion on things, which should be a lot of fun, man. Are you used to doing stuff this early, Steven? I know you're a dad, so a lot of times it's probably early mornings with the kids. I can't relate to you and Eric there, but yeah, I'm still kind of waking up right now. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, usually, I just drop the kids off and then I can go back to bed. So that's usually pretty good. And then I wake up and go to work. But, I'm ready for today. It's a different type of day, Tori. If I got something going on, I got to go make some bets. I got to go do something. I can wake up in the morning and do it all day.
Yeah, man. And my business partner, the guy I work with, he called this a holiday for me. I didn't even have to ask off. He knew what's up. This is like a holiday for me. This is one of the biggest days of the year. One of the biggest streams of the year. I always look forward to this stream. It's always a ton of fun to react to stuff as it goes down. So as you guys see, we got the live Twitter feeds. Shams is basically the main guy that's going to break pretty much everything. So no Woj feed. Doesn't even matter. We don't need St. Bonaventure stuff on the stream. But, all... Props to him for taking a job that he likes, riding off into the sunset with his beloved St. Bonaventure Bonnies. But yeah, we got the Shams feed, and then we'll also have other guys. But Steven's going to bring us rumors and stuff throughout the stream, and then we'll definitely get his opinion on things, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I've been texting some people already this morning, and it really seems like there's a consensus that the Trailblazers if there's not a move that they were going to make before the winning streak, they're definitely not going to make a move Big move at least now. So that's kind of what I'm getting, but still out there, texting some people and seeing what they say. But the win streak's really throwing a real wrench at everything. I feel like with the Trailblazers right now.
Yeah, there was a article by Aaron Fentress last night basically talking about how the 10-game streak is changing the thinking of the Portland Trailblazers. Eric, we'll start with you. How much stock should the Blazers put in this 10-game winning streak when deciding what to do long-term with their roster, especially with how it coincides with this deadline?
Excuse me. This has always been my issue with reacting to win streaks like that. You would think, you win 9 out of 10, keep this group together, right? They're playing well. Let's see where this goes. But someone like Robert Williams played, 1 or 2 games during this 10-game win streak? Why not trade him? Like, it makes no sense to keep the team together for teams like Matisse Thybulle hasn't played at all this year. Clearing his contract off the books for an expiring contract would be beneficial to them moving forward in terms of the cap. You have Jeremy Grant missed several games out of these 10 and hasn't really played extremely well in the games he has played in the 10. So my thinking is, okay, you have a core group that is playing really well, that's young, that you want to build around. That's great if that's how you feel. But don't let that affect the people who you need to move to continue this down the road and build upon this. Because I feel like if you don't move anyone right now, you are also going to be in a situation where you're always against the cap. You're always fighting trades where you can't take back more than you can bring in because you're worried about going to the tax. You are worried about people coming off the bench that in a perfect world, they're good enough to start, things like that. We don't want to have those problems moving forward. We need to clear that up, in my opinion. And that 10-game winning streak should not change that. We should be focused on clearing the way for the main core that's also playing really well and has been the reason for this winning streak. Clear as much room for them as possible.
Yeah, I echo all of that 100%. I do not think if you have a legitimate long-term plan that a 10-game streak, although it's been an awesome 10-game streak, I don't think a 10-game streak should change your long-term plans. And the goal of the rebuild should not be to try and make a play-in, to try and make a 10 seed. If the Blazers are knocking on the door right at the end of the year, sure, go for it. We're rooting for it, right? Assuming they're right there. But it shouldn't be the goal. Moves should not be made to try and secure a 10th seed or a 9th seed or a play-in. Most likely, you're not going to play your way into the playoffs. And the Blazers went into this rebuild after year of being in the playoffs, but a lot of people not thinking that they were ever contenders with Damian Lillard. The whole point of the rebuild is so that you can rebuild well enough so that you're not stuck in what they call NBA purgatory, right? You're not stuck at the bottom. You are able to actually contend, actually make noise in the playoffs, right? So to see a bunch of Blazer fans right now kind of excited about maybe we can get the 10th seed. We're still 4 games back of the 10th seed, but we're getting closer to the play-in. It's like a play-in would be fun, but that should not be the goal. That's not really what I would be focused on as a fan. I would be focused on, you got this young core, they're playing really well. If Scoot and Sharp lead you to a play-in, great. But those should be the guys that lead you to the play-in. And they've been playing well. That's the thing about this streak that has me encouraged long-term is you have a lot of young guys contributing to it. A lot of young guys playing winning basketball. And you're not having to rely every game on a Jeremy Grant to get hot or an Anthony Simons to get hot. That should be more reason to lock yourself into the young core and move forward with those guys. There's no way Scoot should not be starting next game because, even if they don't make a deal, he is playing so well. I think he deserves the keys. He deserves 33 to 35 minutes a game. And there's been games where, he's a plus 31 in 24 minutes. He's been a huge positive on the floor during this stretch, and there's games where he plays great and he plays 24 minutes And I think that is a travesty. So, the goal is not to, I cannot reiterate this enough. The goal should not be to make a play-in to get a 10th seed. The goal should be one day to contend for a championship. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be this year. If you looked at the last 10 games, they look like contenders, but I assume that's not going to be sustainable for him. So it's more of a long-term vision, and what you do at this deadline should reflect that. Now, we can get into the conversations of the contracts. The contracts for DeAndre Ayton, it's not easily movable. I expect him to be back next year. I've already resigned myself to that. Now he would be an expiring contract this offseason at least. The big problem right now, I see, is Jeremy Grant. He's making $32 million a year, and his play declined this year. He's on the wrong side of 30, declining. Yes, the salary cap goes up. So even though his salary goes up, it doesn't really go up relative to the salary cap. So it's not like his salary necessarily gets worse if you just look at the contract, but his salary does get worse if he himself as a player gets worse, and he has taken a big step back in production this year. Now, hopefully there's still a team out there like the Milwaukee Bucks with Kyle Kuzma that just view what Jeremy Grant did in previous seasons and value that, because that's what the Bucks did with Kuz. But, that's a massive contract that runs through 2028. And if he continues to decline, that's going to be a negative contract. The Blazers definitely should be trying everything they can to move Jeremy Grant as fast as they can. Now, some people will say they need to maximize value for Grant. If they don't get that great of a deal, they shouldn't trade him away. But that sort of thinking is what led the Blazers to maybe keep Jeremy Grant this past offseason when they could have gotten a better deal. So I think you just got to trade him as soon as you can. I'm rooting for it to happen at this trade deadline.
Yeah, you're going with me here now. I'm sorry, I was texting some people there.
You're all good.
Yeah, I think for me, this trade deadline, the winning streak has thrown a wrench into it because it's such an easy sell now for the front office to be like, look, this is the group we're rolling with. We're playing really well. We've won 9 of 10. We have the best defense in all of the league the last 10 games. We're going to roll this out, see what happens. And we're not going to have a losing culture. We're going to try to build a winning culture with these guys. But in actuality, like you guys are saying, Jeremy Grant is the obvious guy to go because it opens up minutes more for Shaedon Sharpe for me. Like, I think Scoot's going to run into the problem of Anthony Simons is still there, which, by the way, I actually, this is a hot take here. I actually like the way Anthony Simons has been playing. So let's put that on the record, everybody. Like, him off the ball is so much better. Like, when Denny runs the offense or Scoot runs the offense, I'm okay with Anthony Simons on the court. Like, it's not a terrible thing. But Scoot is going to run into that problem a little bit, and I don't know that he's still going to get his minutes because Anthony Simons has to play off the ball, but he's going to start. So I'm actually okay with Scoot if he's still coming off the bench. Like, I would love for him to start, obviously, but him coming off the bench is going to be okay. For me, Shaedon Sharpe gets lost because Jeremy Grant is literally right in the way, and you have to play Toumani Camara. You have to play Deni Avdija. So there's really not a ton of minutes for Shaedon. And that's my biggest worry is I still think Shaedon can be the top scorer on this team. Like, he's already averaging so many points at 21, 22 years old. Like, I think he's the guy that can be a 25 point per game scorer. And so I want to see him have the ball more, be the main focal point of the offense. And I think with Jeremy Grant here, it's going to be tough to do that. But from everything that I'm hearing, like, there's really no direction, and it's going to be such an easy sell for the front office just to say, look, we're rolling this back. So I don't know. They got to get rid of Jeremy Grant. The contract's bad. I don't know who's going to take him. He hasn't played well this season. There's a lot of problems that run into this, and now the Blazers are looking like, well, we don't know what their direction is again.
Yeah, I think the Blazers got really lucky with this stretch because I don't think anyone was going to accept inactivity at this deadline before this stretch. But now the easy answer is, why would we want to break things up? Why would we want to mix things up? Look how well we're playing. We're building a culture. We're taking a step forward. We've already won more games than last year. And that's what they're going to fall back on, because otherwise it's like, all right, why didn't you trade Jeremy Grant then? Well, maybe his contract's not that good. You don't really have a good answer outside of that because he's clearly in these guys' way, and these guys are the future. But now, after winning 9 out of 10, it's a really easy fallback excuse for the organization to just sit there and say, we're the best team in the league the last 10 games, so why would we shake anything up?
Is for both of you guys, is Jeremy Grant the number one guy that you would want to trade if you're on the Trailblazers right now, for you guys' opinion?
Eric, I'll let you answer that first.
Yeah, I mean, if we could only trade one, it would be him for sure. I just think clearing up that forward starting spot for Tamani and Denny, they both played so incredibly well this season that you have to make them our starting front court. Now, if you get a better player in the draft or whatever, like if we got lucky and got Cooper Flagg, Ace Bailey or something like that, then we can talk about who starts out of those three. That's a good problem to have, in my opinion. A bad problem to have is when you have those two forwards needing to assume a bigger role and you still have Grant blocking their path. And then Steven mentioned this, but it also, when you start the three forwards, it reduces Sharp's role. There's been a few games lately where he's barely played 20 minutes. That just cannot happen on a rebuilding team, in my opinion. We have to get him more involved. Even if he's coming off the bench or sending a message, you have to clear up the minutes for him to play 30-plus minutes a game. We need him on the court, learning the game on the court. Same with Scoot. We need that development on the court. I don't think those are guys that you just be like, oh, let's just sit for a year or two and play sparingly and learn by watching. I think those guys both played well enough to earn minutes on the court, and I think reps, get more reps and reps and reps. They need those on-court reps, and the less bets we have on the team, the better, and Jeremy Grant is clearly the one standing in that way.
Yeah. Absolutely. We also have a couple of trades that happened yesterday.
One just happened too.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. The Raptors trade Davion Mitchell to the Heat for PJ Tucker and a second-round pick. So the Heat save about $6 million in that deal. They've been trying to flip pieces from this Jimmy Butler trade that they got back. What's funny is the Raptors were a landing spot for Kyle Anderson. The Heat taking back Kyle Anderson for Jimmy Butler from the Warriors. We're trying to flip Kyle Anderson to the Raptors. That fell through, but now the Heat and the Raptors still agree to a trade, and it's PJ Tucker going to the Raptors for Davion Mitchell. And so the Raptors trade Davion Mitchell, Heat trade PJ Tucker, and a second-round pick. So the Raptors get compensated for taking on that extra little bit of salary. PJ Tucker started his career there, played a year there, then went overseas, then came back to Phoenix. So that's kind of fascinating. That's a good vet for a young rebuilding team. Now, I do also...
If he plays.
If he plays, yeah. If he plays. But I also do want to... I do want to toss up the trade on the screen that they made yesterday. Let's see if I have this ready to go. Yeah, Brandon Ingram is a Toronto Raptor. So 2-team trade, Toronto, New Orleans. Whoops, why did it revert back to that? Hold on. There we go. All right, so Brandon Ingram gets traded for Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, a first-round pick. We got Jake helping us with graphics. Thank you, Jake. On these graphics, if you can just put the year and the team that traded the pick, that would be great. Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, a first-round pick and a second-round pick going back to the Pelicans for Brandon Ingram. Now, this feels like buying low, and people were begging for us to go live right after this trade. I had too much to do. Too many responsibilities in building this stream. But my first reaction was, why for Toronto? Brandon Ingram's on the last year of his contract. I didn't see. Is there something about how like Ingram's gonna resign and that's why they made this trade that I missed, or what? Because otherwise, it does not make any sense to me.
No, there's been nothing that I've seen about him re-signing or anything. Like you said, basically you give up a couple expirings and a second round pick, but the first round pick is the only thing of value they really gave up, since they haven't been able to find any takers for Bruce Brown. So I think looking at it from that perspective, like you mentioned, it's just buying low on someone. But it does not make sense that the Raptors are the team that bought low on him. It just, I don't understand. Like this, he just does not seem to fit with Scotty Barnes and what they're trying to build there. I don't get this trade at all for the Raptors, and then I don't really get the Tucker trade on top of that. So yeah, I don't get it, man. Like on paper, this is really good value for Brandon Ingram, and I understand the Pelicans needing to not re-sign him or not willing to give him a max contract or whatever. But maybe the Raptors just use this as a way to clear their books next year. I don't know why they would, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me why they're the team that ultimately ended up with Ingram.
And I think part of it is they've actually been playing really good basketball, and bringing in a player like Brandon Ingram, a vet, into a rebuild is kind of strange, number one. But then bringing in a player like Brandon Ingram into a team that's like finally finding their footing and clicking right now is also weird. So it's a weird trade. I think price-wise it's fine if he resigns. He didn't have much value, I think, because he's in the last year of his deal. And normally teams, if they're going to trade for somebody in the last year of their deal, they want reassurances. So if there's some reassurances there, I guess it's not the worst trade that I've seen, just because the value is definitely solid. You're getting a 20-plus point per game scorer for a single first, Bruce Brown and Kelly Olynyk. It's just one of those things where, like, they're rebuilding. Why are they trading a first for a vet on an expiring contract? Just kind of strange and directionless. You know, they just traded 2 forwards at last year's deadline to enter this rebuild, so now they're getting a high-caliber forward back. Of course, those 2 forwards last year were Siakam and Anunoby, so don't really understand this from them either. This is just an overall weird trade. Chat, you can let us know what you think of this trade in the live chat as well. And then the Twitter feed's on the left. I'm going to toss in a couple of guys, Jake Fisher and somebody else, into the bottom left Twitter feed as well.
Surprisingly to Steven and I as old heads, somehow Mark Stein is like become a reputable breaking news source now. Like, yeah, that's so weird. But Mark Stein's the one who's been breaking a few trades here.
Yeah, so we'll toss him into the feed.
Pineapple's saying I'm a lot quieter than you other guys, but
are you?
I don't know.
Can you turn up your mic?
Let me see.
All right, then we'll talk about the Warriors trade in a second, because the Warriors made a big splash. The Warriors, unfortunately, no longer seem to be a suitor for Robert Williams, because they have no assets left, basically, in the cupboard. Got no assets. So yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. Christopher, thank you. Let's see. We got 2 member messages. Tristan Klein, member for 11 months, says, will Cronin actually get something done this year? Probably not. Probably not. Hate to say it, but probably not. Clearly a bot, member for 40 months, says, let's go Blazers, best channel on YouTube. Thank you, bot. Appreciate
What's
you,
up,
man.
bot?
Good to see you. Good to see Pineapples in here. Good to see some of you guys in here. Happy to have you here. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the fireworks. Do we normally have something by this time of the morning? Like, I forget how past trade deadline streams go.
Yeah, there is some downtime, but usually have a little bit more than that small trade.
Yeah. I was hoping everything that happened yesterday was going to happen today, man. I was waiting, but it is fun to be able to just kind of like sit back on the couch and just see stuff come across Twitter and all that. So,
can I ask you guys a question real quick? So I'm texting a bunch of people here. this goes back to the Blazers. This has nothing to do with the trade deadline. It's more about the winning streak.
Yeah.
I'm talking to some people that used to be with the organization that know Joe Cronin, that know all these people. They're starting to tell me that they think Chauncey's going to come back for next season. What do you guys think of that?
You know what's funny is I've had that gut feeling for about 3 to 4 weeks. Like, I started to wonder that even before this streak, just because he has an option year, right? So option year, cheap coach, right? Like, who are they going to be able to hire? Are they confident that they're going to be able to hire someone better? You know, like there's just a lot of things that I could see the organization turning away from when it comes to bringing in a new coach. And now after this stretch, I actually believe that he's going to be back, because I think he needed the stretch to kind of save his job. And with how they're playing lately, they're finally taking on the identity that he preaches. And the whole thing with Chauncey is he preaches a lot of good stuff, but never can actually bring it out with his basketball teams. And the excuse for him is always, oh, what is he able to do? Look at his roster. Well, look at what he's apparently able to do with the roster the last 10 games. I'm starting to believe he's coming back. Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, I think he's back too. If worst case scenario, I think they pick up his team option for next year. Wouldn't be surprised if he maybe signed a couple-year extension on that, but they have him for really cheap in terms of coaches' salaries for next year if they want that option. From everything, I'm sure you'll collaborate this, Steven, is that everything I've heard is Cronin and Billups have a really good relationship and have no issues with each other there. So I think Cronin has always believed in Chauncey, and I think he is going to be back. The only thing I could see is if it's still weird to me that Phoenix wanted to talk to Billups last year, and the Blazers kind of stopped that from happening, which is just weird. Like the NFL, we saw this with the Bears wanting to talk to Mike McCarthy on Dallas, and then they let him go a few weeks later. It didn't make any sense, but it's a case where I think the only way I'd see Billups not coming back is if it was like some sort of mutual decision, because he had an option to go somewhere that he wanted to go to. But I don't see a lot of those scenarios playing out. So I think he's going to be back. Now the question is, do they bring him back as a lame duck coach for a second straight season, or do they sign him to an extension? It's going to be very interesting.
It will be interesting for sure. I did find that interesting, the Phoenix stuff, because I do think Chauncey, if he is let go by the Blazers, like I think he will get a second chance in the NBA, because it does seem like players actually do like him. Mm-hmm. And I think he would get across the vets, like X's and O's wise, he's not the best, obviously. But I think he does relate with some of the players. And the young players are now starting to play better underneath him. So I do think he would actually get another chance with another team. But it's interesting that, like, going into the season, I thought he was a lame duck coach. I thought it was his last season for sure. But now I'm with you guys. Like, it seems like everything's pointing to he's going to be back for another season if Joe Cronin wants him back. Like, that's what I'm getting is, if Joe Cronin wants him back, he can bring him back. And I think it makes a lot of sense to bring him back, because then if they suck next year, Cronin can kind of sell ownership on, well, you know, this is Chauncey, not me. Like, I need more of a chance here. I need to pick my guy. Chauncey was still a Neil O'Shea guy. So, like, O'Shea hired him. It wasn't Joe Cronin's guy. So if they are bad next season, Cronin can say to Jody and Bert and say, you know, like, I need to hire my own coach with my own players that I'm getting to turn this franchise around. So I think you guys are right. I think it seems like it's leaning Chauncey will probably be back next season, because he is going to be cheap.
And that's we always hear that from people, like, go after Dan Hurley from UConn or whatever, or go after like whatever big name coaches out there. The Blazers aren't going to pay what it costs to get those guys. He turned down like $70 or $80 million from the Lakers last year. it takes a lot of money to get some of these big time coaches in. So even if they let Chauncey go, they're going to go the cheap route, and we're just going to get an up and coming assistant, or they're going to hire within someone that's an assistant, or Oliva from the G League or something. That they're going to do something like that, even if it's not Billups. So we're not going to get like a huge name coach either way. So I think you're right, Steven. It buys them another year to be like, oh, if they suck next year or something happens, they have their fall guy in place, and it buys ownership and Joe another year to be like, okay, well, let's try this in a different coach. Completely agree with that. So, yeah. And you could also argue that, I mean, we break this down after every game. I don't think what's happening right now has a lot to do with Chauncey's like schemes or changing much on the court. You can make an argument he's had an impact on some of the players' development off the court, but the thing is, with a win streak like this, Chauncey might be earning it if they play well the rest of the season. Like it's weird to say, but like he also might deserve to get one more year too. So it's crazy that we're saying that after what all of us thought just 2 weeks ago when we lost like 4 straight games by over 15 points, and it looked like this season was headed down the drain. But that's what 10 games will do. And Cam Weaver said in chat a few minutes ago that this is like wanting to marry someone after their second date, or what, after your second date with them, this win streak, which is kind of true. Like we're just falling in love with the stripper type of thing. Like, you know, like, is it real love? No, probably not. But, you know, it's fun right now. And
it certainly feels good. I can tell you that.
These last 10 games are the most fun we've had in several years as a Blazer fan since that hot start where everyone's tapping the wrists after games. You know, Jeremy Grant hits a game winner, Josh Hart hits a game winner, everyone's having fun. Post game press conferences are all exciting. The whole team's gathered around, people celebrating. That was the last time I can remember feeling this good as a Blazer fan. So it's fun to actually be talking about wins and playing well. But it shouldn't change all the messaging that Cronin's given since Media Day this year. And that's that this is going to be a situation where we need to look at it long term, and we need to look at it in the lens of still need to add talent to get to where you want to be, because your goal should not be making the play-in as a 10th seed. It could be a short-term goal, but that cannot be your long-term goal.
Yeah. I do want to say this about Chauncey. I think one of the questions that you could legitimately ask about him earlier this season was how well is he developing players actually? Because Scoot was still struggling, Sharp still somewhat inconsistent at the start of his season. You know, then he came in looking rough. So there's legitimate questions there. I think if this 10-game streak has done anything, it's given me more confidence in Chauncey's ability to develop players, because we're seeing the way Scoot breaks out. But it's also one of those things where it's like, okay, would that have happened anyway? You know, it's not something that I can directly see, so it's hard to know how much credit to give or a critique to give for player development purposes. So what I always fall back on when I try and judge a coach is like, all right, schematically, what are they running? Right? And that's always been the biggest critique with Chauncey. At the bare minimum, he needs to develop players, empower young players, help them get better. That is very important in this rebuild, and you're seeing that. So I'm happier in that regard with Chauncey. Schematically, seems like they're running less dribble handoffs. The offense has more pace to it. They're actually getting the ball up quicker. They're pushing the pace, it feels like, a little bit more. And even if they don't get a fast break bucket that shows up on the stat sheet as a fast break bucket, they're getting the ball up quick and moving it quick enough where they're not really letting the defense settle. And that is why I think they're having better offensive games lately, is because they're not just stuck playing in a slow half-court offense against a completely set defense, and that I think goes a long way for some of these young guys, especially because you got guys that can attack gaps well, Sharp, Scoot, but like one-on-one ISO dribble package stuff, they're maybe not like go-to guys where you can just give them the ball in the half court and they're going to consistently break down a defense yet. Hopefully one day they will be, because that probably means they're stars. But right now it's better offense, and defensively I don't feel like he's doing a whole lot different. I just feel like guys are more locked in, guys are more engaged. So if the last 10 games is a sign of anything, I'm not that mad if Chauncey's back. I just don't trust him to maintain it, because it feels like every time his teams start to figure stuff out, they always then revert back to the same struggles they've always had under Chauncey Billups, and this transcends rosters. No matter who's on the team, this is how it seems like things go. So if there's slippage again, I forget who popularized that term, slippage. If there's slippage again, then you gotta go. Because there's just no reason why this team shouldn't be able. Of course, they're not going to win 9 out of every 10 games, but in terms of the way they're playing, they should be able to maintain this identity. And hopefully it's something where they're legitimately forging an identity. They're going to fly around defensively like they have the past 10 games. They're going to push the pace, get the ball up early, and hopefully that's what we continue to see.
It's just so interesting that it's kind of flipped completely just because of this win streak. We all assumed he was gone, and now it seems like it's more likely to be a betting man. You would bet on him coming back. It's so weird how it seems like 10 games has completely flipped the narrative on what the Blazers season is and what it's going to be in the future, because now people are talking play-in. Now people are saying, well, this is the group that we're going to roll with. Let's not add up. This does not mess up the chemistry. I get it. Like, I want the Blazers to roll out the same 7-8 guys every single night and let them develop together, but I also understand Jeremy Grant has no presence needed on this team for the future. Like, he's the one guy that doesn't fit. I understand DeAndre Ayton staying for another season. I understand Anthony Simons staying on the team. Jeremy Grant's the one guy that has to go, and Chauncey Billups, I feel like, is the other piece that would have to go as well. Like, he's not the long-term coach, but since he is so cheap, since the Blazers are in such a weird spot where Bert and Jody don't really communicate anything, like they haven't shown any type of direction, it seems like Chauncey's back, and it seems like Jeremy Grant's going to be back. So let's just roll it out like they always do and see what happens, and Blazer fans are going to get screwed again.
I have a bet with someone who thinks we're going to win every single game in February. That shows you how Blazer fans are just drinking the Kool-Aid right now.
But that's Blazer fans all the time, though. That's the best thing about Blazer fans is we fall in love with the team every single season, no matter what. And when they start winning, people show out at the Moda Center. Like, Moda Center was dead like 2 weeks ago. Now it is like alive and popping every single night. Like, that's what we do. We love the Blazers. We just want them to be good.
Yeah, I will say I will not fall for it again with DA. 4 good games, and I already have DA stans back in my Twitter mentions saying all sorts of stuff. Like, look, he's finally getting the ball. Look how well he's... Come on, man. He always does this. His effort was good for a 4-game stretch. That happens all the time. I mean, just go ask Suns fans, right? DA would have stretches where he looks great, and then it always reverts back to who he is, which is like kind of a low-energy player, lackadaisical, is not going to consistently bring it on either end.
I did like after the one game, he made sure to tell Brooke that he loves it here. Like, I love it here. I want to stay here.
But then afterwards he was pissed that the media would even ask about.
Did you see that quote, Stephen?
Yeah, I did.
It's so
what was
weird.
That? He just turned on a dime. That's why you can never trust him. Like, it might be good, but what happens the first time we start losing a few games again? And the whole, everyone else finally caught up to me. I've been here. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like,
yeah, you do not have 25 and 20 every game. Believe it or not. I don't know if you know this, DA, but you don't have 25 and 20 every game. Good job getting 25 and 20, but let's not act like this is what you do every single game. So, yeah, those comments were very, very weird. Do we have any rumors across the NBA, like stuff potentially going down. Steven, I know you're probably on there on the Twitters looking up stuff.
Yeah. I saw a couple Spurs people said that there is interest in Cam Johnson. Like they're talking to the Nets right now about that. Nothing too serious about that, but I saw a couple Spurs like beat writers saying that. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. That's a kind of an interesting one.
I would love Kim Johnson for them because Stephon Castle's not the best shooter. You got Wemby holding it down defensively. Cam Johnson just feels like a really good role player that could space the floor for like a Fox Wemby pick and roll, that sort of stuff, and then do a little bit off the dribble. Although I like Cameron Johnson for every good team. He's just such an easy player to fit in, but the problem being Brooklyn, their asking price, unless it comes down, I don't think he's getting traded because there's been reports that they're asking for 2 unprotected first-round picks, which is just insane. We're sitting here hoping we can get 1 protected first-round pick for Jeremy Grant. Meanwhile, Brooklyn's sitting here saying, yeah, give us 2 unprotected firsts for Cam Johnson.
The only other rumor I'm seeing is continued talks between the Cavs and the Hawks for DeAndre Hunter. So if I'm the Blazers and that trade does not happen, we know the Cavs have called the Blazers about Jeremy Grant in the past. They haven't been willing to offer much. But if they can't get a Cam Johnson or DeAndre Hunter trade done, I think you make a deal with them no matter what the return is. You hope you get that 2031 first, even if it's protected. And you take back whatever contracts you can get from them because whatever they are, they're better long term than having Jeremy's contract, and you run with it. So hopefully that's the move. If for Jeremy, I think that's the most likely spot for him. If the Hawks do trade DeAndre Hunter, maybe they would want Jeremy Grant then. So maybe there's that second team involved. I don't think the Cavs are going to trade Jalen Tyson, but I think they could get desperate near the deadline and give up at least a protected first for Jeremy. So keep your eye on that situation if you're Portland. If they're even looking to move Jeremy, we don't even, like, for all we know, they're not even shopping him right now.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this on Jeremy, man. You take back any first-round pick you can get. I don't think they can get a first-round pick for Jeremy Grant at this point. I think they would have had basically an impossible time trading him at this deadline because of the contract that they gave him, and now they have the perfect excuse for why they're going to hang on to him, which is this 10-game streak. Now, the Hawks and Cavs trade has weird stuff about like both teams avoiding the tax or something like that. The problem is, if you did try and work in a 3-team trade, maybe where Atlanta would have interest in Jeremy Grant, does it put him into the tax? That's the problem with paying Jeremy Grant so much money, is it's tough for teams to take in a trade, even if they might have interest with them. I know it was panned as this contract's fine, the salary cap goes up, yada, 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 but it's really, I think, going to become a problem, and the reason why they need to trade him sooner rather than later is that contract gets worse if Jeremy continues to decline. If Jeremy continues to decline, I don't see how they get off this contract. If they can't get off it now, how are they going to be able to get off of it in 2 years, right? Unless Jeremy bounces back and plays great for this team. But, that's a mistake because then he's still in front of the young guys that are going to continue to improve. And it's I think Scoots had a better season than Jeremy Grant this year, But Jeremy Grant's going to start in front of him automatically. And if you're bringing Jeremy Grant off the bench of the future, are you really going to be able to trade him? You're just stuck in this position with Grant where the longer you hold on to him, the more you're stuck with them. They should have traded him this past offseason for whatever they could have gotten. And the thing is, I still think they'd be winning games without him. I don't think they need Jeremy Grant to be a solid competitive team. I think, Scoot's breakout is a huge reason why they're competitive lately. Denny Avdia, his play this year, is a huge reason why they're competitive. Grant was starting over Avdia when Avdia started to find his footing in Portland and proved that he was clearly better than Jeremy Grant. So it's just a mess, and this is why This is why you got to move off of Jeremy Grant. This is why you got to do it. So if they're not taking offers for him, if that's the report at the end of the day, I don't necessarily believe that. I believe they probably took offers, realized they're not going to get anything for him, and decided to keep him.
Chris Mannix, Sports Illustrated, he was saying that he does expect Brandon Ingram, by the way, to go back to that, to re-sign with Toronto. And then Nikola Vucevic and Golden State also continue to be rumored together. So hopefully something comes about here with the trade deadline.
Yeah, I would love Vucevic for Golden State just because you got Butler. He's not the best three-point shooter, but you got more creation, so a stretch five. Also, Butler being a good defender with Draymond Green being a good defender, you can make things work there with Vucevic. I actually think he's a good fit. The Warriors like passing bigs, and Vucevic can pass a little bit. He's just a skilled big man, so I actually do really like Vucevic for Golden State. And then, yeah, Ingram, it would have been a disaster if he didn't plan on resigning in Toronto. So when I saw that trade, that was what I thought, but good to have confirmation on that. And
it also doesn't make sense that they wanted him long term. I don't know.
Yeah, because what, you're going to bring Grady Dick off the bench now? They got themselves potentially a Jeremy Grant situation now. So at least Ingram's younger and better, but it's you got, they're not going to bench RJ Barrett, right? He's played really, really good this year. You're going to bench Grady Dick? Why? Or I don't know. I guess they could experiment with Scotty Barnes as our point guard now, and we're just gonna go all forwards again.
Isn't he pretty much their point guard?
Pretty much, but I still think I don't know. They already did the all forwards experiment before, and it didn't work, so it'd be kind of weird to go back to an all-forwards experiment to start Scotty, Grady Dick,
can't help himself.
RJ, Brandon Ingram, It's just, that's Masai's MO, I guess.
It's I get it, you want to have as many 6'7" to 6'9" players that can run around and move, but at some point you do need other positions there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then your webcam's frozen, Steven. You might want to restart it.
Oh.
And then I need to get different people in this feed, although I don't remember how. Because we got Anthony Irwin in here, remember, because of all the Jeremy Grant stuff to the Lakers this past offseason.
Yeah.
We don't really need him in here anymore.
Yeah. And then if they do move Robert Williams, it's got to be Houston right now. And we'll talk about the Lakers trade in a second for Mark Williams. But
Houston or Phoenix, right?
Yeah, Phoenix, I guess. But Houston makes so much sense because they have first-round picks they can trade. They have the contracts that won't affect a Jock Landale. That works for us because it clears some salary, and also gives us an expiring for the summer, and then they get a quality depth piece because he's a different center than Adams. Adams is a better screen setter and stuff like that, but Robert Williams does things that Steven Adams can't do, so they have a little bit of depth at center. And then you have a situation where you're basically not giving up a rotation player and adding a quality piece if you're Houston. So I think it makes too much sense for Houston that if they don't make a big move, which it doesn't look like they're willing to do, trade any of their young players, you might as well get a small piece like Robert Williams. And we saw them talking after the last Rockets game to Robert Williams, Ime Udoka, and some of the players. So I think Houston is our last really good chance of seeing that trade. If the Blazers make a move, I think that's where it'll be. I don't think we're getting Cam Whitmore or any of their young pieces or anything like that, but I do think they'd be willing to maybe give up their first this year or something. Their first this year is really weird because they have it swapped with OKC, but then they can swap that pick with Brooklyn, who has Phoenix's pick, and so or they can swap with Brooklyn for the best of like Phoenix and Cleveland first or something. So that'll be the Phoenix pick. So right now that pick is like 12 or something because Phoenix is so high. So I doubt they get that pick that high, but you could put some protections on it or something and have it turn into a different first. But if you're Houston, you're looking at this team like, what do you care about this next draft coming up, like a late first-round pick or a mid-first-round pick, and you can add to a team that's ready to maybe compete in the playoffs right now?
Yeah. I just think without many suitors, teams are not going to really feel like giving up a first-round pick for Robert Williams, especially when you look at him in Portland. Portland's barely playing him. Why do they need him, right? You got Klingon, you got Ayton. So I think teams are going to potentially out-negotiate Cronin there because what do you have to fall back on it for Cronin? Like there's no other teams. If you're Houston, the only other team that might be giving up a first-round pick is Phoenix, but that's also with Yusuf Nurkic's contract, which creates problems for Portland because it puts them into the tax. Mm-hmm. So I'm just not sure how much leverage the Blazers would have in a Robert Williams negotiation with the Houston Rockets. So that is where I am not confident at all in the ability to get a single first-round pick back at this deadline. At this point, it's just move on from Grant. Then you can start Scoot. Then you can revisit maybe an Anthony Simons trade in the offseason. You can revisit a DeAndre Ayton trade in the offseason if you want to, right? His contract will be expiring, and that is the easiest path forward that makes sense. Like, that is the... How do I phrase this? That is the path with the least amount of action that I would be happy with, okay? Is you trade Grant, you get whatever you can for Robert Williams. It doesn't even matter if you get anything for Grant. Like, hopefully you just get an expiring contract. I know a lot of people will disagree with that, but I think there's, in addition, by subtraction element with Scoot, I want to see Scoot starting, playing 35 minutes a game the rest of the year, just to see what that looks like, see how good he is as a 35-minute-per-game starter. And I think he's earned it. We used to have conversations about, like, should we start Scoot? Should he earn it, this or that? He has absolutely earned that starting point guard spot. And then I want to thank a couple donations. Shout out to Christopher Aquino with a $5 donation. Says, I need a Brant rant or a Tory knowing their future pickup. Example, Kevin Knox. I love being uprisen. I like that. You want to be uprisen, this is the right place.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Christopher, for the $5 donation.
Flippable quotes.
Always, man. That's
wow.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
Steven, do you want to get uprisen? Do you have issues with that yet?
I do not want to get uprisen. I don't want to. That sounds not great.
Anyway, well, shout out to him for the donation. That's funny. That's so funny. You always got to make everything dirty, Eric. It's just. I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even thinking of it like that. And then you got to go there. Shout out to my guy, Borna Nazari, with the $10 donation. He says, have a good show, boys. Thank you, Borna. Appreciate you, man.
What's up, Borna?
Hopefully you're having a good Thursday, Borna. Thank you for the $10 dono. MGJJ123 with a $5 donation says, thank you guys for your show. Nice to be able to see things as they happen. Yeah, man, that's the beauty of this. Unfortunately, we've only had like one tweet, but still, we got the Shams feed. We got the Jake Fisher and Chris Haynes is on the left feed. I want to figure out how to add Mark Stein, but I'm not sure how. But we got Steven here to tell us anything that happens, which is great. Thank you for the $5 donation, MGJJ123.
Let's talk about the Lakers trade last night.
Yeah.
now that we're on the Robert Williams thing, that is now the Lakers have no assets to trade because they gave all of them up for Mark Williams. I did not have that on my bingo card. Them giving up Connect, an unprotected 2031 first, and a pick swap, and the next Paul George and Cam Reddish. That's just a huge haul for the Hornets. I was surprised the Hornets traded Mark Williams when I first saw that, and then I saw the haul they got back, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Like, you have to take that trade if you're the Hornets. And what a great use of a trade asset they made. So props to the Hornets for getting all those assets. Lakers, man, they needed a center. They get their guy, Mark Williams. There was a report today that they tried for Jalen Duren for this package at first. That would have been crazy. But Tori, what did you think when you saw not only Dalton Connect in this trade, but also an unprotected pick swap and a 2031 first-round pick?
So when I first saw the notification for this trade and saw Dalton Connect 2031 first-round pick, I was like, please be for Robert Williams somehow.
And it was a Williams.
Yeah.
Did you see the Williams?
No, I saw the mark first, so then I knew. But I was like, please be for Robert Williams somehow, because if you've watched the channel, you know I'm a big Dalton Connect fan. Was a big fan of his in college last year, and it would be nice to have a shooter like that on this team. And then 2031 unprotected first round pick, 2030 pick swap. Like, that is a haul. I do that trade every time if I'm the Hornets. Mark Williams has been injury prone. He's kind of struggled defensively this year. He's really freaking big, so he's going to be a phenomenal lob target for LeBron and Luka. I like that fit there for the Lakers, but defensively, Williams has kind of struggled. You know, he's dealt with so many injuries. It's like that leads big men to being pretty immobile. And then the other thing that I think of with this trade is, like, Charlotte needs a center now. Charlotte, it isn't looked at as one of the smartest front offices, although in this trade they look pretty smart. Could that be DA's landing spot?
Yeah, it's just what are the salaries they send back. But, Mark Williams also is very injury prone. He's played, as Nick says in chat, 85 games in 3 years, 39 in the last 2 years. So, Charlotte, I think they like Mark Williams a lot, but you just can't depend on him, much like we talked about with Robert Williams. But you have to think you could have gotten Robert Williams for like one of those three assets. Like, we probably would have, well, I don't know, probably, but in my mind, if the Blazers wouldn't have traded Robert Williams for Dalton Connect or a 2031 first or a 2030 pick swap, like, what are we doing? So they could have gotten Robert Williams for a third of the cost, basically. And so just weird to me. Mark Williams is, I mean, if he's healthy, like you said, it's not the greatest defensive fit. They need more of like a defensive center, I think, still, lob threat. But, man, he's played so well when he's been in there on offense that it's going to be interesting to see how that works. But I'm surprised after the Lakers held on to that pick so tightly and stuff that Mark Williams ended up being the one they give this haul for.
Yeah, wouldn't trade it for Luka. Wouldn't trade this extra stuff for Luka. Still got Luka. Well, I think they would have. That's kind of the whole critique with right. Dallas is, why did you not get back more? They were going to do it no matter what. They're getting Luka Doncic. And then they give it all up for
Can I
Mark.
jump in here?
Yeah. What's up?
I need to talk to you about Luka. Okay. I get it. I get they didn't get a lot of first-round picks, but isn't Anthony Davis, like, if you were to trade him, you'd get, like, 4 first-round picks for him?
Yeah, but also it's like, when you're talking about top 5 versus top, 15 player, like, the difference is still massive. And I don't think is made up by like 1 first round pick is how I would view that, right? So
and I'm the biggest Luka fan out there. I love Luka Doncic. I could argue that the Mavericks are better today than they were yesterday without Luka.
I think I
we
think
have a trade real quick.
we have a trade. Milwaukee is trading a PBJ sandwich in cash to San Antonio.
Yeah. Okay, continue. Sorry.
So I think, where has Kyrie or AD ever led a team?
That's the question. That's the problem, is they haven't. But if Kyrie does become that alpha, and Kyrie has matured the last couple seasons, if he does, Dallas is better today than they were the other day with Luka. And I love Luka.
I just don't agree with it. Luka led them to an NBA Finals. So like,
Finals last year.
in order to be better, they'd have to win a championship, right? Like
But if Kyrie took that step forward and became an alpha guy, which I don't think he is, and that's why I think the trade's wrong for Dallas, but if he does, they're going to be an even more elite defensive team, and they already beat Oklahoma City all the time because they're bigger than they are, and now you got Anthony Davis, who is still good and is having the best season of his career.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. I kind of don't. The Mavs, I believe, were third defensively after the trade deadline with Luka and they were really good defensively throughout the playoffs. Now it's like, what, you're going to have PJ Washington guarding threes? I don't really know if that's ideal. And I just, like, if you were top three with Luka after the deadline last year, how much more room for growth do you have defensively, right? Because you have to peak out somewhere. So it's just like, my worry is like, all right, so what's your offense then? Because how many guys do you have on the perimeter that can create? Your second best perimeter shot creator right now is probably Caleb Martin. That's not good. Like, that's why they did the Grimes trade. Grimes is younger and better, in my opinion, and they gave up a second, but it's like you have no creation. I think you're relying too much on Kyrie. I don't think Kyrie is particularly happy with this trade. I know there was something about, like, he and AD had talked about playing together before, but Kyrie, part of the reason I feel like he matured was because he came to Dallas and got to play with Luka and loved playing with Luka. So then it's like, all right, so what happens after this year? Is Kyrie going to leave Dallas? If so, they're absolutely screwed. Absolutely screwed. I just think they are not as good because you need somebody that can lead your offense in the playoffs. I think, if you're the Celtics, right? The Celtics have everybody's a two-way player. That's great. But otherwise, it's like you have an offensive star with a bunch of pieces around him that can defend, that can shoot, that can do different things, a secondary creator. I thought they had the recipe. And it's like, for something that's not a clear upgrade at all this year, for something I think is a downgrade this year, you also sabotaged your future in the face of your franchise. And I hate that for them. I hate that for Mavs fans, man. Like, I just imagine, like, the thing is, I imagine trading Dame, like, after the first year, after Aldridge left, and how mad I would have been. But Luka's better than Dame was. Like, Luka's an MVP candidate, So it's fishy, man. It's very fishy. Like, there's a lot of fishy stuff in that trade.
Luka must be so you can't even work with the guy. He must be so annoying, and so like, the Mavericks just must hate him.
Well, I think it's like a Nico.
I'm with you.
Nico Harrison.
Nico Harrison has something against him, man. I don't know why. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I mean, like, Cuban was shocked, and I still don't understand why Cuban gave up his majority stake in the team. But he was shocked at the trade, and he never had issues with Luka or anything. So, or maybe he thought he saw this coming and is just playing it secret. But in my mind, you have a 25-year-old who has been in the league 6 seasons, been a All-NBA first team 5 of those 6 seasons, the last 5 seasons, has led a average type team to the finals, made the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago as well. So the guy, you can't say he's not a winner or doesn't elevate his team. You can't say he's not at the top of his game. You can't say he's aging out or declining or anything like that. even with conditioning and weight concerns. That's been that way his whole career. It's never been a problem on the court when it matters. So to me, yes, Anthony Davis, in theory, if the Lakers were just going to trade him, would be worth a lot. But when you're the team giving up an absolute franchise player superstar, you cannot accept anything less than wiping a team clear of all their assets. And the Lakers didn't have that many assets to give. And it sounds like Pelinka was willing to give up whatever it took to make this Luka trade happen. And the Mavs were just like, no, we're good with AD and a first. So I don't understand it from the point of view of not getting everything you could. Because do you really think if the Lakers had a chance to get Luka Doncic and Dallas was like, sorry, call us back when you're willing to include that 2031 first and don't connect or something, do you really think they'll be like, oh, no, we can't. That's too much. We're just going to go somewhere else at this trade deadline. The Lakers would be screwed right now, right? So,
right.
So, like, they had a perfect opportunity. So whether you like AD on the Mavs or not, just the fact that Dallas didn't hold them over the barrel for a team that's getting a top 5 player in the league, an unquestioned top 5 player in the league, like that's ridiculous to me. And I think that's a fireable offense for any GM that didn't extract more value out of that trade.
I'm with you on that, like for sure. Dallas fumbled it by not putting Luka on the market and getting the most that they can, and that just makes that's why I say I really feel like they just hate Luka Doncic. Like he was just doing something in the building that they just hated. They couldn't deal with it anymore, and they had to deal him, and they just had to do it that day. So I don't know. I'm with you. I wouldn't have done the trade either. It still doesn't make sense. I was shocked. I thought Shams was hacked when it first got reported.
Yeah,
because I love Luka, man. Like Luka's my guy, but they must hate him there.
And let me just say a couple things. It's a fireable offense if their owners actually cared about basketball. They don't seem to. Okay, like Mark Cuban never does this trade. Mark Cuban would fire Nico Harrison for trying to do this trade in the first place, right? But their owners don't seem to care about basketball. But then also, yeah, to like what Eric was saying, you gotta get back more. And if Luka's hard to work with, like, okay, he's a top 5 player. You put up with it. You know what I mean? You don't trade the guy if he's tough to work with behind the scenes or something. But it's like we haven't even heard anything like that. It's just like Nico Harrison has been weird towards Luka in the past. Like there's the clip of him not dapping him up after he makes the finals, and people have talked about stuff about like Nico didn't like him for some reason. I don't know. It just seems like Nico didn't like him. It's just super strange.
They fired all the team personnel that liked him.
Yeah,
got rid of assistant coaches that liked him, players that were laughing with him on the bench. Like,
yeah, it's like you almost tried to sabotage that relationship for some reason. So I don't understand.
Have you guys heard about Windhorst? Like Windhorst is saying though, like how he, Windhorst bashed Luka after Game 3 of the finals, and he was saying nobody came to defend him. Like it's just. I feel like there has to be something because I'm with you. Luka's too good, and you deal with those type of things. Like, you deal with anything to keep that guy. And everyone says Nico's a smart guy. I mean, Nico, Tigered High School, what up? Coach Rex Putnam's summer league when I was becoming a freshman. So that's my guy, wow. Nico. Yeah, so he's got tie to me. That's why he's great. But no, I mean, I just feel like Luka, man, like something's up with Luka for sure. So I don't know. It's a weird thing. I'm with you. I wouldn't do it either because I love Luka, but we'll see what happens. I do want to say also, Cavs Hawks remain engaged in the DeAndre Hunter talks. By the way.
Okay. Nico fumbled the bag with Steph Curry. Got his name wrong in the pitch to him for a shoe deal. He fumbled Jalen Brunson's situation. Brunson was willing to re-sign for way cheaper during the season. Didn't want to give him it was like a 4-year, $65 million extension or something like that. And so calling him a smart guy might be questionable. I know you know him, Steven. But
he also dealt with Kobe and was like, he was Kobe's like right hand man, so that has to do something. That's good.
And then, yeah, I mean, and last year he made some great moves. Last year, I thought he was one of the best GMs last year in terms of putting the right pieces around Luka. But my overall point will be, if you have Luka Doncic or Kobe Bryant, like you mentioned, or LeBron James or whatever, if you have people in the organization that have an issue with him, you bring in people that don't, right? Like versus getting rid of that guy. Like you get rid of the guys that have an issue with him, and you bring in guys that get along with him and that he respects and stuff. And so if there was some sort of breakdown, and I know this might be the opposite of how it works in the real world, where you don't disrespect your bosses like that, but like we all know the players are the most important thing in the NBA. Like they're by far, you have to get the stars and the players to succeed in the NBA. And Luka has been doing that, has been on the path. So to me, it's not like, oh man, we got to get rid of Luka. We have to keep mending that bond and like try to do everything we can to make him happy. He just bought a few weeks ago a $15 or $16 million house in Dallas. Like this guy wasn't like asking out or anything. Like he was fine being in Dallas. So that issue wasn't with him not wanting to be there. You didn't have to massage his ego to want to stay there. It seemed like he was locked in there. But you have to get in people, or at least keep some people in the front office that were friendly with him and had a good relationship with him, instead of firing all those people because you're some weird dynamic between him and Nico.
Yeah, and I'll say this about smart people too. Sometimes smart people try and be too smart.
Outthink the room. Yep.
So that's what this trade feels like to me. And it's one of those things where we're just trying to find the logic behind it because it seems so illogical. And
that's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to do is like try to see like, okay, this kind of makes sense, because I'm with you guys. I wouldn't do the trade either. Like, what's the point of trading Luka Doncic? But I do think that if Dallas makes another move, like he could look really smart and they could be decent this season and maybe make the Western Conference Finals or even compete.
Yeah. Matt Cardone in chat says, "I'm so happy I'm dumb." Well, I'm happy for you, Matt. I think honestly, I just fall back on. I think he overthought and is trying to be the smartest guy, in the room, and also didn't like Luka. And there's some personal dynamic to it with Nico, and that's why this trade happened.
Here's the thing, dude. Why don't you take a risk to add another piece to the team you already have been building that has been really good?
Yeah.
So that doesn't make sense to me.
He was building. He was gonna be viewed as one of the best GMs in the league if he continued to build it out the way he was going, because he was doing a really good job building that team. Now he's the most hated GM maybe in league history by his own fan base. In one snap of the fingers, that quick.
Even more than Joe Cronin.
Yes.
He went from one of the best GMs in the league to, if you don't win a championship in the next 3 years, you're out of a job and not a GM anymore. Like that's he now has to win a championship, and he's got his two best players are old and have had issues being on the court in the past. So like you have all your eggs in two of the most unreliable stars in the recent NBA. And so you have to get this done. And if the Lakers end up winning another championship because of this trade, and having Luka now, and he's continues to be the winning player he's been in his career, it's going to look even worse. But you have to win a championship now, because the bar has been set with Luka as a finals team, and you cannot change you cannot change that. It has been set. You were a finals team with Luka, and you tore it down. So the only step up from that is winning a championship, and you have to do it relatively soon with how old your roster is now.
100%, you're right on, Eric. And the fact that he's putting all his eggs in the basket of Kyrie's going to become that alpha, or Anthony Davis has become the alpha, does not seem like a smart decision.
Yeah, because what have they done when they've been an alpha, right? Like,
yeah,
maybe it's different now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, AD's as a leader has won one playoff series, and that was when they swept Portland because Portland kept running pick and roll 40 feet away from the rim and getting Dame trapped to death.
That was also Drew Holiday just eating people.
Oh, yeah. But it was also Portland playing right into their hands the whole series without adjusting. That drove me crazy.
Terry.
Yeah. So that's the only time.
Remember those days, though.
Man. That's the only time AD's won a series as a leader. That's the only time. That's the only time he's won a series as the best player on the team. Like, he is a great number 2. I don't think he's somebody that, like, leads your offense.
They didn't make the playoffs most years with him.
Yeah. Yeah. And you look at, like, him and LeBron, they've had issues around them, but it's like they won the one championship because they had a good roster and, like, perfect role players. They lose those perfect role players, and then they become kind of an afterthought. You know, they did, I believe, make it to a Western Conference Finals after that, and then got swept.
Also a little thing called the pandemic, so they got a big rest in so they could be healthy for the finals.
Yeah, true. I mean, I always wonder how that season would have went without that. I wonder if they still would have won it all. But yeah, it's fascinating stuff, man. I was live with friends of mine, Steven. I was live with some guys that cover the Suns and do live streams during Suns games. So the Suns Blazer game, I was live with them when that happened. I was like, "That's not real. That's not real. I don't even think it works." Like, and then I saw Chris Haynes tweet it, and that's when I was like, "Wait, if Shams is hacked, why is Chris Haynes tweeting it too?" And then I was like, "I still cannot believe that. Like, I need to see Shams talking about it to believe it." And then someone
hacked every NBA media.
Yeah, like what a masterful hack job. You know, it's just wild. No whispers, nothing. Like, do you think, is that the most shocking sports trade ever? Because to me, I think that's the most shocking sports trade ever. Like, completely out of left field, 2 big names like that. It was insane.
I think so because, like, I'm not alone, and my initial thought was like, yeah, this is a hack. This is a Laker fan that hacked into Shams' account and just said, yeah, we're getting Luka Doncic because we can. We're the Lakers. So yeah, I'm with you. Like, I was in complete shock when it happened. So I don't know, man. I can't root for Luka anymore. He's on the Lakers.
Yeah,
makes me crazy.
At least I can root for Dalton Connect now. Dalton Connect is out of there, and as a Dalton Connect fan, I'm happy to root for him in Charlotte. So that's cool. That's cool. We had a couple more donations I want to thank real quick. Or just what? Trevor Schindler, $10 donation. What's up, Trevor? Thank you for the donation. Trevor. Says, you guys have become must listen. I enjoy listening even when I don't catch the game because of my work hours. Keep up the great work. Oh, by the way, becoming a member now. And then he became an all-star level member. Thank you, Trevor, for the donation. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you for watching the stream.
I've become, though, man. You've been an OG.
Yeah.
I'm messing with you. It's all good.
Yeah, we're going to be doing more stuff for channel members. I'm going to work on it over the All-Star break when I actually have some time, man, because I've had like an hour to relax this entire week. It's been wild. It's been wild. I'm preparing myself for parenthood or something. That's why I keep telling myself, like never having a second to relax. So I'm building up the mental stamina right now. But man, this is the most quiet.
Welcome to being an adult, Tori. Glad you could join us.
Sheesh. This is the most quiet start to a deadline day that I think we've ever had on one of these streams. All you have is
the busiest night before.
Yeah, the busiest night before, man. Like, in the future, I think I really need to start building out the stream package earlier and, like, doing it the day before, just, like, all evening. I think that's what we have to do at this point, because wasn't last year there was a bunch of stuff the day before? Or am I thinking of a different year?
It was 2 years ago with the Durant, Josh Hart trades the night before the deadline.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to start doing. Still going to stream every deadline morning and leading up to the deadline because that's always fun with the clock ticking down. We've had some wild moments. But, yeah, we got to start turning this into like a 2 or 3 day event at this point.
Might just be that the floodgates will open up right before the deadline maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. I mean, you still got Vucevic. There's still – I don't know if the Wizards are going to trade Malcolm Brogdon or not. I feel like – Brogdon to the Heat for Rozier in like a second or two makes sense. Brogdon's an expiring, right? Rozier has 2 years left. They make almost the same exact amount. Rozier has been bad this year. and the Heat
He
are
also
still,
might be going to jail for,
well,
gambling.
that dude, I don't understand why you're in the NBA, you live in so many people's dreams, making so much money. Why would you risk it with that stuff? It's so baffling to me.
He might be a really bad gambler, and he's just in real bad debt.
I mean, he's going to be in real bad debt and maybe in jail if that's true. So that's, like that sort of trade is just Washington would take back Rozier just to get the assets and then have an expiring contract next year, assuming he's in the league next year. So that sort of trade is possible. I feel like haven't even talked about Brogdon at all this deadline with him being in Washington, but like that's a piece they could maybe flip that a winning team could use. He's just barely played this year. So you got Vucevic, you got him. Of course, you got the Blazers guys. You got Grant, you got Robert Williams. What are the other – you got the DeAndre Hunter, Karis LeVert trade being talked about with the Hawks and the Cavs, but it feels like if that trade doesn't go down, then neither of those guys will get traded. I feel like that's just a Hawks-Cavs thing. It's not a Hawks trying to shop DeAndre Hunter or the Cavs trying to shop Karis LeVert. So
the Cavs are definitely interested in making a move, whether it's DeAndre Hunter or whatnot. But
I just don't really understand because LeVert's been good this year.
Yeah, but they're looking to make an upgrade. They feel like with how good they've been this year, they're just looking to add that final piece to their starting lineup. And I believe is LeVert expiring, or does he have one more year after this one?
I believe he has one more year.
Yeah,
I believe. I'll look it up.
Keith Smith is saying also look out for Detroit to get in this DeAndre Hunter sweepstakes.
Would there be a purpose for that? Did he state a purpose?
He just said keep an eye on the Pistons. Detroit hasn't completed their other agreed to moves yet because they are preserving cap space until they don't need it anymore.
Gotcha. Yeah, so like taking on salary. See, that's the thing with this trade for both those teams. It's like something to do with the tax. So you look at a team with cap space to take on some salary so that both teams like Detroit. So yeah, Detroit, I think they're going to use their cap space for something. If it's not in this trade, it might be in another trade just to help a team probably get below the tax line or what have you. So Karis LeVert contract. No, he isn't expiring. You were right, Eric. You were right.
So maybe they just don't want to pay him this summer and looking at someone who's under contract for several years, which is why Jeremy comes into play. It's just a lot. That doesn't really solve their problem because they're not going to pay Karis LeVert $30 million a year. So yeah.
Exactly. Like if Jeremy was making $20 million a year, you would have a really good chance of being able to trade him to Cleveland for Karis LeVert and something, right? So if he was more cost controlled, that's the problem. He got overpaid, and that contract is not going to look good. And when it comes to giving Cronin excuses, man, like I had somebody say this to me on Twitter last night, basically, and it's the excuse that we knew was going to drive us crazy at this deadline, Eric. It's the whole what is out there for Jeremy Grant? Like his contract's not that good, and the new CBA is making it hard to trade guys. Like I had people saying that to me last night. It's like, okay, number one, look at all the big name, big salary players that have been traded under this new CBA. Number two, Cronin signed Jeremy Grant to that contract with the new CBA already in place. So you cannot use the new CBA as an excuse for it being hard to trade Jeremy Grant's contract because Cronin knew what the new CBA was and still signed him.
Look at the consequences of my own actions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, if it's not a good contract, that's Cronin's fault, man. Cronin is the one who re-signed him to that contract. And we didn't really have a problem with re-signing Jeremy Grant to that contract because we still assumed, all right, you're going to be able to flip him for some value. So at least, instead of letting him walk for free, you're going to get something back at some point. But they already missed the boat. They already missed the boat on Jeremy Grant. And the reports were last deadline that they weren't seriously shopping him. So it's like, what was your plan with Jeremy Grant then? And this kind of goes to the bigger picture with you're on two timelines. You're still not starting Scoot. You're not starting Sharp. They're in year 2 and year 3 in a rebuild, and both are definitely playing well enough to start. And it's because of this whole Jeremy Grant thing where it doesn't seem like you had a coherent plan after you knew Dame was going to leave, because they knew before he asked out. Like, let's be real. You still re-sign Jeremy Grant. I get it if you promised him a contract, but it's like you should have been trying to trade him and trading him no matter what by now. So, just baffling, and I can't stand the excuses of, his contract's hard to trade, new CBA, what is Cronin supposed to do? Well, he literally is the one who gave him that contract, so that's what he...
Sorry, I got some sort of beeping going on in my background.
Yeah, I don't know. Construction. I had... when we were going live, I was about to go live, and then garbage truck pulled up, was real loud, so... Yeah. First big stream from this house, though, which is cool, man, which is cool.
Yeah, so in terms of Joe Cronin, we know the kick the can down the road approach. Will everyone be fooled once again? We thought this trade deadline was like the line of demarcation, right? Like, you cannot kick the can down the road past this deadline. And then he gets his butt saved by a 9 out of 10 game win streak.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Just magically, 2 weeks, like, that guy was probably sweating bullets, right? 2 weeks ago. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, wow, I have an excuse out of this. I forgot earlier when I listed that Houston traded for Jaden Springer yesterday, so they're not on that list either. So there are 7 teams that haven't made a trade, including our Portland Trailblazers. And so we'll see what that list is in 2 hours. But there is absolutely zero, and I mean zero, excuse for the CBA being the reason why you did not make a move or couldn't make a move, because we are seeing smart GMs take advantage of the new rules, not be hindered by them. And if you can't figure out a way to take advantage of being a rebuilding team with veteran players that could help championship teams right now, then you just don't know what you're doing as a GM. You are not good enough at your job. So it can't be the excuse. So if his excuse is that they're winning and he wanted to keep them together, that's BS, because that indicates he does not have a plan, because he was saying the exact opposite before the season, that it didn't matter how the team fared this year. We might need to take a huge step back before we can move forward, and we need to look at it long term. So if you then let a 10-game sample size change your complete outlook on the future of this team, then you're too reactionary as a GM.
Yeah.
So you can't use the excuse that it's the CBA, and you cannot be so short-sighted that you use a small sample size as your be-all in terms of not making a move. So either way, I believe there aren't any excuses. Unfortunately, for people who feel like I do, most of the fan base probably will let him off the hook based on how they're doing. Mm-hmm. And that's fine if you want to do that. I'm not saying that you should feel the way I feel. I always say this. Every fan is able to fan how they want. If you want them to keep everyone and you're happy with going for the play-in or whatever, that's completely okay. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, from my perspective, I want to see the Blazers build a championship roster, not a team that is destined to be on the fringe of the playoffs / play-in every year. And so to do that, in my opinion, you need to do certain things to maximize the potential of a team, to maximize the potential of your cap situation, to maximize the potential of draft picks and things like that. And if you do not do that as a team that's been as bad as the Blazers the last few years, I just feel like that's the wrong direction. And I understand the winning is fun. Like we talked about this earlier. The last 10 games has been the most exciting I've been as a Blazer fan. I actually like was cheering for them to win the last couple games. Like that's been a weird feeling
huh?
After
Yeah.
being, I've said before that I'm not like rooting for losing. I'm not rooting for winning. It's just I've been a diehard fan. I mean, you guys know I cried when Dame requested a trade. Like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. But even I have become indifferent to whether they win or lose the last couple of years. And that's frustrating to me as someone who cares way too much about a sports team. like I want them to win, and I didn't even care anymore. Like I was like, oh man, this team, like it doesn't affect me anymore. And like maybe that was good for my overall health, but like I don't want that. I want to have that up and down roller coaster in my life that could ultimately lead to the ultimate high of winning a championship or seeing the Blazers hold that trophy. And so the fact that I didn't care about some of these games, like I almost like if it wasn't for this channel and doing post-game shows, like I might not even watch some games. Like I would have been doing other stuff and been like, oh, well, Blazers are on, who cares, you know? And so that's fine. But like for me personally, I want to see them maximize this. And I watch teams add second-round picks for free. And you can say that's stupid or who cares about second-round picks all you want. But, like, these teams are getting stuff done and doing rebuilds the right way. And I worry that we're costing ourselves a chance for this to be really good right now because I would look at this, the way this young core is playing right now and be like, wow, we have to do everything we can to maximize this core that we're already starting to build. And instead, it's going to be like, oh, let's just keep this together and see how far this group can go without doing anything else to add to it. So hopefully in 2 hours, we're talking about, okay, that was a smart move in terms of setting yourself up for a better future. And if we get the stupid kick the can down the road thing, oh, we can trade these guys this summer. We can get more value this summer. It's hard to believe that that's going to happen.
I mean, it'll be the third straight time we've kicked the can down the road with Jeremy Grant. Last deadline, last offseason, this deadline, right? And it's like he's not getting easier to trade as we go along. So if you're not going to get anything now, that's why I fall back to. If you're not going to get anything for him now, like what makes you think you're going to get something great for him in the offseason now? It's not like you can just throw his salary in to trade for somebody good because he's not going to be an expiring. Like teams are going to have to want Jeremy Grant in order to have any interest in having that contract on their books. So it's it's a problem, and I like how you phrased a lot of stuff there. The biggest one being, like, if you have a legitimate long-term plan, you should not be easily swayed by a 10-game sample. Okay? And if that's basically what he says and he has a complete change of tone, I think that's problematic. Now, it could just be what he says because he can't actually get anything for Jeremy Grant. And it might be that he can't get anything for Jeremy Grant. But once again, that's also a problem because you should have traded him earlier. And then you probably shouldn't have paid him so much. So that's where we're at with about 2 hours left until the deadline.
Tori, now you might want to change your mind on the Quentin Grimes, Caleb Martin trade. He may
really?
sway now. The Sixers are now sending an additional 2030 second round pick to Dallas. So there you go. Now Dallas really won the trade.
Wasn't the Sixers already getting a second? So then they're trading back a second too? I'm confused now.
That's what it says.
Weird. I don't know
Who
why.
said that?
Is there anything that Joe Cronin can say that would make you guys happy, like at his little press conference that he'll probably have?
Not if he doesn't do anything. If he doesn't do anything,
Right,
like nothing he says matters. He didn't do anything.
I'll ask you this, Steven. When was the last press conference he said something and then that ended up being what happened?
Let's see. Probably maybe when he got hired that he said, I'm the new general manager or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, we went through it for a couple of years with him just going over the top. We want to build a winner around Dame. We're committed to that, even if it hurts and we have to make some tough decisions. We're going to do everything it takes to build a winner around him. That was all a bunch of BS, right? And then once Dame was gone, he didn't use the R word for like a whole year.
Rebuild.
Would not say rebuild. Kept saying like, did everything he could to avoid saying that they're rebuilding. Ratings tank and all that stuff, and then he finally admits they're rebuilding. And then if he does nothing now, like, it's the opposite of what you said. You said we needed to take some steps back and that we needed to do this the right way and think of it long term. And then if you use a 10-game sample size as the reasoning for not doing anything, I can't believe anything that comes out of his mouth if he does nothing right now. So it has nothing to do with his skills as a GM. It's just I can't believe, no matter what he says, it'll be BS in my opinion.
I think I was texting Tori about this. I want to get your take on it, Eric, because everybody that I talk to, like people that work for the organization or people that used to work for the organization, like have worked with Joe Cronin, all believe Joe Cronin is incredibly smart. Like, and believe that he actually can be a good GM, but he can't fully get his hands around the team because of Bert and Jody. And so I always have that in the back of my mind. Like, everybody I talk to, everybody that I trust likes Joe Cronin as a person and likes him as a basketball mind. Like, what's your take on, like, do you think Joe Cronin is actually good, or do you think like he is really being handcuffed by the team, or like in the middle of everything?
I think the handcuff comes from, okay, so Joe takes over for Neil Olshey, and the best thing Joe has done is be the exact opposite of Olshey, right? Like, he's good with the media. He lets them in. He talks to them. He's buddies with them. He gives them insight. He's not a jerk during press conferences, whether he's lying or not. He is courteous to all those people. So that is very smart, and that's exactly what he should have done, whether he's a good GM or not. So first of all, he's a likable guy for the people that needed someone to not be Neil Olshey and be a jerk to all the media and stuff like that. So I think that was the smartest thing they did. But with that, I think it came with, well, I can't do anything to mess that up, right? And so while he might be a really smart guy, I feel like this new CBA, I don't feel like this organization had a real grasp. Tori and I talked about it since this new CBA came out, how there was going to be a way to manipulate the new CBA if you had space available. Teams like the Spurs getting a free first-round pick swap from the Kings just by taking on Harrison Barnes last year. There were ways to manipulate that. So there was some reports that they were kind of like blindsided by how hard it was to do things under the new cap and stuff. And so to me, that indicates that it might not have been very smart of them planning-wise. But overall, I think they got too consumed with needing to win the PR battles, whether it was with Dame, and then since Dame, comes out the TV ratings aren't good and stuff like that, and they have to spin it in a way. And then now they finally have this 10-game win streak, and the fans are back and yelling in Moda Center, and it's been exciting in the building and stuff. And Jody's been there the last couple games to see it and stuff. So I think it's just a case of whether he's smart or not. I think this whole organization, including Jody, Bert, and Joe, all want to be loved by this fan base and be not do anything to screw up their the love for them. And so it's just a weird situation because, like I said a few weeks ago, you could have made the argument that they would have turned on him had he not made a move today. And now you probably have a good portion of the fan base that doesn't want him to do anything. So, like, I don't know, but, like, I just feel like way too many things. And I heard this about the Scoot pick because the Blazers didn't even take a phone call. They refused to take calls when they were on the clock and Scoot Henderson was there. And I heard that they were so worried about Scoot becoming a star for another team that they didn't even want to entertain trading him. And so it's weird for me because I think a large portion of the fan base will always like him because he's not Neil Olshey. But I think they've just been too much in line with that thinking of, we're worried about PR and what this looks like. And if they trade Jeremy Grant for an expiring contract or DeAndre Ayton for an expiring contract, I don't think there's enough fans that are smart enough to realize how good of a move that would be right now. They'd just be like, why would we give Jeremy Grant away for Ben Simmons or something? Like we get that even on our shows. Like we get people saying that to us. So like, I think they're kind of stuck with, let's not make a move that pisses off a lot of people. And I think ownership has a lot to do with that. So I don't know how hamstrung Cronin is, but I do think they factor that into every move. And I think that's the wrong thing. You've got to kind of do what's best for the team long term, whether fans like it or not.
That's the hardest part, is we have no idea, like the true knowingness if Joe Cronin has autonomy. Like, does he have carte blanche of being able to make any move he wants, or does he really have to run everything past Bert and Jody, who aren't even the owners of the team? Like, Jody's the trustee of the team. She's not even the owner. Like, does he have to go up the ladder to her and like make sure everything's going okay? It's such a dumb situation. But you know this, Eric, like being a fan of our ages, the Blazers have always been about winning the PR battle. Like always. Like since the 90s, that's what it's been, and it hasn't changed since then, because it's the small pond, right? They're the big fish in the small pond. They're the only pro team. I mean, well, Timbers, whatever, but the only real pro team in Portland. So they have to like try to be something that they're not, and they need to take a step back from that and actually like focus on the organization, focus on the actual roster. But they don't care. They never have.
Yeah. I don't have anything to add. I mean, I feel the same way Eric does, and I told you how I feel, Steven. Like, it's somebody deserves a lot of blame. If it's Bert, if it's whoever it is, like calling the shots, somebody deserves a lot of blame.
That's the problem. It's somebody deserves the blame. Nobody knows who to actually blame. Like, I could be wrong, and it could be all on Joe Cronin, but I tend to believe like Joe Cronin is somewhat smart, because I've been told by so many people who have worked with the guy, like, he is brilliant.
And I'll tell the stream what I told you is, like, of course, if you work with somebody, and especially if they're a nice guy, right, like, you're going to have some favoritism towards that person just naturally, right? Like, so there's going to be some natural bias there, right? So, if I worked with him, I might be sitting here saying the same exact things. You know what I mean? Just because that's a real human thing. I just think he probably had enough freedom to do some things different that would have put this team in a better position, that I think he deserves some blame. And ultimately, I don't know why, like, Jody and Bert would be sitting here like, yeah, you have to keep Jeremy Grant, other than the PR reasons. So it's a tricky conversation, but, like, for every roster move, I'm going to criticize Joe Cronin. And if Joe Cronin doesn't have as much power over it, and, like, Bert's meddling and stuff, then that's a shame on Bert for making Joe be the fall guy. So that's how I feel about it.
My thing is, okay, you match Matisse Thybulle, which has done nothing for us, right?
Yeah.
So was that? I don't believe that's Jody and Bert.
Yeah.
Why did you even trade for? Why did you give up second round picks to trade for him? And then this last draft, why are you trading the 34th pick, and end up with like nothing to show for it, like on a rebuilding team, And we can argue about like players taken later or whatever. Then also, do you really think Jody wants our salary to be right up against the tax to where we're like are we sure she's okay with that? Like, I think where Jody,
I don't think Jody cares, except for she gets a fee whenever that she's the trustee of the team. She just wants she can't sell. I don't think she cares about. I don't think she cares about literally anything about the franchise.
Yeah, right. But like I'm saying, like she wouldn't tell Joe, "Oh no, don't save money in this trade, or don't trade someone for an expiring contract. We want this money. Jeremy's contract's on the books for 4 more years, right?" Like she's not telling him that, most likely, you know. So, like I can't say that Joe's completely out of responsibility, even if Jody is meddling and Bert's meddling and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I more don't trust Bert. That's the guy.
Yeah.
So the thing is with the Thibault contract too, I was very vocal saying don't match it, don't match it. I feel like the entire fan base was on my ass about that. But now you look at the situation the Blazers were in. If the Phoenix Suns called you up and offered Yusuf Nurkic and 2 of their bad first-round picks for Robert Williams, so you get a first back for Rob Will, first for taking Nurkic, you absolutely have to do that trade, right? Nurkic only has 2 years left. He'll expire at the same time as Ayton, so that's when your flexibility comes in the offseason of 2026. But Portland cannot. They can do it under the CBA, but they won't do it because that trade puts them into the tax. And part of the reason is because you're paying a guy like Matisse Thybulle $11 million. Whereas if you didn't match that contract, you'd have all that flexibility where maybe that would be a potential option at this year's trade deadline. You know, who knows if Phoenix really wants Robert Williams or not. It's just a hypothetical. But the hypothetical shows the point of you got too much salary like this. It would have been better just to let that salary walk because there's no purpose that Matisse Thybulle is serving on this team right now and have the extra flexibility below the luxury tax to be able to make different trades where you're taking back some salary without having to worry about the freaking luxury tax. And it's like, why are we even discussing the luxury tax in a rebuild? It's insane. We are the only rebuilding team that has had to worry about the luxury tax the past couple of years. And then it's like we go on a 10-game winning streak. Oh, look how good we're playing. We're finally somewhat, maybe, justifying how much money we're spending on the roster. But it's like Ayton had 4 good games. Outside of that, wasn't that good. Okay, Simons during the stretch has had some very quiet games that hasn't mattered. Jeremy Grant missed, I believe, 3 of those games because Scoot started 3 of those games. I don't know if it was other people missing games. I don't remember. But, like, Jeremy Grant hasn't been particularly good in this stretch. I know he had a good game recently, but he hasn't even been particularly good. So it's like you're not even justifying your spend because it's the young guys. It's the young guys you should be committing to. And I just sit here and imagine, like, man, what if the young guys were doing this? I still feel like they would be. And you had all this flexibility going into the offseason to maybe you can overpay a vet on a 1-year contract and then trade him at the deadline for some assets next year. Like, or you can take on salary. Maybe you can take on the next Harrison Barnes and get a first-round pick swap. And then Harrison Barnes could come off the bench and be a good vet, or whoever you get like that, where the team wouldn't be obligated to start him like they are for Jeremy Grant. So it's just I think it's a shame that they are doing the 2 timelines thing. And I think people don't like that take because they're winning right now. But I fully believe they'd still be winning games like this with the young guys playing like this without a couple of their vets. Because I think it's more so driven by Toumani Camara, Denny Avdia, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe in some games, right? Who gives the Blazers their identity that has help them in this 10-game stretch? It's Scoot, it's Avdia, it's Camara. Those are your 3 core pieces that give you an identity on the floor. It's not Grant, it's not Simons, it's not Ayton. So, yeah, I'm ready to be frustrated after the deadline. I'm kind of getting it out now because I fully don't expect anything. But we're setting the stage. Okay, we're setting the stage. If they go do a Jeremy Grant trade and surprise us, then you guys will understand why we will be happy with it and why we think it will be a good move going forward. If they don't do a trade, then you guys clearly know how we feel because that's the context we're discussing this from right now.
Well, Randy,
you could fully take Jeremy Grant off this roster, and they are the same exact roster. And, same wins, same loss, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, Randy625 says we could easily include Banton in that trade you mentioned, Tori, and get under the cap. So you're theoretically arguing over nothing. But
I mean, what if he was making $20 million and that offer was on the table? It's a hypothetical trade to show the reasons why it's kind of silly that we're up against the tax, because you should have the flexibility to take on more salary and get rewarded for it in a rebuild. That's what rebuilding teams do all the time, and it's a model that works, right? So the entire point is like, What if there's a guy out there, you can get back a really good trade package for Robert Williams, but you have to take back Clint Capella, and they don't want any, like, they don't want much salary back. Then you have to lump in 2 expiring contracts, and then you would have to sign a guy, and you'd still be in the tax, so you'd have to trade out how many not expiring contracts, minimum contracts, right? So there's other hypothetical stuff out there, because I could see the Hawks liking Robert Williams instead of Clint Capella going forward as a backup behind Okongwu because they're finally starting him. So there is other potential trades out there where the Blazers would have a tough time ducking the tax and would have to include so many different pieces and players that it becomes convoluted for no reason, just because of where they are in relation to the luxury tax line.
It always affects the
I just
next...
got this.
Go ahead. Yeah. What we got, Steven?
I got this text here that's gonna probably make you guys pretty mad when nothing happens with the Blazers. I just got texted. I asked someone. I said, "Yeah, I assume Blazers aren't going to do anything." And they said, "Well, they would like to make a move with Jeremy Grant, Anthony Simons, and DeAndre Ayton, and the recent win streak will not prevent them from making a move if the right one comes."
Why would that make us mad?
Because they're not going to make a move, and then they're going to stay on the roster. But they're saying they want to trade Grant, Ant, and Ayton, but it has to be for the right move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what right move means, but yeah, I think.
And so what? So when nothing happens, it's gonna be like, oh, cool, like it's just the same thing over and over.
This is classic Cronin, though. Like, make it seem like, oh, we can't trade those guys because there was nothing out there, right? Like when 23 other teams make trades, like that's just the thing, right? That's what happens. But
that's Cronin's play, man. That's Cronin's play. There's nothing he could do. He had no power, no options on the table, so nobody can blame him because it was impossible.
Not a single team, Steven, wanted the 3rd pick in that loaded draft. Not a single team wanted Amen Thompson or Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller. Like, we got no good offers for it. Like yeah. Everyone just believed that crap, like...
I told you this text was going to make you guys mad. This is what I'm saying. I told you.
Well, I mean, that makes it sound like, okay, at least... See, I thought when you said it was going to make us mad, and then you started reading the text, I'm like, oh, it's just going to be, yeah, they're not even listening to anything, and they're just, Joe Cronin is vacationing in Cancun right now, so that's what I was worried about. So that's better than the alternative, I guess. But the bar's so low. Like, we don't have a high bar. It's not like we're setting a high bar.
That's the problem.
That is the problem right now. The bar is low, man. It's
one
not
expiring, Tori.
Yeah, like I don't even care about draft capital at this point for Jeremy Grant. That's how low the bar is. The thing is, I think people that like Cronin care more about draft capital for Jeremy Grant than I do. I don't even care. Like just clear him out of the way. The thing is like part of the reason why I really want to trade Jeremy Grant, because people. What's funny, Steven, with the whole, like, Tory's so negative thing is people hear me talk about Jeremy Grant like this and being frustrated if we keep him. They're like, he's so negative. But the reason why I would be extremely frustrated with keeping him, a big part of it is because of how good Scoot Henderson is playing right now and how much I believe in Scoot Henderson that I want to just give him the keys right now. I want nobody blocking him in the starting lineup. I want him playing 33 to 35 minutes a night, right? That is why I'd be frustrated keeping Jeremy Grant and keeping guys in his way. It's because of my belief in Scoot, which I think is a positive thing. I think it's a positive thing because I was the guy sitting here all year last year preaching patience with Scoot, telling people to be patient with him, calling him a bust. People are calling him a bust way too early. I was the one sitting here saying he's 19, he's 20. Yes, his jump shot's not falling, but I do think he has good traits in his jump shot where if he just tweaked a couple things, his form would actually be pretty good, and I think he can become at least a league average three-point shooter. I was preaching that all year last year, and now his jumper looks beautiful, I think, right now. Like, his form looks good, and he's shooting almost 37% from three, right? So it's like preaching the patience, having the patience with Scoot, and then seeing that pay off is like, it's great. I think he's going to make an all-star game at some point in his career. I still believe in his upside. How he's playing right now gives me a ton of confidence in what he can become long-term. And it's just like, yeah, you unleash that. You unleash that. We all want, I feel like most people want to see that unleashed. I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to see him completely unleashed, given the keys, at least starting, playing 33 to 35 minutes, because I wouldn't be completely shocked if he starts and plays 33 to 35 minutes a game. I would be completely shocked if he's like 19 to 20 points per game and 7 to 8 assists on like decent efficiency, which is crazy.
It's crazy to think like he's 21 years old. He just turned 21, and as a starter, he's averaging 17 and a half and almost 7.5 assists. Yet Blazer fans don't want him to start. They want him to come off the bench. Like, well, I mean, what other fan base would do that? Like, I don't understand this. And now, like, the last 28 games since his quad injury, he's shooting 38.5% from three. Like, I don't know why you don't want to just play this guy all the time. It doesn't make any sense.
You know what's funny? So there's I don't know what this is called, but like basically when you have a young player that's playing well in the starting lineup and then take them out of the starting lineup, and that you put them on the bench, right? If they play well off the bench, people can say, oh, look how well he's playing off the bench. See, it doesn't matter that he's starting. He can come off the bench, right? But if he doesn't play well and he struggles, it's, see, look how bad he's playing. That's why he's not starting. That's why he's coming off the bench. So either way, you can find a way to justify it no matter how good or bad he plays, because either he's playing good, so that it's fine he's coming off the bench, or he's playing bad and that's why he's coming off the bench.
Drives me nuts, man. Like, I can't imagine not wanting to start Shaedon Sharpe and or Scoot Henderson. Like, at least one of them. Like, what are we doing here? It doesn't make any sense. Like, those are obviously the two of your future guys. Denny, Tumari, Kamara. I just call him Tumari. Tumani Kamara. I knew I said it wrong. Scoot and then Shaedon. Like, those are your guys. Those are you guys you're gonna build around, but you don't.
Avdia too, man.
Avdia? I think it's
Avdia. Is it Avdia? Or is it Avdia?
I don't know. I call him Avdia.
I've heard Avdia and I've heard Avdia.
Denny's the best player.
Have I been saying it wrong all season or something? I've been saying it, bro. Avdia.
Yeah.
I thought it was Avdia.
Yeah. I'm tripping. Avdia. Because somebody in my comments recently said, can you say his name right? I'm like, I'm saying it wrong.
Denny's the best player on the team. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna be like a best player on a good playoff team. Like, he's probably your second or third option on a good playoff team. But right now, he's the best player on the Blazers. I don't really think it's close.
Yeah, I think Scoot has been playing well enough lately that if you just look at Scoot lately, you could say like maybe he's in that conversation because he's doing it all too. But I love the Denny pickup. I praise Joe for the Denny pickup. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm sitting here just wanting to criticize Joe Cronin. Some people try and make it out that way. I like the Denny pickup. There was people that were questioning it early in the season, like, man, we got fleeced, we overpaid, right? Because he was struggling. And it was just like, no, he's talented. You just got to give him time to figure it out in Portland. He's in a new situation. He's never been traded before. So I still think, like, the Blazers, you gave up the second best pick in 2029. If that ends up being a good pick, the good news is the Blazers have a better pick than that because they have the best of Boston, Milwaukee, and Portland in 2029. So, like, even if at the end of the day it's like, oh, man, we lost the 6th pick and the 14th pick in 2025 for Denny Avdia, right? That means you got a top 5 pick in 2029. So I think the draft capital was perfectly fine giving it up for Denny Avdia. And I think, if the Blazers rebuild correctly, that second best pick, Boston's probably still going to be good. That second best pick should be 20 or lower. Hopefully by then, the Blazers rebuild goes well enough where they are a top 10 team by that point in time. So I think the draft capital was fine. A lot of people questioned it. The Avdia trade was great. And part of the reason I love the Avdia trade was he helped you find an identity. He helps the Blazers push the pace. He helps the Blazers play hard on defense. He sets the tone with how hard he plays and all that good stuff. So that's where I, like that pickup. And yeah, we'll just have to see, man. We'll just have to see. Steven, I think your webcam's frozen. If you want to restart it, Discord is hating. Shout out to Connor Messing with a $20 donation. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate you, man. Let me open up YouTube so I can read it. Actually, I got it right here on my laptop. He says, do you guys think the reasoning for the front office's lack of moves at the deadline has to do with sitting the vets after the All-Star break? They could be thinking, might as well hold off because they won't play anyways. See, I would say yes if they were still playing really, really poorly, but they're playing well. I don't expect them to just pull the plug on that, and I think fans would have a problem with them pulling the plug if they continue to play competitively.
Yeah, agreed. And also, that does nothing to help your cap situation moving forward. You'd still be stuck with all these contracts on your books. Mm-hmm. And so if that's their plan, even if it was, I think that's a very stupid way of looking at it.
Yeah. Fully agree.
Also, earlier we were talking about the being up against the tax situation.
Yeah.
And I just want to add one last point to that. Okay. So you've managed to duck the tax in this Nurkic trade by setting someone else in the trade or to another team or whatever.
Yep.
Okay. You're still up against the tax, though.
Yeah.
And so it affects the next move. You have to do that same thing, or you can't take back moves. So that's the overlying point, is that it affects every move they've made the last few years, because every year they've been straddling that line. And
Speak of the devil?
I was going to say, you're talking about the Nurkic trade that just happened?
We finally got a trade. Finally got a meaningful trade. Charlotte gets their center. The Phoenix Suns are trading Yusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasilije Micic, and a 2026 second-round pick. Wow. They get basically nothing. Nurk obviously doesn't have value, but his salary is what could be used along with the picks that they have to go and get somebody that could really help them. I don't think this trade is that. And they don't really have anything else left to do. So they did not get better at all at the deadline. They are a major loser at this deadline.
I mean, Cody's
okay. Cody's okay, but do you think this makes Durant want out?
I mean, he would have asked out earlier, you know.
I think they're just going to justify it by, hey, we had to get rid of Nurk. We weren't playing him. And I don't think they really cared about the return that much. But, I mean, hey, they got a second-round pick and only had to give up one of their 3 picks they had available. So, man, Hornets keep adding assets, though.
What is Reese talking about, man?
Reese, stop, man.
Yeah. You started to make me think that was actually something that was happening. But, yeah. Cody just... They don't need another, role-playing 6'5" wing. You know? That's always the type of guy they get, and it just doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, that's what they went after last year. It didn't work.
Yeah. So they get off Nurkic, but the thing is that 2026 first-round pick, it's a swap of some sort.
Well, it's not their pick because it's involved in a bunch of other stuff. So I don't know which pick that is. Someone could.
But the worst pick they have is this year because it's basically the worst between Utah, Minnesota, I believe, and Cleveland. So clearly it's going to be Cleveland. So that's the 20th, 29th, or 30th pick, depending on if Boston or... Well, how many games ahead of Boston are they? Because Boston was struggling, so, I mean, that's the 29th or 30th pick.
Yeah.
And then Micic... I think Micic just wants to go back overseas. The only NBA team I feel like he'd be happy playing with is Denver because Nikola Jokic is his guy. Chris Haynes says Phoenix acquired first-round picks in the Utah deal to attach to a potential deal to unload a player. That player is Nurk. So, yeah, they use a first-round pick to basically cap dump Nurk because you're not trading a first-round pick for Cody Martin. He's not worth that. So, all right. They traded DeAndre Ayton to Monty Kamara and a first-round pick for Grayson Allen, Cody Martin, Vasilije Micic, and Nasir Little's dead money.
The second-round pick.
And a second-round pick. Always got to add the second-round pick.
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of that's kind of an L, man. That's not good. It's not good. That is not it.
All right, so let me read this. Okay, so the 2026 first that they have is Washington has the rights to swap its 2026. Oh man, this is the Aeromancer one that he was asking about today. Oh man. It's so Washington has the right to swap its 2026 first round pick protected selections 9 through 30 if Washington doesn't convey a first round pick to New York in 2025, which they won't, for Phoenix's 2026 first round pick. Orlando then has the right to swap its 2026 first round pick for the less favorable of the Phoenix pick and the Washington pick, if conveyable. Then Memphis has the right to swap its 2026 first round pick for the least less favorable of the Phoenix pick, the Washington pick, if conveyable, and the Orlando pick. If Washington pick is not conveyable, then the obligation to Washington will be extinguished, and Orlando will instead have the right to swap its pick for Phoenix. So basically,
I remember this crap building the team sheets for the mock off season last year, just being so confused. So how does it even get that convoluted?
Basically, you're getting the worst first round pick between Orlando, Phoenix, and Memphis, and obviously Washington won't be as good as any of those teams. So you're probably getting the worst pick between Orlando and Memphis. So probably Memphis is first next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, which will be
probably 24 to 26 range. Yeah.
Yeah. that was crazy though.
I know. It's baffling stuff, man. Because every year we run the mock off season, so we have to make a sheet for every team, and we have to plug in the picks. So I just go over all these picks, and it's like, how did we even get to this point? How do we even get here? But Charlotte's having a good deadline, I think, because there's no reason not to bring on Nurk, and he's going to be an expiring contract. You had no centers because you traded Nick Richards and you traded Mark Williams. It's funny because, of course, the Hornets traded Nick Richards to Phoenix, and now they take back Nurkic in a different trade. That pick rate's off like something you'd hear in court. Yeah, for real. For real. At least we had something happen, man. This has been, so far, the quietest trade deadline day, and I'm hoping we get a little flurry here. It's been, what's been good is that I've been resigning myself to the Blazers doing nothing over the past month. Even before this stretch, I resigned myself to the Blazers doing nothing. Hopefully, I'll be pleasantly surprised. I would love to be wrong. Maybe more now than ever. But it's looking quiet.
I just want to say I for once in since I was like a middle schooler / early high school, Eric, and I really like that Charlotte team with like Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning and Muggsy Bogues and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of became my second favorite team for a little bit. And so that was cool. Then, they lost their franchise for a while and got him back. But pretty much ever since then, I haven't really liked what they've done. But I got to say, they recognize they're crappy. They're getting as much assets as possible. They have some nice young pieces in LaMelo, Brandon Miller. They draft Salon as a project last year. And now, other than still having Miles Bridges on their roster, I got to say that I like what they've been doing the last year or so. They added a ton of assets today, and I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah. Basically, you trade Mark Williams, you take on Nurk, you get back 2 first-round picks, a swap, and Dalton Connect. That definitely is a pretty good deadline. You can always find a decent center, I feel like, in the draft, right? Just look at Yves Missy with New Orleans, right? Like, I think that's maybe the easiest thing to find in the draft, especially with, like, a second first-round pick, right? Because, like, Yves Missy is like, oh, he's probably never going to be an all-star. He's not that skilled, but, like, he's a high-floor guy, and you're going to find high-floor bigs. They're going to be able to find a different starting center long-term, right? Maybe it's Maluach in this year's draft, although I think where they'd be drafting, it's a little too high for him. Maybe it's an Asa Duel. I don't know. But, like, they're going to be able to replace Mark Williams with a guy that should be able to be healthier and hopefully play better defense than Mark Williams played this year. So, yeah, they are quietly one of the winners of this deadline, obviously for different reasons than, like, the Warriors or the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
I still wonder if Vucevic is going to go anywhere or not. Not really.
Yeah, I wonder if Brooklyn's going to stay pat today. I mean, they've already made some moves this year, but
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Is someone going to go all out for Cam Johnson the last minute?
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Cam Johnson's really the only player right now I think that could really change the landscape of a team's chances right now. I think that would be a huge move for anyone who picks him up, whether it's the Thunder, Cavs, Spurs, rumored today. There's a lot of teams that would really put them into that next tier if they picked him up.
Yeah, he's a guy that just like any good team would want him. He's kind of like Tumani Kamara. Like Kamara would fit on any team. Cam Johnson's the same way. Just play hard.
Yep.
Knock down some shots.
What time do you go to work, Steven?
Yeah, it kind of all depends. I mean, the show with Canzano starts at 3. I usually try to get in there between like 11:30 or so, 11:30 noon.
Yeah. Nice.
Sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later. Depends on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. You should guys check that out today. 3 to 6. We'll keep you guys covered when you guys sign off.
For those that don't know, so Steven works for 750 here in Portland. If you're not in Portland, I think you can listen on the app, right?
Yes, you definitely can.
Yeah. So, why don't you, tell us what you do for 750s. Give yourself a plug real quick.
750 the game. BFT, Bald Face Truth with John Canzano. He's, big time here in Portland. He's been around forever. So I'm his board op, kind of his, his not co-host, but his little partner that he'll shoot to. So we'll be talking about the Blazers. We've been talking about the Blazers a lot more lately because they've been winning. And Canzano, if you like Tori and Eric, especially Tori being so negative all the time.
I'm back, by the way.
Negative.
Yeah, Tori's negative all the time. But Canzano is very negative towards the Blazers. He hates Jody Allen. He hates Bert Cold. He has told me some crazy Bert Cold stories from the past about like how controlling he actually is. And so that's always the reason why I'm always, again, we go back to the Joe Cronin stuff.
Yeah,
I kind of support Joe Cronin a little bit, but he has so much insight because he covered the teams back in the 2000s, the Trailblazers era, and so he has tons of stories from that era, and he knows all about Paul and Jody and Bert. So it's just he has a really unique insight, even though he doesn't necessarily cover the Blazers as much as he used to. His insight is unique on that front. So I kind of provide the team now. He can provide some history to it. And so we kind of piece it together that way. So it's always an interesting listen to hear his point of view as well, from a guy that has lots of insights from inside the organization.
Connor says Tori getting related to Canzano is not what I expected. That seems so funny.
I beefed with Canzano on Twitter like a decade ago when I was playing college ball, and he responded with something like, "Oh, CBC," because that's where I played, Columbia Basic College. CBC, I'm a huge fan, or something like that, of CBC. It's like a community college in Tri-Cities. I'm like, you troll, man. It was funny. I forget the rest of the conversation, but basically I didn't like a take, so I was kind of going at him, and he hit me with that, and I was just like, dude, all right.
He's a good guy. Like if you have trust from him, he's a really good guy. But he definitely is strong in his opinions. Like he will not back down from anybody.
I mean, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. So it's
you got to respect it. You got to respect it, man.
I will respect somebody even if I disagree with their opinions. I will respect somebody more if it's like their opinions are clearly what they think and they're not being biased towards somebody or like trying to excuse something. It's...
I will say, I think Canzano, if anything, he's more biased of hating the Blazers and hating Jody Allen.
Yeah,
he will never give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that's where we try and do the middle ground and just speak our minds and have reasons behind it. Like, make a good idea trade, I'll say it's a good trade. Aiden has a good game, I'll say it's a good game. Well, then the problem is you have people saying, "See, look, this is DA." It's like, no, it's not. It's one.
Felt like I've been having to do this with Anthony Simons for years. Now people are finally on board with me.
Yeah, well, I still think you underrate him slightly.
I know you and Eric are big Anthony Simons fans still. So.
The funny thing is like when I'm just with Eric, I'm an Anthony hater, but then when we get you on here, now I'm an Anthony fan. So
exactly.
That's what we have you for. So I can be called an Anthony fan again. Which is funny. Claude says, "Dude, I played at CBC Pasco for life. What'd you play? You played basketball? Because then we are fellow alumni." Well, we're fellow alumni anyway, but yeah, they rebuilt the whole gym after I left. So, that's the gym that I built with my... I'm not going to say the number, but, the many points per game I scored there.
I feel like I played at Columbia Basin, and when I played, it was like a really old gym.
It was still that way. It was still that way when I played, and then they like have a really nice brand new gym now, and I'm kind of jealous.
Oh, he says 1993. He's a lot older than you, Tori.
Still though, hell yeah.
Before you were born.
Hell yeah. Nice. Here we go.
You know what's funny? The other day, you got in a beef with some Oregon Duck fan.
Oh, I always get in beef with Oregon Duck.
I know, but he put up stats of when he played.
Oh yeah,
and I put a bunch of pieces together, and I know who it is. I know who that guy is. That was beefing with you. Who is it? It was really funny. Well, I can't.
Oh, you know him like personally?
Yeah, I know him personally. I put it all together. Like he had talked to me before, and I'm thinking like, because he called me Vaughn, and I'm like, why would he just call me Vaughn? Like that was a weird thing to say. And then I put it all together. It was really funny.
Interesting. The dude said
I supported him because I didn't want to support you. I wanted to be.
Well, you didn't go with me. I would have had a YouTube link to drop. Just kidding. But the dude said, "Oh, something like you clearly haven't played before." It's like, dude, I played in college. Oh, well, you only averaged 2.2 points per game. It's like, all right, move the goalpost there. All right, like, yeah. I was not good in college, but I played. So you can't sit here and tell me I never played basketball. So I don't. It's always people. Is that guy good at basketball? Because he's like, I play too or something. I just got done playing.
He was a high school player.
Just a high school player. So we should not be talking trash about my 2.2 points per game in college.
High school player who did not play much.
We have a trade.
We
got a bomb. We finally got a trade. All right, it's the Hawks Cavs DeAndre Hunter trade is happening, according to Chris Haynes. Atlanta Hawks are trading DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers. So this has to be for LeVert. Shams there. The Atlanta Hawks are trading forward DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Karis LeVert, George Niang, 3 second-round picks, and 2 swaps. 2 second-round pick swaps?
I'm guessing those are first swaps. There's no way they got Hunter for seconds.
2 first-round pick swaps is kind of... I mean, if the Cavs are going to be really good, then it doesn't really matter. It just seems a little... Yeah, it seems a little steep. Because Karis LeVert is solid.
If you're not giving up a 2031 first, which is the only first they could trade, I guess swaps are the only thing of value they could.
Yeah. See, look at the Cavs. What is their record? Like 40-10 or something? They're making moves. But meanwhile, the Blazers have had 10 good games, so they should do absolutely nothing. It's funny. The Cavs are another team off that list, huh?
There we go.
Yeah.
And the Hawks.
And the Hawks. So it's down to 5 teams.
Yep.
DeAndre Hunter has been really, really good this year. Like he's been phenomenal. If you haven't been paying attention to DeAndre Hunter, he's like almost scored 20 points per game. Efficiency is really good. He's finally looking like the guy people thought he might be when he got drafted 4th overall. I think he slots immediately into the starting lineup in Cleveland and is a really good 5th starter for them. So I do like this trade for them. I do think this does make them better this year. I like Karis LeVert is not impressive defensively. Offensively, Karis LeVert's been really good this year, but he has been injury prone in the past. Like his offense can end up being a little inconsistent. So I do think this does make the Cavaliers more solid this year.
Yep. So for those asking, 5 teams left that have not made an in-season trade this year. That's the Magic, Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Nuggets, and your Portland Trailblazers. So 4 playoff teams and the Blazers.
Yep.
Think about DeAndre Hunter too. Also, he's had some big playoff games. Also, like he's done it in the playoffs for the Hawks in the past, which I think is big for Cleveland because Cleveland's going to run through those spells during the playoffs where Mitchell gets bottled up, and at least Hunter can make a shot now.
Yeah. I mean, like that's your 4th offensive option because Jared Allen doesn't shoot that much, and that's a good 4th option.
48% shooting in the playoffs as a career playoff shooter, 40% from 3. Like I think it's a good pickup. It is a little steep, it seems like, but like you said, if they're going to be really good and they're going for it, it's a good move.
Yeah, it gives you some upside that you might need to win it all. That's the thing is for teams in the position that Cleveland's in, I think if you can get players that are like consistently solid, but then have the upside to have a 30-point game once in a while, where it's not like, one game they'll have 30, the next game they'll be super inefficient and really bad, right? Like that inconsistency is tough to deal with in a playoffs. But if you can get somebody that has like a solid floor with that upside to have really good games, that's kind of what I like to look for teams as good as Cleveland is and like your 4th or 5th option. So DeAndre Hunter is exactly that for them. So really solid trade for the Cavs because I don't think the swaps are going to end up playing out. We'll have to see what years they are. If I'm Atlanta, I want those swaps as far into the future as possible, most likely. But, I mean, the Hawks could rebuild by 2030 or 2031. At some point, Trae Young might want out. So the Hawks have done a good job building a roster. Jalen Johnson broke out this year. They had DeAndre Hunter. They picked up Dyson Daniels, who has been really solid this year. So they've done some good things in the past couple of years. Developed Jalen Johnson really well, and that's a huge thing. It sucks that he's out for the season. But, if those swaps are anytime soon, like I don't even think they'll matter.
There's some Bulls guys who are saying that the Vucevic to the Warriors deal has kind of slowed down a lot and may be dead.
Interesting.
But not for sure, but it's definitely dying down. The momentum has taken a turn for the worse for that.
What's funny is like a month ago I said like Jimmy Butler and Vucevic to the Warriors would make a lot of sense for them. I don't know. Do you remember when we talked about that, Eric?
No, you didn't say that.
Yeah, I did. Because I did a whole 2K sim. I've been doing 2K sims lately, and that's one of the things I did in one of my 2K sims, man. What's up?
I'm just
thinking too much.
Yeah. If the Warriors strike out on Vucevic, could they call the Blazers about? I don't know about the Warriors and Blazers. But,
Yeah, do we want to send another injury-prone player to the Warriors and have another investigation? More Toradol.
Oh, do you want to read off the latest donation?
Oh, yeah, we got JPO in here. Can you read that off? I'm loading
Yeah.
something right now. Shout out to JPO, though. Appreciate
What's
you.
up, JPO? Card Rips $10 donation. Hey, guys. Been a while. Hope everything is going well. Off topic, but real quick, are you guys thinking about doing Blue Sky? That's where I've been, and the Blazer community is growing fast there. So I've been trying to post at least links to the show and stuff on Blue Sky because they don't get downgraded in terms of views like when you post a link on Twitter. But Blue Sky to this point doesn't have group chats and a lot of things that make Twitter still the better platform, even though it's deteriorating fast. So we are on Blue Sky. I don't know if Tori goes on there much. I try to check it every once in a while, but I don't use it frequently enough simply because all my group chats and stuff are on Twitter right now.
Yep. Appreciate the donation, though. Thank you, man. Sorry, I'm just loading a couple things here.
I had a buddy. I just jumped up Blue Sky, I think, yesterday, but my buddy said that there is a pretty good Blazer fan base over there right now.
Yeah, I might have to tap in. It's another thing to remember. You know, that's kind of the
It's
problem.
hard, dude. There's too much stuff.
Yeah, like Twitter, I just mindlessly go on and scroll and don't even realize it, right? So that's the problem is, like, I have to think about using Blue Sky so I don't remember, unfortunately.
Yeah. There's a lot of it's funny how you could tell someone's political preference on whether they
Use
like,
Blue Sky or
Blue
not.
Sky
Yeah.
or prefer Twitter. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's definitely divided. It's good to see them growing, though. It's good to see them growing. The platform needs a little bit of work. For sure. Is there an app that combines all these apps? It's a good question. I don't think so.
yeah, I can't stand Twitter other than it's by far the easiest to find live news and chat with people. So it's just more established and more stuff. But yeah, it's anything other than that on Twitter is very bad.
Yeah. Man, we are almost an hour left. Almost have an hour left until the deadline. I'm doing the stream on a different software. I'm doing it on OBS, and it's nice because I can put in a countdown timer and set the actual time and have it count down to a specific time. Before, I'd have to like calculate it like manually, and then it would freeze and stuff. So this is on the dot. The countdown timer is accurate now. As happens with any trade deadline, like deals could get reported 10 minutes after the deadline that we haven't heard about until 10 minutes after the deadline. Basically, teams just have to be on the phone with the league by 3 p.m. They have to start putting their call through to the league at 3 p.m. So sometimes we hear about stuff like upwards of 10 minutes after the deadline. Point. Am I lagging? We good? Oh, your video feed lagged for a second, Eric. I thought it was me. Maybe it was me. I don't know. But, yeah. Oh, I just touted that I'm using new software. Now it's just slowed down there for a second. It's being a little weird. So, yeah, it was me. Yeah, I don't know. I need a new computer. I need something, or I need to upgrade the graphics because it's been happening a lot lately. Like stream crashed yesterday randomly on the intro. It's been a problem. So Tyler Smith says, "Where's the trade?" Yeah, it's a quiet deadline day. Next year we'll definitely do like a big stream the night before, and we'll start touting that. Maybe the 2 evenings before. Now, sometimes we have like post games, so I don't know what we do then. But the Blazers do play tonight. They play the Kings, right? And if you have dreams of the Blazers making the play-in, this is an important game because the Kings are in 8th place. And the Kings are one of the teams that you could see the Blazers maybe passing if they continue playing well, as, of course, they trade De'Aaron Fox. They did get back Zach LaVine, and they also brought in Jonas Valanciunas, but I don't really understand that because I don't think he can play at all next to Sabonis. So, Tori said 3 o'clock, but the countdown ends at noon. No, noon, 3 p.m. Eastern is when the trade deadline ends. So, yeah. Noon our time on the West Coast, the best coast.
Brandon McIntyre said, just saw from a Cavs reporter they're trying to add a 3rd team to the deal.
Yeah, so that was the Pistons was rumored as that 3rd team. So we'll see if it indeed is the Pistons.
Oh, yeah. Did you see the Wizards waive CD Sissoko?
Yeah. He has not done anything since coming into the league. We haven't talked about the Jared Butler trade. What was the details of that trade again?
Reggie Jackson to the Wizards and Jared Butler to the Sixers.
What was the picks involved again?
I want to say it was a 2nd round pick or something, but
That's a good trade. Jared Butler's been good this year.
Yeah.
Is he still on a 2-way? Because he was on a 2-way, right?
I want to say they signed him to the roster.
Yeah. Because Jared Butler's kind of bounced back. You know, he was a 2-way guy. Had a couple moments his rookie year and then hasn't done anything since, but he has had some good moments this year for Washington. So
the full trade is Philadelphia got Jared Butler and 4 second-round picks. The Wizards get Reggie Jackson
that's right.
And a future first.
Yeah, that's right. What was the future first on that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious. Because it's kind of crazy to trade a future first for Jared Butler, but I guess you're getting back 4 seconds to offset that a bit. Assuming it was a bad first, it's not, not a bad trade. Because, yeah, Butler's been very solid this season.
Ramona Shelbourne on ESPN just a few minutes ago said that Phoenix's locker room is toxic right now.
Toxic, huh?
Yeah.
Between who?
I don't think she said who. It's just not good right now. Which, I mean, makes sense.
I would love...
We know who.
KD?
Gotta be. How could KD be happy over there?
Yeah, I mean...
He also is asked out of like 4 other different places.
He also apparently doesn't want to go back to Golden State, though, so what does he want?
I don't know, but he's asked out of so many places. I don't think he knows what he wants. It's like Paul George. It's like they don't actually know what they really want.
KD to Portland, make it happen. I would be pissed. A lot of people would be like...
DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, DA back to Phoenix. That's what they need to fix their locker room.
They need a center. They just traded Nurkic. I mean, come on. It makes too much sense.
Yeah. But I mean, like, the thing is, if the Blazers made a trade for KD... obviously giving up like some draft pick capital in the future. I don't know what other pieces. Like there would be Blazer fans that'd be excited about it, but it's like that'd be the dumbest possible thing. It would be sick, but it'd be the dumbest possible thing. You like going all in on a roster that would not be good enough to win it all when KD's 36. You'd basically kind of have to restart your rebuild after that. You're not going to win anything. Like, he's playing with Booker, he's not winning anything.
You're going all in for a team that's not even good enough for the play-in.
Yeah, so...
It wouldn't make sense, but it would be sick.
Because we get people all the time like, this team's going to make the play. This team is good again. We should make a trade for, like, CP3. Like, what? that sort of stuff. So, yeah, we can trade the Nurk package back to them for KD. I would just be happy we made a trade. See, that's the thing, is Cronin makes you expect nothing, and then when he gives you anything, then it's good, because he did something.
Airmaster says, per Brian Windhorse, the swaps are in 2026 and 2028, which means they're swaps on swaps. Those are already swaps with Utah, so now they're 3-team swaps, basically.
So Utah has the right to swap with Cleveland, and then whatever pick Cleveland ends up with, Atlanta has the right to swap with that pick?
Yes, basically.
So the Utah-Cleveland swap just, like, doesn't even matter there. It's, basically just... But yay, more stuff to type up on team sheets, huh?
Yeah.
Swaps on swaps on swaps.
Arrow's got to start now, after today.
I know. Yeah.
We need to start our own, like, real GM database and just keep
I've thought about keeping up with, like, the sheets, like, live.
Yeah.
It's just some work, so... But, like, after we build it this offseason, at the latest, that's my plan.
Yeah.
Because we'll build them this offseason, and then maybe we just do it for, like, channel members or something. You can get access to, like, really good spreadsheets on teams. We'll see. KD should wear 52 if he got traded here. Odin's jersey number. Yeah, there you go. Would that be bad luck, though? That'd probably be bad luck. All right.
That's why Cronin's quiet. He's working on that mega Kevin Durant deal before you.
So we got an hour. We got an hour left, man. Not a whole lot today. Nothing from the Blazers. Could you have the sheets updated programmatically? There might be a way. Arrow is really good with spreadsheets, so he might be able to find a way. Yeah, we have an hour left, and I just don't think anything's happening for the Blazers. I think you'll probably see a couple trades in the next hour. We'll at least be able to react to something, and then the trade deadline will be done. And it's always kind of like, there's always a hangover, I feel like, after the trade deadline, where it's just no longer talking about trading anyone. This is what you have the rest of the year. Like, it always feels a little weird to just complete, because all this focus on trades and who might get moved where and this and that, and it just gets completely shut off in an hour. So we're going to have to find different things to talk about, Eric.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about them winning 19 out of 20, according to Desmond.
Yeah. This feels like the 2023-2024 trade deadline. Yeah, who's going to be our Delano Banton? We're going to trade Duop.
Well, we have to trade someone out.
We trade Duop Wraith for like a top 50 second round protected pick swap. And then trade for our next Delano Banton. Who is our next Delano Banton?
Daniel says we should do a tankathon.
I don't have a scene set up for that, unfortunately. I would. I don't want to do too many of them on non-post-game streams because we've been very lucky on them lately, so. Ed Halen says, I hate having too much talent on my team. So annoying. Brother. Please. We are 22 and 29, all right? We don't have too much talent on our team.
We were, 13 and 28 a few weeks ago? Were you saying that then?
Yeah. No, now we're contenders. Now we're a championship team, Eric. We got too much talent, man.
The problem is, I think Joe Cronin agrees with Ed there.
D. Thomas says we kind of do. I mean, here's the thing, though, is like, Scoot has been better than Grant this season, but Grant will start instead because he's being paid $32 million a year and is a veteran. So he will start instead of Scoot, even though Scoot has been better and much better lately. That is the problem with the makeup of the roster. It's not about, we need X amount of talent, and that's all that matters. It's not that simple. So, if they starting Scoot and start bringing Grant off the bench, like, all right, sure, I'm happy with that. But then it's like you're stuck with Grant until 2028, which is a mistake, which is silly. It's not just about talent on the team, too. It's about how many assets you can accumulate with potential flexibility, right? So it's good to have assets, too. That's how you can trade for more talented players than Jeremy Grant down the line.
I want to also point out what Taylor Packer says in chat, and that is the talent in question that apparently no one wants in trade. So,
yeah, the talent that we can't trade.
All this talent, yet the same people will say, what was he supposed to do? There were no moves. No one wanted to give up anything for this talent.
Yep. Brandon McIntyre says Blazers can be the third team with the Cavs, Hawks, and everyone stays under attacks. Robert Williams / DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs. Niang, Tyson, Porter to the Blazers. LeVert and Wade to the Hawks. I just don't know if they would want Robert Williams because he can't. I don't see him fitting well next to Jared Allen, and Jared Allen is really good, so he's going to play a ton of minutes.
I mean, he'd be a good third center for them. They need a third big, right?
Yeah, but I would, if I were them, I'd prefer somebody with some versatility. If you're going to trade Tyson or a first or whatever for a big, I'd want somebody that can fit next to Jared Allen if need be, and then, of course, fit next to Mobley. Mobley can always slide up to the center spot. If they were good enough to trade, we'd want to keep them anyway. Yeah, so either the players are not good enough to get anything for, so we keep them, or they're good enough to get something for, so we should want to keep them. So no matter what, we keep everyone. Makes sense. Todd Clark, that's funny. That's all I'll say is that's funny. The goalposts always moving. Yeah, we'll take questions. You guys got any questions on the trade deadline? As we got 55 minutes left, we're kind of just waiting for stuff to happen here. We, of course, had some big trades leading up to the deadline. The most crazy deadline before deadline day I think I've maybe ever seen. Of course, you had the Luka thing kick it off with some fireworks. Who should the Bucks trade for? I don't think Kyle Kuzma's a great fit in Milwaukee. I think the shooting there is becoming kind of rough. Apparently, Milwaukee had discussions for Marcus Smart too, so I don't know why they're trying to put worse shooting around Giannis and Dame than Dame did when he had Aminu and Harkless in Portland. But Kuzma, not good defensively, has been more inefficient this year than rookie Scoot, which is saying a lot. He's somebody that kind of needs the ball in his hands, playmaker. Is that the best guy as a third guy off Giannis and Dame? Probably not. So I would have liked Grant better for them. I think Grant would have been a better fit. Kuzma's on a better contract, though. So is Grant close to becoming the worst contract slash asset in the league? If he continues to decline, if his play continues to decline, yes. Bucks should have grabbed Lindy Waters in that Butler trade. Lindy Waters has been okay when he's played this year. Why don't we talk about being buyers at the deadline? Who would we want? Brother, you want more guys to block Scoot? You want more guys to block Scoot when Scoot's breaking out? Have a long-term approach. We're in a rebuild. We're 22 and 29 still. Chris S. says he looks after his body and he hasn't been injury prone, so I can't see him declining like some other guys in his mid-30s. I mean, yeah, but this year is a little bit alarming considering how much worse Grant's been this year compared to last year. let's upgrade. Dude, we don't have many assets. You do not want to go all in on a team that isn't a contender. The whole point of this rebuild, let me reiterate this for anyone who's confused. The whole point of this rebuild is to eventually, hopefully, build a contender. Okay? You do not want to get stuck in the middle where you don't have enough assets to trade for anything meaningful enough to make you a contender, nor do you have good enough draft picks to draft somebody meaningful enough to make you a contender. That's where the Blazers were for basically the entire Dame era. Moving on from Dame and going into a rebuild should not be with the goal of getting right back to where they started. It should be with the goal to contend, to actually win playoff series and have a realistic chance at winning a championship. Okay? That's my opinion. That's what I want to see. I want to do post-game shows after the Blazers win playoff games and playoff series. I don't want to just sit here saying, yay, thank goodness we upgraded at the deadline. We got the 10th seed and we just lost the first playing game and season's done. Or, yay, we got into the first round, right? Like we did back when we played the Lakers. We got into the first round. We won game 1. Could we win the series? And then get destroyed the next 4. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. GG, season over. It's not what I'm aiming for. If you're trying to upgrade now, that is what you're wishing for, because that's what would happen.
Let me ask you a question, Tori.
Yeah, go ahead. Eric's doing something, I don't know. But
I don't know, I left.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back.
Okay. Because I'm with you. I think they need to continue the rebuild. They need to continue getting younger. But some people would argue that the winning culture is more important than actually building, and the fact that they're winning with these guys. Like, you are seeing some fans like that say, hey, we need to continue winning. We need to continue adding on to it. And you are saying, no, we need to not necessarily tank, but we need to play young guys, which would probably eventually lead to losing. Like, what's the big difference between that? Like, do you think there's a big difference between like winning and losing culture, or like tanking and non-tanking, like that type of stuff? Like, how important is having a winning culture rather than like the rebuild? Because if the Blazers win 35 to 40 games this season, that's not good for the rebuild. But you could say, well, it's kind of what like the Celtics did. When they were the 8th seed and they played the Cavs back in the day, and then they ended up getting all those picks and they ended up being really good. Like, you could say that's good to have the winning culture.
Yeah, but if Jeremy Grant was like the main guy contributing to the winning culture, then sure, maybe there'd be a point there, but he's not. You know? Like, that's the thing, is the young guys are building the winning culture maybe more so than the veterans. So the young guys are our identity. Our identity is we want to play fast, we want to play with pace because we're not that good when we get stuck in the half court. And then scrappy defense, flying around, right? Who are the guys that are doing that? Scoot's been doing that lately, credit to him. But it's Tamani, it's Denny are the two guys that play really good perimeter defense that fly around. So it's like, you don't need the vets. You don't need to upgrade to build a winning culture. I feel like they're building a winning culture as is with their young core. So you don't need to do drastic things or keep vets or trade for upgrades in order to accomplish building a winning culture. If you're going to read into this past 10-game sample. So it's like, if they didn't have a winning culture with these vets before this 10 games, so it's not like they were building anything towards that anyway, these vets. And then if you want to put a bunch of stock in this past 10 games, sure, fine, but it's the young guys then. Put stock in them. So, yeah, that's how I'd answer that. Eric, do you want? Go ahead.
I was going to say, because you guys do a good job of, like, relaying this, but there's still going to be fans that, and we even talked about this, how much fun it's been the last 10 games. Like, it's been a fun time to be a Blazer fan because they're actually winning. So, like, it's hard to put your mind around that. Like, you guys do a good job.
Well, I just ask, who's been the most fun to watch the last 10 games?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm with you guys. Yeah. I'm 100% with you. It's Denny and Tumani are by far the most fun guys.
Yeah, I'd say Scoot. Scoot's been a joy for me to watch lately. Like, he's been really fun. Ed Halen, who I've been disagreeing with in chat, says, if the youngest team in the league is too good to tank, that's a good side. Yeah, it is. Lean into it. Eric, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, what do you think about the winning culture and stuff like that, Eric?
So my question is, 3 weeks ago when we were 13-28, was anyone talking about how good winning culture would be for this team, or was it like no, these vets got to go. We need to do this differently, right? So it's weird how much winning changes that, because not a single person would say we're developing winning culture. And yes, it's good to win some games and see the results of hard work. But that is more important to me for the young guys. And I think this current win streak has simply been because guys like Denny, guys like Scoot, guys like Sharp have been playing better basketball and more team winning type basketball. Tamani, and obviously DeAndre has been able to contribute to that as well. But I wouldn't say that like we're winning because we have this like great team, a mix of vets and young guys. I almost think the culture could be better if we cleared out some room for some of these guys to fully take off, right? Like, I think that's way more important that Scoot. We've had games recently where Scoot and Sharp had like 22 and 19 minutes respectively, and there was a game where Scoot wasn't even going to play the entire fourth quarter against Charlotte or some team like that because, but I don't know why, but like he only got to come back in the last minute and a half because Sharp fouled out, and it's like I don't know if that's. I don't think winning those games against Charlotte are better than developing your guys for the long term. Yes, it might be exciting short term, and I, of course, agree with people who think, oh, wow, it's fun to win a game every once in a while. But I don't think winning a few games, like the 4-game win streak from a few trade deadlines ago that we propped up so much, or that Cronin propped up so much, it's like, yeah, that was good, but it didn't lead to anything, right? Like building a better roster will lead to something, or Scoot and Shaden developing into better players is more important than just simply winning a few games.
I think you're right on with all of that. Like the fact that when your comment of saying you could trade some of the veterans and the winning culture could be even better, I'm 100% with you on that. That's right on.
I do think vets are important, but your vets should be guys that are minimum contract guys or short-term contract guys that don't have to play a ton or at all. Like Dame always talks about some of the vets like Earl Watson for a year, that were really good in his ear on the bench. It doesn't have to be someone who starts over these guys to have vets,
Yep.
The Malcolm Brogdon example from last year is the perfect example. Like, we didn't need a Malcolm Brogdon to be our mentor for these guys. Like, we needed it's good to have a mentor, but it shouldn't be someone making like $20 million that plays over them, while they're mentoring them. That doesn't help mentor them to play more than they do.
Yeah. Fully agree. I want to toss up an image here that Eric sent me on Discord, so where are we at? Where are we at in the cycle right now? All right, this is the Blazers cycle. Okay, it starts off. We really need to move some of these vets to clear playing time for young players. All right, then it turns into there just weren't any deals out there this deadline. The market will be better in the summer, and then it turns into a draft day trade could help with our roster issues, and then it turns into the market will be better at the deadline when teams are desperate, and it's a repeating cycle.
Let me give credit to Ace on Twitter for posting that. I don't know if he came up with it or not, but
yeah, this is the cycle of life, for circle of life, whatever it is, for your Portland Trail Blazers. That's a funny graphic.
Every time, dude.
Every time. We did trade for Denny. Yeah, Cronin doesn't have to do anything for like years now because we traded for Denny.
Yes, so it was a good move.
Did you see that?
What we got?
Chris Haynes was saying that Trae Young wants to win really bad and was almost traded to the Spurs before they got De'Aaron Fox.
Really?
That's what Chris Haynes is saying.
I saw somebody say like, "Oh, Fox. Why is Fox texting Stephon Castle? He must have been texting him for a while before this, and he's a rookie. So like." This must be Fox has had his eye on San Antonio for a while, and that's why they didn't go get Trae Young. Like, I saw somebody say that on Twitter, and I was just, like, kind of confused. But hearing that, it's like, maybe there's something there as to, like, San Antonio could have gotten Trey, but then found out, oh, De'Aaron Fox wants to be here. He's maybe a little better fit. I fully expect Trey to ask out in the next couple of years. I fully expect that. The Hawks are stuck. The Hawks, honestly, need to probably build around Jalen Johnson. I don't know how good Jalen Johnson can be, but he's really good already. It sucks that he's out for the year, but like he had a case for the All-Star game. The problem is they don't have like some of their own picks. Like they don't have their own pick this year because they traded it for DeJounte Murray unprotected, which was just ridiculously bad. So it's just another one of those teams mismanaging things. And they're in the tax right now. So I wonder if they try and duck that. I don't know how far they're into the tax, but...
After the trade?
Are they still in the tax after the trade? Reese was saying they're still in the tax, and I trust Reese.
No, I think they wouldn't have made the trade if.
Did they get out of the tax with that? Okay. Yeah, and like the third team would have been like George Niang to Detroit, right? Because they have enough cap space for him. Potentially, that still could end up being a thing before the deadline's done. What if the Blazers trade for Trae Young? I would maybe delete the channel.
We don't know the details of the trade yet, Reese. They're trying to find a third team to get under the tax. So.
He says Bobby Marks confirmed it, but yeah, like if they flip Niang, they're probably out of the tax. It's probably what they're doing. That's what I would assume they're doing. Is Niang to Detroit, maybe some of those second round picks they got back. How long after the trade deadline does Cronin usually speak?
It's usually just like an interview with someone that they play before the game, but they might not even do it.
Yeah, does he do an interview if they don't do anything?
I bet he won't.
A press conference? I feel like he would maybe want to so that he could, craft the narrative as to why he did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we had the 2021 with Olshey where it was just with like, it was like with Brooke or something to ease the questions when he didn't trade anyone.
Yeah. We want to be super duper competitive. Man. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdanovich and 3 second-round picks, sources tell ESPN. So, are those the 3 second-round picks that they got back with the LeVert trade? Terrence Mann has fallen out of favor, and he's on like a long-term contract making, I think, $11 million right now. Bogdanovich making 17, Bones expiring, making about 4. So I think this saves them approximately $2 million, which is pretty meaningless. But I think, I don't know, Bogdanovich might end up being better than Terrence Mann. Terrence Mann has not played particularly well this year.
No, he's been getting his role reduced. We'll see how Bogdanovich plays.
That's a good trade for the Clippers.
Another scoring option, yeah.
They get seconds back because Bogdanovich doesn't look like the best contract right now, but is an upgrade, and they're obviously trying to win. So
yeah.
And the trade came through right away. We like that. Spurs can acquire Time Lord. We haven't really talked about the Spurs for Rob Will, but they did trade Zach Collins. So,
yeah.
And Rob Will could clearly play next to Wemby. That would be a fun team for Robert Williams. I need to slow down the slideshow. How many more trades do you think we get in the next 37 minutes, Eric?
3.
3? Is that your guess? Steven,
Yeah.
What's your guess?
How
many trades you get?
3. 3. Yeah. 3 seems about right.
I'll
go 4 just to be different.
Man, I was just gonna go 4. Now I can't be different.
All right, I'll go 5 because I'll just say there's a bunch of little mini trades.
Yeah, like this Bogdanovich trade. I think 4. I think 4. I'll steal 4 from you. I think 4. Chat, let us know. Don't say, Matt, why you got to do that to me, Matt? Cam Johnson would make us insane, and we'd be insane for trading for him because they want 2 unprotected firsts. Cam Johnson is a perfect trade for mediocrity. Exactly. Yes. 100%. 100%. 1 9-team trade.
And guys, literally, there's nothing to share. Like, for those expecting Brant bombs, I can't. I've
Give
said
us
many
a
times,
bomb, Eric.
I'm not going to make something up, but like, there's literally, and Steven hears stuff too. Like, there's nothing regarding the Blazers right now, other than it seems like they're gonna not do anything.
Yeah,
that's all we're hearing. So like, what?
Eric, don't you know to make it in the media business, you just make things up and then you say I didn't actually say that. Come on now.
Well, Tori said to stop prefacing things, but I always say I'm not trying to make it in the media business. I'm just here to have fun and talk with the Blazers.
We don't need disclaimers.
So I'm not trying to make it, but maybe if I was, I would start making stuff up. But yeah.
Let's make it up. Come on now, Eric. We need Brant bombs.
The thing is, we've been pretty good at like when we're guessing, we've been pretty good at guessing. We need to turn that into some sourced intel.
No,
that may or may not be true. Sources tell me the Blazers are leaning towards trading Jeremy Grant at the deadline, but could be swayed in another direction.
Yeah, just say sources because no one can prove you wrong.
Yeah. So that's... Oh, whoops, I took down the Twitter feed. Yeah. That's what you guys want, right? You want the...
You put your door instead of the Twitter feed?
I know I do.
Yeah, that's what we want. So...
I know, that's what I want. I want Blazers Uprise to start saying they have sources just to make everybody mad.
Oh, dude!
You know how many people would be so mad at you guys if you just started doing that?
If we got one thing right, it would trigger Reddit for sure. We've gotten stuff right, and we get no credit. But I called the Kevin Knox trade. Totally sourced. Totally sourced. 5 minutes before we trade for Kevin Knox, I'm like, watch, we're gonna get Kevin Knox. He's gonna get flipped our way. Totally sourced information there. Definitely not a guess. Breaking news: the Blazers are leaning towards making or maybe not making a trade. Arrow, that's not true.
What's funny
Stop
is,
defending Reddit, Arrow. We know you love your Reddit. But you're a Blazers Uprise mod, okay? You gotta stay loyal. Go ahead, Eric.
Like Jimmy says, come on, at least give us a rumor. Like, there are no rumors. What do you want me to do? Like,
speak,
I'm not gonna
Eric.
make something
Say
up.
what
like,
we want to. Tell me
Jesus.
Tell me what I want to hear, Eric.
Yes.
Say nice things.
If the Blazers make a trade right now, it's going to catch everyone off guard. Like, no one expects them to do anything right now. There's literally nothing coming from the Blazers in terms of talking to teams.
That's not what I want to hear.
Getting close to a team. So,
that's not what I want to hear.
A deal. They're not. Yeah. So,
I'll Discord message you your talking points that you're supposed to say instead of that.
if
Here, to make everyone happier, I'll reread the text I got. They would like to make a move with Grant, Ant, or Aiton, but the recent win streak won't prevent them from making the move if a right one comes. So there you go. There's your rumor. They'll make a trade if the right move is there.
See, that's the word salad to make it so like whoever says that is right no matter what happens, right?
Yeah.
Because if they don't make a trade, they can say, "Oh, we tried." And if they do make a trade, they say, "See, we were shopping people," or whatever. And that's.
I'm just trying to have your back here. I was trying to get some rumors out there.
I agree.
You know.
I agree. But so the thing is, okay, Steven, you know this. You hear a lot of stuff, right? Most of it never comes true, but doesn't mean it wasn't true or that it didn't get talked about or it wasn't maybe close to happening or whatever. And so. Like, if you come out and say, oh, Portland right now is talking to Houston, that might be the case, but if they don't make a trade, then you look dumb for saying, like, oh, look for Houston to be the team, you know? Like, and so, like, I'm not going to make stuff up, but I'll tell you this right now. If the Blazers make a trade right now, no one would have predicted it or been talking about it because there is literally nothing coming from the Blazers right now other than what Stephen Vaughn read off, which is just
a way to cover both bases. Yeah.
So like there is no one that's going to be like, oh yeah, I called that, because there's nothing right now. So I don't know if that's just the Blazers being super locked down and tight with their info in a closed room right now, but there's nothing. And
I mean, right, because you hear so much stuff. Like, I was convinced Dame was headed to Toronto when he was in Portland. Like, I had heard so much stuff that Dame was going to go to Toronto and be traded there, but then nothing comes out. It's like if I said something, I'd look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that did get reported, and everyone went crazy, and yeah.
But I had heard it like 12 hours before. I heard it 12 hours before it actually got reported.
Yeah. But I mean, Tori, when was that? Like 4 or 5 days ago, when I said, like, the Blazers are getting absolutely no good offers for any of their players. Not a single team has offered a first-round pick for any of their players. And I told you guys this is the case right now.
The thing is, I've been warning you guys of this for like a month.
Yeah.
Like we've been preparing for this for a whole month. There was a point where I was like, yeah, I don't think they're going to get back a first for Jeremy, and Eric was still holding out hope. Like, I've been preparing you guys for this to be the case. This is fully what I expected to happen. And it's why I said, I had a tweet. You remember when I had a tweet? Like, I said it's time to move off the asking price for Jeremy Grant, or it's like time to reduce the asking price for Jeremy Grant. It was something like that for those of you that follow me on Twitter, right? Because they were asking for 2 first-round picks, or a first-round pick and a really solid young player. That was definitely too much. And you're probably struggling to get a single first-round pick right now. They should have traded him this past offseason. They didn't. He's played worse this year. He has lost value because of it. It's literally that simple. So now you're kind of stuck with him. So now that's the type of stuff you're going to hear is like, you know, we're not against making a move just because we played well lately. We'll still make a move if the right move comes, and then the right move doesn't come, and it's just like, we like the way we're playing lately is going to be one of the talking points, and the right deal wasn't there. But it's like, timing is everything when selling a player in sports via trade. Selling high is ultimately the goal. But if you can't sell high, the next best thing is to sell before you have to sell low, right? Selling in the middle is better than selling low. The problem is the Blazers might have missed out on being able to get anything at this point, and now it's like there's nothing on the table, but that is their own doing. That is their own doing. So this is why we've been talking about it. We've been warning you guys. It sucks. Trust me, it sucks. It's a little easier to handle when we've seen this coming for 3-4 weeks, right? Like, everything led up to the Blazers doing nothing at this deadline. Now, they still have 27 minutes to make something happen, but there's a reason why we were talking about it earlier in the stream. Like, yeah, this is why it's silly if they do nothing, because that is fully the expectation from everyone. If they make a trade, and everybody's shocked, cool. Like, we'll be happy with that. I still think there's a chance at a Robert Williams trade. Like, Robert Williams is the only guy getting traded right now that wouldn't really surprise me. But still, like, we've had this movie before so many times where it's just like, at this point of the trade deadline, it's like, yeah, the Blazers aren't going to do anything, huh? Like, we've seen very inactive trade deadlines. It doesn't matter who's the GM. It's been Olshey in the past at times, and it's been Cronin almost all the time, so...
Okay, so the Blazers make a more of a win now move to bring in another vet right now. Would you be happy and feel alive that they did something, or would you rather them not do anything?
Well, like, give me an example. If they trade a first-round pick to try and win now,
not
that's
a first-round pick. Like, let's just say they traded like Banton and Reith for like a vet or something. Like, I don't know who, but
if it was like a vet off the bench that could be here next year and be off the bench and would be a good vet in the locker room, I think that would be fine, because then it's like, okay, if you trade Grant in the offseason or trade some of your vets, you do still want a vet in the locker room. So if it's like the right type of guy that's coming off the bench, that's completely fine. I don't view that as like a win now move. I view that as more of like you're getting a vet that makes sense to have on the team, because there's vets that would make sense on this team. So if it's something like that, it's like, yeah, it's good for the rebuild, even though it's a vet.
What if we traded Reith and Banton for Cody Martin?
I don't. He's not even. I don't even view him as a vet. He's just. I'm just saying. He's just a random dude that like does seem like he'd be a Blazer, man. Like, why? I literally would not care at all. At least the untouchable Delano Banton stuff would end.
Yeah.
And at least the Big Daddy references for Duop Reith on broadcaast would end. So, honestly, I'd be pretty happy with that. Part. Can we throw Chris Murray's so we can stop hearing about Cedar Rapids?
Big Daddy?
No, he doesn't like Big Daddy. Dude.
I don't like hearing them. I don't like hearing Calabro call Duop Reith Big Daddy, no.
Oh, I love it. I'm yelling Big Daddy every time he's at the game.
Yeah.
Eric likes it too. I guess that's just not my thing.
It's a dad thing.
I don't know if I like it. I don't hate it either. I hate the Cedar Rapids crap though.
Yeah.
My son hates my son hates the name DB Hooper. He thinks that's the dumbest nickname in the world.
DB Hooper. Well, he doesn't get the reference, right?
No, but he thinks it's the dumbest thing ever.
It's the Cedar Rapids thing is the worst. So if the thing is, you know what's sad is like I hate the Cedar Rapids thing so much that if we just traded Chris Murray for nothing, I would be happy just because the Cedar Rapids mentions would stop. Although, like, what if they just kept doing it without Chris Murray on the roster? Like, they would probably find a way.
I would put it past him,
yeah. Like, if we trade Chris Murray, in my mind, we're trading away the Cedar Rapids references. So. Chat, do you guys like the DB Hooper nickname?
Most people like it, I think.
Yeah. We got 24 minutes until the deadline, man. We going to have a flurry of moves? The 3 second-round picks headed from Atlanta to Los Angeles with Bogdanovich is 2025 Minnesota, 2027 Clippers back to themselves, and 2026 Memphis protected 43-60. So that won't convey, most likely. Denver was another team that had serious interest in Terrence Mann. Why would... Terrence Mann, buying low on Terrence Mann might have made sense for Denver. Yeah, what is Denver going to do?
I don't know. They're actually a team that's kind of stuck in the cap situation they're in without trading Michael Porter Jr.
Just hope that Jokic is so insanely good that he can lead you to another championship. I mean, they miss having the like Bruce Brown, KCP role player type of guy. Christian Brown's been pretty good this year, but I think like they need another guy like that, which I don't really see Terrence Mann in that vein, but
like you said, buy low.
Yeah. Whoops, I did not mean to open. I'm not used to streaming on this new software. I just opened my older software.
Sean asked, would we take KD for Simons and Grant? What? Phoenix is never going to do that. Why would we even just...
Yeah. Who was the first guy we traded to stay under the cap in 4 years? You mean 4 years ago? Scal? Under the tax? Were you even?
No, that didn't. No, we were in the tax, and that trade. That trade was that deadline was the one I was talking about earlier, where Olshey got on the interview and said, "Oh, Whiteside's the best center in the NBA, or when he's going to be the best backup center in the NBA when Nurk comes back, because he's leading the league in rebounds and blocks." And Jody, I almost guarantee, told Olshey to get under the tax. He was unable to do so, and only traded Scal out, which didn't get us under the tax. And yeah, I think that's what started the relationship between those two to kind of crumble a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, Luka was traded. Anything is now possible. I mean, I guess, but that's an outlier. Like, just because the Mavs are dumb doesn't mean the Blazers are going to be smart. Zion and a pick for Grant and Williams. New Orleans wouldn't. See, like, everything for a win now player is like either unrealistic for the other team or us completely screwing ourselves over and shooting ourselves in the foot. If we don't make a trade today, who would you guys predict would get traded this offseason in order of priority? See, like, the tough thing is if nobody gets traded today, it's just like, it's hard to even predict anyone to get traded because what they do is just kick the can down the road. So that's what I would...
Well, the Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick back to the Rockets.
Cody Zeller.
So the Rockets got former Blazer great Cody Zeller.
Yeah.
Be their backup big man.
Cody Zeller. That's who they're... All right. Is Cody Zeller better than Jock Landale?
No, they're both.
Yeah. Thanks for breaking that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we read...
Bobby Marks says the trade puts Atlanta below the luxury tax, though. So they had to do it.
There they go.
There we go.
Did we miss a donation?
Did we get Carter Dix or near 012s? I don't think we were.
Oh, Carter Dick, $2 donation says Halliburton said his veteran was Corey Joseph. Yeah, there you go. There's another example of the right type of vet. Thank you, Carter. Sorry it took so long to read the donation. Shout out to near 012, $10 donation says, "What's up, guys? It's been a hot minute, but here's hoping that we're done with Jeremy Grant ISOs. Love his defense, but I can't watch him take shots and minutes away from our young guys anymore." Yeah, I love his defense when he's not getting screened. Thank you, Near Zero, for the $10 donation. I think you're going to have to embrace more Jeremy Grant ISOs. And then, did you
see him block Kevin Durant, though? That was he blocked Kevin Durant.
I mean, that was sick. That was sick.
Yeah.
He can block shots. He can block shots, but did you see him in Milwaukee the first quarter get scored on like 16 of the first 20 points?
Yeah, I did, but I'm just saying it because after the game, like, they even asked Chauncey about it like 2 days later, like, "Oh, that was such a good block by Jeremy Grant, huh?" He's like, "Yeah, he's doing shutdown defender." Like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Like one block in a game means more than every other possession, right?
It does.
So, and it's not, see, like, if it's Klingon and he gets one block, like, how many times is he deterring guys maybe from getting to the rim or putting up shots around the rim or affecting shots, right? Like, that matters. But a guy like Jeremy Grant, he's not deterring anyone, so I don't really care about block shots. Cool play, fun play, for sure, but I'd rather see him get through screens. And then did we read off, I think we might have missed Booms. Tyler
had
a $5 donation. This was from a while ago. We accidentally missed it. Sorry, Tyler. Hopefully you're still in here. Appreciate the $5 donation. But now is like the perfect time to read this donation message. Because he says, "Come on, Joe, do something." Pokes Joe Cronin with a stick. Thank you. Yeah. If something happens now, then it's just because of your donation. So we appreciate it. We appreciate your efforts poking Joe Cronin with a stick. I don't know if it's going to work, but we will see.
Schroeder to the Pistons?
How many times is Schroeder going to get traded this season?
Well, it's I'm not going to make a joke about his recent comments.
Well, yeah, those were ridiculous, man. That was ridiculous. Those comments were insane.
So is that the second? Or no, that's 3 trades since we talked about it.
Yep. Steven might win.
Oh, man. Yeah, there's definitely going to be one more. I lost.
At the beginning of the season, I saw an article with Blazers players that are untouchable. I guess they should have just put the entire roster. Yeah, Luka's not untouchable. He gets traded, but everybody on the Blazers is untouchable. Steven, you're starting to experience our coping mechanism, which is just to find ways to make sad jokes and write out the rest of the deadline.
I'm with you guys. I've been doing this for years, so just by myself in the living room.
Yeah, it's better on stream. It's more cathartic. It's a better experience.
So
it's good to know that most all Blazer fans feel the same way that I do. It's just like, oh, cool, nothing again, awesome.
I think it might be more so our community than others, just because we have set the stage and explained why. Whereas if you go on Reddit or if you go down the wrong Twitter rabbit hole, there's still a lot of people out there that will excuse this. It's the same people that don't like us.
I'm not going to go down the wrong rabbit hole here, Tori. Yeah. I'm an Uprise boy till I die.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. When are you getting the tattoo?
Well, if there's any other good options, I would maybe leave. But we know the other options, and I know that they're not good. So
yeah, where's the competition? Where's the competition? Tori, drop a diss track on who? I already know who they're gonna. No, I already know who they're gonna say. If it's not Joe Cronin. Rich can do the Joe Cronin diss, since he didn't do his Christmas album this year. Man, I'm wondering if we get a flurry of something. You still got Vucevic out there. You still got, I guess the Pelicans are going to hang on to CJ. There probably wasn't much of a market for him. He had been playing really well though. I at least want Portland to trade Simons today, but I doubt it. Yeah, I mean.
So Casey Johnson, he writes in Chicago. He says that there's been a lot of talks surrounding Vucevic, but nothing that probably is going to come to fruition in the next 15 minutes. So plenty of groundwork for an offseason move.
Yeah, but that's the most Chicago thing is you have. Wasn't he in the last year of his contract?
No, he still has another year.
Got you. He's playing great though. Now's the time when you could hypothetically sell him, I think. And you're selling players, you're going into rebuild mode finally, but you're still gonna have Vucevic, I guess. They should be able to get something back in the offseason though. Just figured a team would want him for a playoff run this season, and if he plays like he did the past couple of seasons next year, then he's not going to have as much value. Plus, the Pistons plan to keep Schroeder, apparently. There's their guard, Eric.
Yeah.
There's the guard they wanted.
Detroit making a playoff push. They're in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
They're not even in the play-in, right? They're still in 6th?
I think they're still in 6th.
They lost last night on a buzzer beater. Maybe that changed, but...
This is brutal. Scoot and Shea need to start. Make a damn trade already. Yeah, if Grant and Simons are still on this team by the start of next season, you can't start next season with Scoot off the bench, dude. I don't think you can start next season with Shea off the bench. You're going into year 4 with Shaedon Sharpe. You're gonna bring him off the bench still.
Oh, they're 7th right now.
So what do you bench Simons and Grant? You probably need a new coach to do that. I don't think Chauncey's gonna be the one to do that. So this is going to be a real interesting offseason if they do nothing, because you cannot go into next year as is unless you bench your vets, and I just don't see them doing that. And what, you're going to pay $30 million, $32 million to one guy off the bench and $25 million to another in order to start Scoot and Sharpe? Like, that's kind of crazy.
Bob Myers is saying that the Grizzlies have made a call on Kevin Durant.
Interesting. I forget, like, Bob Myers, yeah, he's not in front offices anymore. He's now on TV.
Well, Shams reported a few hours ago that teams were still calling Phoenix about KD and heavily pursuing him, but that'd be a pretty crazy last-minute deal.
I want it. I don't think Durant is, like, set on staying in Phoenix. They did nothing this deadline to improve their team. They're stuck. There was a report from a local guy who expects the Suns to be done making moves. Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, you expect most teams to be done making moves. It's 10 minutes left, right? Obligatory hourly. Cronin sucks. From Daniel Schomburg. I'm just reading chat. Grizzlies need a wing. Yeah, I mean, just how do they match Grant? Who would they want to trade to match Grant? Because I saw somebody say Grant to Memphis, but...
Well, if Smart's going to another team, it would have to be part of that, probably.
Yeah. Smart and Conquer. I don't know how to say his name. John
Car.
Yeah.
Conchar?
Yeah.
The white guy.
Yeah, that guy. That for some reason got like a long-term $6 million a year contract. I never understand those contracts for some of these guys. Like Zeke Naji got like a 4-year, $8 million a year contract, and he's just bad. Like
Nasir Little.
There was hope with Nasir, but he eventually became one of those contracts, yeah. Like, what was your hope with Zeke Naji? Never understood that. So, yeah, how many minutes does Jeremy Grant play tonight against the Kings? 40?
37.
37? For all the people saying they're showcasing the vets, that's why they're playing so much. We'll see if their minutes change after the deadline then.
KJ Martin, Josh Richardson, and a 2028 second-round pick from Detroit to Utah.
Utah is just making all these little moves. That's what, 4 trades, 5 trades? 9 minutes till purgatory. Yeah, the countdown to purgatory is on. Joe, please trade a first-round pick for Keon M. effing Johnson, please. Yeah, Keon first-round value Johnson. We're gonna realize that fully.
What happens if the Blazers just suck again after the deadline? Like they go back to playing how they did before.
Yeah, their schedule gets tougher.
Yeah.
Well, aren't they gonna? I mean, they're not gonna keep up winning.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're not going to win like this. What do you think the chances they actually make the play in, Steven? Because me and Eric have been talking about this. Like, if you had to put a percentage chance on it,
Like 2%.
yeah, I've said like 2 to 5%. Like, it's no greater than 5%. I don't know why it's being talked about so much. I think people are just excited to feel like games matter again, which I fully get, but you got to beat out 3 good teams. The West is insanely deep. If we were in the East, we would definitely make the play-in. We actually have we're like 9-5 against the East. If we were in the East, we'd probably be 500 and maybe battling for the 6th seed with Detroit.
So they were 20-1 to make the play-in, like the betting odds, which is an implied 4.76% chance.
Yeah.
The Wizards have waived Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, he fell off. He might be done. I can't wait for Jeremy Grant to have a bruised ankle for 6 weeks. Yeah, you did the bruised face for Grant, which was probably a concussion, actually.
The only thing I'll say about showcasing is it might have helped in the case of Robert Williams, just showing that he could play on the floor and make it through a game.
Yeah.
But that type of showcasing, maybe. But playing Jeremy Grant 38 minutes while he goes 6 of 15 from the field and gets 1 rebound is not helping showcase him.
Yeah. I was hoping this 4-game stretch from Ayton. Is it going to help at all? No. Nope. I always feel like the showcasing thing is wildly overstated.
Well, it is when you have veterans you're trying to trade. Like Jeremy Grant's been in the league for 11 years. Like the 11 year sample size is going to be bigger than what a 20-game sample size. Or
Yeah.
even with Anthony Simons, like if he plays well for a week, it's like, yeah, cool. But he also has had 7 years of average basketball.
Also, it's like either teams care about Jeremy Grant's performance this year or they don't. If they don't, showcasing him isn't going to change anything. And if they don't, it's probably a good thing because he struggled. If they do care about his performance this year, him playing well for like 8 games, is that really going to change their mind for the better when you look at how poor he's been for the rest of his season? Like, no rebounding, no passing. Defense is a secondary, like, help side guy is solid, but, like, on the ball struggles because he can't get through screens. And then he's shooting under 40% inside the arc as, like, an athletic 6'8" guy. That's awful, right? He's basically just a 3-point shooting threat right now. And he shoots 38% from 3. It's not like he's a Sam Hauser level shooter, like a elite 3-point specialist type guy. So, yeah, I don't really understand.
Grizzlies are trading Marcus Smart and a first-round pick to the Wizards in a multi-team trade that sends 2 second-round picks back to Memphis. So there's still more to be in that trade, but Marcus Smart going to the Wiz.
And a first.
Why?
And a first.
What are they getting back?
I don't know. We'll see.
So they have to trade Brogdon then, right? Like, what other piece would be the piece they'd be trading?
I mean, technically,
I don't know. Shams only has part of the trade out so far.
Oh, it didn't even update. There we go.
Grizzlies are off the list. Now there's 4.
Grizzlies off the list.
I just want the Blazers to make a trade to get off the list, just so we can get them off that list.
Yeah,
I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
Like, make a G League trade. Make a Rip City Remix trade so they can get off the list.
Hey, we traded, what's his name, Thierry Darlin this season, so.
Yeah,
See, they should be off the list. I mean, come on now.
Bucks.
Ooh, Kevin.
Bucks.
Yeah.
Bucks.
KPJ to the Bucks?
KPJ, Kevin Porter Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? What?
What are the Bucks doing, dude? I hate the Bucks so much. God.
Dame goes to Milwaukee and gets the same treatment. That's crazy. For MarJon,
So why don't-
okay.
Why don't you? They weren't bringing MarJon back. Why wouldn't you go with Kevin Porter
It's
Jr.?
just point. Well, it's first off, screw Kevin Porter Jr. because domestic
Yes.
BS, right? But also, it's just like he doesn't play defense. He doesn't shoot. He's like a ball dominant player. Like how many guys? How many guys that can't shoot and can't play defense are they going to trade for at this deadline? Because that's 2 now.
Yeah, but he's just going to be Dame's backup. Like, it's better than what they had.
Yeah, but it's just like you're going all it. You're like you gotta add some shooting. You got Andre Jackson Jr., Kyle Kuzma. You know what I mean? Like Giannis doesn't shoot threes. Now you add Kevin Porter. I don't know. You just got a lot of guys that can't shoot.
Ollie Marks is saying Ben Simmons is a name to watch out in the buyout market.
Another non-shooter.
Ben Simmons to Portland. No, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Milwaukee will pick him up. There you go. Another non-shooter, playmaker. At least he plays defense.
Gray Hughes is asking if teams can still be in talk at the deadline. No, they can't. They have to have the trades in by noon for it to work, but sometimes they don't get reported until afterwards. So
yeah, or they'll be on like hold with the league office.
Kings are acquiring Jake LaRavia from Memphis.
Oh, I like Jake LaRavia, bro. I've always been a LaRavia fan, and he's been solid this year. Yeah, 5 was short selling. Here we go. Here's the flurry. So what did they give up? So wait, you have Memphis trading Smart to Milwaukee
and a first round pick
to Washington. Is this all one trade, or is this 2 separate trades from Memphis?
It's probably Sham said it was a multi-team trade, so it's probably all connected to one another. But yeah, they traded Smart and a first round pick, and the Wizards are going to send 2 second-round picks to the Grizzlies.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take your webcam down because I think in order to have the Twitter feeds update, I have to have it down. I wonder what the Kings gave up for Jake LaRavia. I actually like that for them. That's good forward depth. Guy that can shoot, pass. I assume the Memphis is only trading him because they have so much depth.
They've got to be getting something back in this trade.
I'd have been excited for the Blazers to get Jake LaRavia, I'm not going to lie. So it is 12 p.m.
Yeah.
We're at zeros. Unless Cronin is getting a call in right now.
He's probably sleeping.
It is Joe
having a dream, laughing about.
Yeah.
All these people expecting him to do something.
You probably dreamed that he made a trade and then woke up and called it a nightmare. So we'll see what the details are on this LaRavia stuff.
Connor says, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. Yeah.
Anthony asked, do you think Joe could trade someone at the draft, like with OKC, so many first? Dude, I'm never going to think that he's doing anything. So the answer is always going to be no for me.
Yeah, he'll do something. James Wiseman and Cash to Toronto.
That's just clearing up a roster spot.
Yeah. I thought Toronto said Portland for a second. I'm going crazy. Your dog's going crazy too.
Later, Brandon, have a good one at work.
So we would find out if the Blazers traded anyone like momentarily, basically. Normally I give it 10 minutes after until I like completely go all in on ranting about this team. But yeah.
Asher Lamont says I wasted my effing time for this. I would argue that we got to waste our time together, but it wasn't necessarily.
That's what matters,
time, right? Like we're all in this together.
It's the friends you made along the way.
So the Laravia package,
Yeah,
Sacramento is trading Alex Len, Colby Jones, and their second round and a 2028 second round pick.
that's it.
Laravia.
Oh man, that's a steal. That is a steal. Warriors are done with trades. They'll be aggressive in buyout market, according to Chris Haynes. That is a steal for the Kings, though, for real. Steal for real.
We couldn't do that because we value second round picks too much as the new currency of the NBA.
Yeah, new
even
currency.
Though we give them away.
Yeah, because we can trade them for actual currency. That's why they're
because we can get cash.
Yeah. Man, yeah, it looks like your Blazers did what we expected. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And, I mean, we've kind of already said how we feel about this, so it's like, what is left to say? But it's another trade deadline of kicking the can down the road. It's the Joe Cronin special. It is the Joe Cronin special. Nobody should be surprised. This was what my gut was saying, but yeah, it's still going to have Robert Williams III on the team, apparently, even though he barely plays for us because, you know, we're paying a max contract to one of our centers, and we drafted another one of them, 7th overall this past year. Still got Robert Williams on the team for some reason. Like, that is maybe the most baffling thing, because, like, Grant, if nobody wants him, fine, but it's like, why is Robert Williams still here? You barely even play him. And he's very injury prone anyway. Like, why is he still a Portland Trailblazer is just insane to me.
Looks like Scoot and Shaden are locked into bench roles the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, it's just like, so, you know the report of Portland's asking for an unprotected first-round pick for Robert Williams. Like, does Portland just sit here asking for way too much all the time and get screwed because of it? Is Cronin, like, still feel some type of way about the reaction he got for his masterful Norman Powell trade? Like, what's the deal? You know? It's frustrating stuff. So we will hear what Cronin ultimately has to say on this. I hope. I'm used to him talking after the trade deadline. I mean, maybe we don't, but you would think he has something to say. Blazing trails to nowhere. Correct. So this looks like a failure of a trade deadline for the Portland Trail Blazers. They did nothing to pick a direction. You got Scoot Henderson breaking out, but he is stuck behind vets that the Blazers won't move. Or can't move. Either way, it's a disaster. So the Blazers are valuing too much trying to win every single trade over clearing roles for their young players that are at the center of their rebuild and just picking a path, picking a direction. This has been a problem with Joe Cronin his entire tenure. as Portland Trailblazers GM. He'd always talk about how aggressive he wanted to be about building around Dame, never fully committed to it. Then he goes into a rebuild, never fully commits to it. Okay? Now it's like, we're not even saying commit to the rebuild. Commit to the young core. The young core is looking really good right now. If they miraculously make their way to a play-in spot, great. We'll be happy with that. Just embrace them. Lean into the youth movement. And Cronin continues to fail to do that. And he can't pick a direction. It shows me that he has no long-term plan, because I don't think the plan when they signed Jeremy Grant was to still have him on the team right now. And if it was, that's a terrible plan, and your plan was basically to not actually fully go into rebuild mode. Which, stop playing things in the middle. Stop playing the middle ground. That's how you get stuck in the middle ground. That's how you get stuck in what they call NBA purgatory. So, hasn't been 10 minutes yet? Yeah, I'm resigned. I've been resigned. It's just ridiculous. So, like, all we didn't even care about the return for these guys. We just wanted them to pick a direction. They failed to do that.
Matisse Thybulle coming back, that's as good as trading for someone right now.
GA. Great.
Kat says, to be fair, Utah is in a similar position with Laurie, Clarkson, Colin Sexton, etc. The difference is they've managed their cap well enough to be able to make moves to continue to add assets while trying to find the right team. And we might be better than them right now, but what they're doing lead to adding a better player in the future. That remains to be seen. Who knows if that'll happen or not? I'm not saying one way is right and one way is the other. But Utah added basically a bunch of second-round picks and stuff for absolutely nothing this deadline, and we're able to use that cap space. We'll continue to have cap space because they've managed their cap well and can make moves that we can't make moving forward as well. Plus, they're going to, unless we get lucky and move past them in the lottery, they're going to get a higher pick than us this year in a better draft and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And also, who is Laurie and Clarkson blocking? Taylor Hendricks is out for the year. Cody Williams is like really raw and really bad as a rookie, so that's fine. We're sitting here with guys blocking Scoot Henderson, the third overall pick, that is finally breaking out and looking like the third overall pick that he was hyped up to be, and he's blocked. So it's not the same. Like, Portland is the only team doing a rebuild this way. I can't remember the last team that did a rebuild in this fashion.
And Scoot's playing well. That's the problem, too. If he was playing bad, it might make sense, but he's actually playing well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What are your takes on this deadline?
Yeah, not surprising. Like, it was kind of what we all thought, kind of what you guys have been saying for weeks. It's what I've been hearing for weeks. Not surprised it didn't happen, but everybody, it doesn't make sense to me how the Blazers can have two really young players, Shaden Sharp and Scoot Henderson, and you act like you've invested so much in them, but you're not going to start them. So it's disappointing, but it was expected. So kind of what it is as a Blazer fan.
Yep. Like, I don't know where this ranks in terms of disappointing trade deadlines, because it seems like every time we've ever done a live stream has been a disappointing trade deadline, right? Like, the year before we started the channel, it was that was the year they got Rodney Hood. That was a pretty cool little pickup, and then they got Ennis Canner in the buyout market, which were two good pickups and helped us to the Western Conference Finals, right? Since then, pretty much all I can remember at the deadline, like, you traded for Matisse Thybulle, you traded for Norman Powell, and then gave him away a year later with Robert Covington for nothing. Outside of that, it's been a bunch of nothingness. And at this point, the Blazers are going to have to look themselves in the mirror at some point and say, what do we want to do? Okay? And there's one clearly correct decision and one clearly wrong decision. The correct decision is we want to give the keys to Scoot and Sharp, and they can start in the backcourt, and we're going to ride with them, with Tamani, with Denny, with Klingon, and whoever they draft this year, okay? That is the right decision. At some point, they're going to have to decide to do that and make moves to Lean into that. The alternative option is they keep their vets and just try and get good enough to make a play-in by maybe adding more and keeping Scoot, Sharp stuck on the bench and hope that you can get a 10 seed. That is clearly, in my opinion, the wrong decision and the worst decision. Right now, they're stuck in between both of those decisions doing neither. So basically their decision is like, we have what we have, we're just going to do nothing and we're going to see what happens. They don't have a plan. They do not have a plan. And it's been clear and obvious that the Blazers under Joe Cronin have not formulated a long-term plan of any sort. Of any sort. It feels reactionary, and that's why we have to sit here and wonder, like, man, is this 10-game winning streak going to completely change their plans? Because they just feel reactionary. It doesn't feel like they have a plan for how they're going to go about things 6 months from now or a year from now. So, yeah, I am severely worried about Jeremy Grant and his trade value. If the Blazers didn't trade him now, what makes you think they're going to trade him this offseason? Anyway.
So, well, Gray Hughes said they're 9-1. Why not let it play out? What? Like, do you really think trading Robert Williams and getting some assets back right now or something like that would really change what has happened the last 10 games? How many of those games has he even played in? 2?
Yeah.
Like, and we have Klingon now. Like, who cares? Like, And what I'll say to this, for anyone who thinks, oh, they're going to try to get more value later, okay? You all said the same thing last trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so last trade deadline, we do nothing except for trade a top 55 protected pick for Bam. Okay, good move. Like, why not make more of those type of moves then? But I digress. Okay, did nothing. Everyone knew we had to trade Brogdon last year. Every single person, right? And then as the deadline approached, you started hearing, oh, well, maybe we don't have to. Maybe his value will be better in the summer. And then he doesn't trade him. And then those same people are like, oh, they're definitely going to get more for him this summer. We had to give him away as, like, we had to include more in a trade for Denny than we'd have to because we needed to clear money in that trade to get under the tax. And so he was just a throw-in. We could have used any contract. We could have traded Dybul in that deal, and the Wizards would have done the deal regardless of who it was they were getting back because they wanted the draft capital.
Yeah, and if you don't believe that, Malcolm Brogdon is probably going to get bought out now. He's on the last year of his deal. He didn't get traded. So they clearly, and he barely played for them. They clearly did not value him at all. He was just a throw-in. The Blazers got no value back from Malcolm Brogdon specifically.
Okay, then you say, fine, they made a move, they got Denny, they draft Klingon, okay? Good start to the offseason, right? Great start. They didn't do a damn thing after that. Not one thing. Not one free agent signing. Didn't sign a single person, Tori. Not one free agent signing. And the same last year, the year before, that summer, they signed Moses frickin' Brown was their only free agency signing. So they've wasted their mid-level exception, which is a tool to get players to trade then later as rebuilding teams.
Just like the
Wizards did.
Valanciunas trade, yep.
Yes. Okay. So this guy, Joe Cronin, hasn't made a single free agency. This is a freaking dude who sat there and told us like we're dumbasses that, oh, we're going to go in and win free agency battles and we're going to build a winning team. Bullshit, dude. You're a fraud. You're a freaking fraud. You can't even sign a minimum contract free agent better than Moses frickin' Brown. And then you don't trade a single frickin' person all summer. And then every frickin' person knew you had to make moves at this deadline. And you do nothing the entire frickin' season.
Yeah, it's bad. The free agent battles comment was really bad. Because how in 2 years after saying that, how is your only free agent signing Moses Brown? And people will say, they're in a rebuild. Why would you want them to sign free agents? So were the Wizards. They signed Valanciunas. They just got a couple second-round picks out of that, which is the currency of the NBA. Okay? quote
Don't
unquote.
worry, it's going to do it all this summer, guys. Believe him this time.
I mean,
this time,
yeah, we just like we got to stop doing this where it's the next transactional window is when he'll do this. He'll trade Grant, at last deadline, doesn't trade Grant. He'll trade Grant next offseason. Okay, he doesn't do it. Oh, he'll trade Grant next trade deadline. Right now people are saying, oh, we'll trade Grant next offseason. How many times are they going to do this while he declines in play because he's past 30? Okay, while his contract is paying him $32 million a year, while he gets worse. He is becoming a terrible contract that Cronin gave him willingly while he entered a rebuild just to sit on it and
Dave
not
tricked him into doing that contract, Tori.
just BS, man. Like I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the excuses. I'm not even mad right now, because I've been mad for the past month about this. Like Eric's letting it all out.
Mad. I wasn't mad. I started thinking about it more.
It's frustrating, dude. It's frustrating.
This guy will always
I'm
come
gonna
up with. He just can't.
Steven wants out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, but I'm gonna leave everybody on this because I'm with you, Eric. The frustration is real, and we have to, as a fan base, you have to stop saying, wait till next year or wait till the offseason. Because I can tell you, as an older fan, this has been going on for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
This is what they always say. They've never done it. They always just say, yep, it's next season. It's been 25-ish years that they've been saying this ever since the Jailblazers era. So you can't let them off the hook more. You have to make them make a move. And it's okay to get mad at everybody and say that it's wrong that they didn't make any trades, because if they don't make trades, it's just the same old, as it's been for 20 years, and you're going to be stuck in purgatory. Yep. With that, check me out later.
Appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on, Steven. Appreciate you, man.
Man, see you guys.
All right, so
Later, Steve.
yeah. All right. So I'm just decompressing, okay? I'm just decompressing. We'll see what he says. It's going to be some BS, okay? Shout out to Christopher Aquino. I'll read off other donations too if we're missing any. Or let's start with shout out Caden H. $2 donation. Cronin traded away our happiness. Yeah, that's the one thing he traded it today. And then another $2 donation from Caden says, hashtag bring back the Sonics. Thank you for the donations. Shout out Christopher Aquino with a $5 donation. Says, thank you, Eric. I need this. You ranting for me too. Yeah, you're speaking for the people. It's just ludicrous. And the thing is all the talking heads that Cronin has in his pocket are moving the goalposts. People were talking about it earlier in the stream and chat. I saw it. Yeah. The goalpost's going to continue to move. And the can is going to continue to get kicked down the road alongside the moving goalposts. And at some point, they just have to commit to the rebuild. They have to commit to their young core. And if they don't, it's not going to be the best long-term outcome. So if you care this much about a good 10 games, I think you're a little misguided. I think you should care more about having good entire seasons, not just celebrating the fact that we made it all the way to 22 and 29, right? It's fun it's a fun basketball right now. They're playing good basketball, but eventually they're going to have to get off of Jeremy Grant, or they're going to have to let him rot away on the bench making $35 million by his final year, which is just ridiculous when you could have the flexibility to bring in better players than Jeremy Grant will be at the end of his contract with MLEs or maybe even cap space if you do things right, or accumulate assets with that flexibility that Jeremy Grant's contract is holding the Blazers back from. Jeremy Grant's contract being on the books is making it so the Blazers cannot accumulate assets as part of this rebuild. For what purpose, though? Why are the Blazers tying their shoelaces together with Jeremy Grant as when it comes to accumulating assets, just so he can shoot 38% from the field, don't rebound, don't pass? And right now, I don't even know if he's a top 5 player on the team right now. Also, so you can keep Scoot stuck on the bench in the process. So you're not only tying your shoelaces in regards to trying to accumulate assets, a very normal part of a rebuild, you're also tying your shoelaces in regards to you got your third overall pick, high upside guy, just turned 21 the other day. He is breaking out, and you're tying your shoelaces by having him stuck on the bench behind this dude that's shooting 38% from the field as a power forward that doesn't do little things, doesn't rebound, doesn't pass, making a ton of money. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. People across the league look at Portland and be like, what are they doing? Why aren't they starting Scoot? They were saying this before Scoot broke out. Okay? I feel like some Blazer fans get stuck in the bubble of being a Blazer fan and don't really realize like how silly it is to be up against the tax in a rebuild, to not being able to accumulate assets in a rebuild, and to have your freaking third overall pick stuck on the freaking bench when he's playing great. He's been like the most efficient player the past month. Scoot Henderson. He has taken such an enormous step. You should not have him on the bench anymore. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. So the Blazers got to pick a direction at some point, or I guess they don't, because that's basically what this deadline was just continuing to not commit to a direction or to anything.
Yep. So since the Dame/Drew Holiday trade, we have not signed a single free agent. Think about that. That was 2023, right?
Yep.
2023 offseason. We've not signed a single free agent since. The one trade, we made two trades. One for Delano Banton and one for Denny, which are both, good trades, whatever. But that's it. So since we traded Dame in 2023, we've made two trades and drafted Klingon. We talked about this. The easiest thing is just sit there and do that. We traded away, I guess, all our second round picks last year too. So yeah, that's all. A rebuilding team that needs to commit to a rebuild or do something to. I mean, Joe sat right here. This was during the season a few weeks ago. He did an interview with Kevin Calabro talking about how they still need to add talent to this team, to this roster. And then he does nothing to add any talent to this roster or assets to get talent eventually. He just sits on his hands and does nothing. So I'm just curious what it is he's planning on doing to add that talent other than just keeping our draft pick, which if we make the plan like people want us to do, we don't even have a draft pick this year then. So we won't even have that means to do that. And we have very little people who are free agents this summer. So we don't really have a lot of roster spots to even maneuver the end of our bench. So, I don't know.
Yep. There are some people that are definitely like saying this is the final nail in the coffin for them with Joe Cronin, right? Like done with Joe after this, because a lot of people agreed. You had to make a move this deadline, man. You have Simons and Grant in the way of Scoot and Sharp, and those guys have had great games where their minutes are limited for no reason in a season where you're 22-29, and he doesn't seem to understand there is an addition by subtraction element. It's almost like Cronin is just like the way he negotiates to me, okay? And obviously, I don't know. I don't listen to his negotiations, but this is my best guess, right? The way he negotiates is come to me with XYZ for my player, and then we can talk, right? We want this, then we can talk. Where it's more so he's like making other teams reach out to him instead of him going out there and finding out what's out there and negotiating like a real GM. It's almost like he just sits on his hands like, yeah, if you want Robert Williams, we want an unprotected first-round pick. Or we want a lightly protected first-round pick. I don't know, whatever his asking price is. And then when teams don't reach out to him to meet it, it's like, oh, well, we're not getting a good enough offer back. right? And he's basically just playing hardball, not doing enough outreach to try and find something that makes sense. And even if he was doing outreach, it's almost like he just views these trades in a vacuum. That seems to be the problem with Joe Cronin. He views trades too much in a vacuum where it's like, we need baseline amount of value for this player, and if we don't get it, we're not going to trade him, without considering what trading that player means in terms of like, yeah, we open up a starting spot for Scoot. We open up a starting spot for Sharp. Yes, we have a lot more flexibility. And then in the offseason, we can use that flexibility to accumulate the assets we were trying to get in the first place for the player that we were, trying to trade. That's the problem. He seems like he views stuff too much in the vacuum, and that explains why it seems like he has no plan and why he's doing this 2 timelines BS.
Making trades is so hard, though.
And I'm so tired of hearing it takes 2 teams to make a trade. What can you get? How often have we heard that? Why do we hear that every single deadline, all the time, year after year after year, while everybody else goes and makes things happen? And people still buy that as an excuse for us? Really? If you buy that as an excuse for us, that is just like, yeah, it just takes 2 to tango, and there's nothing we could do because the other team has to say yes, and that's the issue, right? Other teams just aren't saying yes because it takes 2 to make a trade. If that's your narrative, you are so lost, and I am so sorry for you, because every other team did stuff. The CBA makes it hard to move contracts. Look how many huge contracts got traded at this deadline. There is no excuse left. And if you're sitting here searching for excuses for Joe Cronin or this ownership group or whoever's running the team, whatever, if you're sitting here looking for, just with all these excuses, you are absolutely looking for excuses because you don't want to hold them accountable. That's the only way in my mind. There is no reason why this should be the situation after the deadline in 2025, especially as Scoot breaks out. Cronin said last offseason we're building the team around Scoot and Sharp. You guys remember that? We are building around Scoot and Sharp. What are we doing? What have we done since then to build around Scoot and Sharp? We can't even clear a freaking starting spot for them because we got guys in their way and we can't even get rid of them. So
he doesn't know what he's doing.
We're not building around these guys. We're not even freeing them up an opportunity to even start. So he's full of shit, just like he's always been, and that's the problem. And it's so freaking obvious, and this is the type of stuff we've been talking about for years. Hopefully more people have caught on now.
Yeah, see, now you're getting worked up. Nice. Kyle Neely says Portland's just a destination for players to come and get paid and nothing else. Yep. Jeremy, Gary Payton. We signed the Nerd contract that had to include a first-round pick to get rid of today.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we appreciate you guys watching the live stream. We're going to be live tonight with the post-game show. We'll see what Cronin has to say if he does speak, but he might not. Kyle Wilson sums it up perfectly, yeah. If the entire league doesn't want your players, that alone is an indictment. Yeah, when you go out and trade for DeAndre Ayton on a max contract and seem to value him, when you give Jeremy Grant almost a max contract and the league doesn't value those guys, why are you valuing them so much that you want to pay them so much money?
Also, definitive one.
Whoa.
when Joe gets up there, if he does talk and mentions how well they've been playing the last 10 games, wouldn't the next question be, well, wouldn't you have wanted to add to that then? Like, wouldn't you wanted to make it easier to have that be a long-term thing?
Well, also, it's like, okay, did your plans change because of these 10 games then?
Yeah.
And if so, why?
Well, let's just say they did, right? Let's just say they did, and he's like, we're doing way too well to trade any of these guys right now. Why didn't you make a move to bolster the lineup then? Because we've been playing like eight guys in some of these games, you know? Like, we could still use another vet on the roster for injuries and stuff, but...
We'll see. I don't even want to speculate as to what he says or like what he gets asked at this point. Like, he's gonna say what he says. It's gonna be some BS. We know. It's the way it goes with Joe Crow.
You reading the same comment I am?
Yeah.
We should read that out loud. It's
Nah. We had people calling out the BS earlier in stream. People are realizing that it's all BS from said dude.
Yeah. I wonder how Cronin's boots taste.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, maybe he spends all day cleaning his boots. That's why he can't do any trades. Just so that they can be licked.
I mean, you know, first of all, I'm not going to let someone insult our community like that because, you know, we have a great community with a lot of smart people and a lot of people who are reasonable and have a good back and forth without it being something where it's like, oh, you guys could never know anything or whatever. If you actually listen to us, we've been saying what's going to happen for a long time, and we've been at the forefront of what's wrong with this organization and how it's going to turn out this way. And if you want to come in here after the trade deadline and try to say that we have no cred and like we're just a couple of mouth breathers, like
I didn't even see that comment.
What have we ever said that's been wrong?
Yeah, I mean,
what have we said that's been like horrible to say? Like what?
Yeah.
I mean, you can
exemplify the worst of sports fandom. What? Keeping the organization accountable when they're doing nothing and not picking a timeline? Yeah, I mean, listen, if you just want to kiss this team's ass no matter what, fine. More power to you. We're not going to do that. That doesn't make us the worst of sports fandom. Fans should hold their team accountable. There seems to be a problem with that here in Portland that there isn't in a lot of other markets for other sports. Maybe it's because it's our only professional sports team of the big four sports markets, but that seems to be a problem in Portland where you got fans like yourself that I think exemplify the worst of sports fandoms, basically fans that just want to kiss the organization's ass no matter what and will continuously change their opinions to fit what the organization is doing because it doesn't matter what they think, it matters what the organization thinks, and we just got to go along with whatever the organization does. That is the worst of sports fandom because then you're just a sucker, man. Like, they have to pick a direction. And you have Scoop breaking out. It's obvious. I don't need to explain it for the umpteenth time. I don't need to explain it again. If either you get it or you don't. Either you get it or you don't. I thought most people got it. They had to make a move. Like they being up against the tax in a rebuild means you can't accumulate assets and you got guys blocking your young players that this rebuild is all about. Meanwhile, you're going to end up with a lot worse draft picks, so you're not going to get a star that way. Like, how does that lead to a championship down the line? Please tell me. Please tell me. Because that's the point. You want a championship down the road. I don't want a 9-1 stretch. I want a championship. I want to contend, at least. So, yeah, like, obviously you're going to have success on your way to contention. Let it be natural. Let it be leaning into the young core. It seems like a lot of people that are defending this deadline from Joe Cronin don't believe as much in the young core as I do because they think that leaning into it means this team's going to be noticeably worse. And I don't. So if that's your opinion, fine. You can be negative on the young core. I love this young core. I love the way this young core is playing. And I would love nothing more for the Blazers to choose to lean into the young core. That is why I am frustrated. Because I believe in this young core. So, if you don't, fine. If you just want a 10th seed, fine. You're entitled to that awful opinion of yours then.
Oh, wow. Here's our favorite poster, Caleb Wilson, and what should we have done? Dude, freaking ridiculous, man. And you know what, Caleb? You know we're in here after every game and twice a week for shows telling you what we should have done or what we would do or what needs to be done. And you know that, though.
I mean, just go back to, like, we've told you what we should have done the past 2 years. And all the way back to, like, why match Matisse Thybulle as an example? We would have a lot more space below the tax. We might have been able to take on a contract and gotten assets because we can use our mid-level exception to take on salary at the deadline. But we're $4 million away from the tax, so we're not going to do that. Part of the reason is because Matisse Thybulle, his contract is against the cap. He hasn't played all year. So that's something I said that we should not do that Cronin did. Like, we have prefaced everything well ahead of time. Caleb,
you've watched this channel enough to know that we tell you what our thoughts are. You don't need to come in here after the fact and ask, what should we have done? You know we've talked about that a million times on this show already. You're a vet for this program. Come on.
Yeah. Definitive One says, no matter what end of the spectrum you're on, tanking, you have to make moves to better your position. Exactly. You have to make progress, like, more than just sitting on your hands. No excuse for Joe's inactivity. Earn your effing money, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Like, would you give up a pick to get rid of Grant? If it takes a pick to get rid of Grant, then Cronin deserves to be fired for giving him that contract at the start of a rebuild. See, that's the thing. People will come in here like, what should Cronin have done with Grant? Teams don't want his contract, without criticizing Cronin for giving him that contract. You cannot defend Joe Cronin by acting like Grant is a bad contract because Cronin literally gave him that contract.
And he should have traded him in the offseason or at last deadline
when he
you
actually
could say he was
had
shooting
value.
40% from three and was a solid defender, and you could have just said he just doesn't fit with our rebuild here. But he's a great player. Look at his shooting stats. He's averaging 20 points per game, and it's efficient 20 points per game. And now he's averaging less with way worse efficiency. And so, yeah.
Yeah, they could have gotten off Grant. Literally sitting here and saying, like, Grant's a bad contract is the biggest indictment of Joe Cronin. Is the biggest indictment of him if you sit here saying, like, yeah, his contract has no value, he's a bad contract now. That is the biggest indictment of him because he gave him that contract and then he didn't trade him when he could get value before now. So that's the problem. Like, there is no excuse for Joe Cronin's handling of the Jeremy Grant situation because either he screwed himself over or he's just deciding to keep him. Those are the only two things here. There is no other way to explain it. He's either deciding to keep Jeremy Grant, which is freaking ridiculous, or he can't trade him because he gave him that fat contract and then kept him when he could have traded him earlier because he was asking for too much value. So either way, he screwed this up. There is no possible way to explain it otherwise. So, and this is a completely separate conversation from how good our team looks right now. And you know what I mean? Like, This team would look just fine without Jeremy Grant. This team would look just fine without him. So, completely different conversations. Chat, I'll do a chat poll. What should I do? I basically just want your guys' thoughts on this. on this deadline? Should we just grade it? We can do A/B, C, D, F, or should we do A, B, C, and then D or F? Or should we do A, B, C, D, or F?
I do A, B as one. Yeah.
A, B is one. I mean, how could we even give it an A? They did nothing. Like, I guess if you think it's a great thing, they did nothing. Neely, absolutely, man. Yeah. Yep. That's what they are. Joe needs to answer for this. Joe needs to be held accountable for this. Joe needs to speak.
And just to go back to last trade deadline, everything that was reported and was heard was that they didn't actively shop Jeremy at last deadline.
Yeah.
And that was for one of the worst teams in the league, knowing you were going to sit him. So just the fact that you didn't do that, and then a few months later, even if you did try to trade him from there on out, it just, once again, it goes to not having a plan on what you're doing with these guys.
I have a picture I'm going to toss up on this stream. Let me make it bigger. Yep. This is where we're at.
We got some trolls.
This is where we're at. Anyway. Blazers one of 4 teams not to do anything at the trade deadline, 22 and 29. They take on the Sacramento Kings later tonight. They didn't even trade Duaparith.
I know. And there was rumors
And he's the fourth string center.
They don't even play him when Robert Williams and Klingon are out, really.
Yeah. You could say he's the 5th string center.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, bottom line for people who want to believe Cronin has a plan or we just don't know about it or whatever, he's literally told us they need to add more talent to this roster. And here goes another trade thing. He talks about how important trade windows are, whether that's the draft, free agency, or now the trade deadline. And 2 of the 3 of those, he has added 0 talent, including this deadline in which he just said a few weeks ago that they needed to add talent.
I'll just respond with this, Eric. To anyone who says that, this is the response, okay? Can you even start to begin to guess, to articulate what his plan could be? Because everybody said, oh, he has a plan. He probably has a plan. You can't even articulate what that could be and how standing pat at this deadline makes sense. Basically, you're just putting blind trust in him. Because everybody says that, but they never articulate what that could actually even mean. That's the problem. That's the problem. Literally, you could say, for any move any GM ever makes, you could say, oh yeah, he has a plan. Just wait, he has a plan. You can use that to excuse literally everything any GM ever does. So basically, if you come in here and just use that as a blanket excuse for Cronin all the time, basically, you're just telling me you're going to kiss every GM's ass all the time no matter what, and not think for yourself and not even think about what's actually happening. You're just going to sit there and say, he probably has a plan, I trust him fully. Great.
Amit says, wait, maybe Joe's plan is to add one on the buyout. We have some cap space. Well, we don't technically have cap space. We have some room under the tax line to sign a buyout guy, but we don't have a roster spot, so we'd have to cut someone on the team already. So
who's going to come to Portland in the buyout market? That's his master plan, is to do nothing, still have guys blocking Scoot and Sharp.
I don't think
and
that
then,
you would say that's the master plan, but yeah.
And then sign somebody off the buyout market. Like, we're cooked, man. We are cooked. So, would we be happy with a grant for nothing trade at this for an expiring? Yeah. The alternative is he continues to decline, most likely, and becomes a bad, immovable contract that you'd have to give up assets to get rid of, and he's stuck on this team until 2028 for no reason. And right now, if you keep him, he's starting in front of Scoot. So yeah, you trade him for an expiring? Cool, you open up a starting spot for Scoot, and you get off that money in the offseason. That is much better than the alternative. Much, 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 much better.
Yeah, and we've talked at length about the opportunity cost of moving someone with a expiring contract, opening up moves that you could potentially recoup that value if you're a smart GM. But we don't have a smart GM, so we're never going to have that happen.
Like, JG should be coming off the bench tonight. He has not been good enough to keep his starting spot ahead of guys that have been better. So you have a bench player making over $30 million a year, and people question, like, trading for him expiring, is that worth it or not? Of course. You want to pay a bench player $30-some million a year over the next 3.5 years? Why?
Who said that, Rip City? From a Portland media member. The Portland Trailblazers sat out the NBA trade deadline frenzy. I'm told no big deals came close to materializing.
We got a comment. I banned this dude because it's just stupid. Because it's probably just a troll. But I do want to make a point about this comment, so I'm going to read it. This community had become disappointingly negative and assumes it knows better than anyone who disagrees with it. Really disappointing. Bro. And then he also says, enjoy your echo chamber. The problem is, for those of you that disagree and say stuff like this, you can never actually articulate a reasonable point as to why you disagree. So it ends up being, if it's an echo chamber, it ends up becoming an echo chamber because those of you who disagree do a freaking terrible job of actually coming up with reasonable points. And you never seem to actually talk about why you disagree. It's always just about us. You can't articulate what Cronin's master plan is that you're defending him with, and you can't articulate why this is fine. So you're just going to go after us and say, you're being negative, it sucks. Echo chamber. Voice your opinion then. What is your opinion? Do you know how to think for yourself? Do you know how to come up with opinion? If you disagree, why? Why? How? Explain. Be reasonable. Be logical. People will think, oh, because we're mad. These guys are mad. They're not being reasonable. They're not being logical. We've been talking about this all season. Now we're just freaking fed up. We've been talking about this all season long. This is nothing new. This situation we've been describing all season long. So now if you're shocked that we're frustrated, then you have not been watching, number one. Yeah. Right. Number two, if you've been lurking for 5 years, like that dude said, you'll know that when we get frustrated, we will show it. So I don't know, like, what you're on about. I don't know what you're on about. You guys just being ridiculous. Like, So many people worry about, like, oh, these guys are negative. I'm going to talk about that instead of explaining why I think they're wrong. If you want to come in here and say, Cronin, I bet Cronin has a plan, I would respect it if you would even just guess as to how this fits into a plan. And it actually needs to be a plan more so than, like, we just need to get better, so why would we trade anyone? Because you're not taking into account many different things to consider. Can't we just trade Grant in the offseason, says Caleb Wilson? Why do you think it's going to be easier to trade him in the offseason than it is now?
You can't get out of his salary with expirings in the offseason, so you have to take back even money.
Yeah, so what, you're still going to start him over Scoot the rest of the season then because you're going to wait until the offseason? Like, that's the problem. That is entirely the problem. Shout out to Brainley, $5 donation, says, I am upset they didn't trade Ant. I was looking at Ant's B-ball reference page the other day. He's the same exact player since he first became a starter. Yeah, he's having a little bit of a down year. It made sense to trade him, but yeah, he's still here. Thank you for the donation.
So that quote I read earlier from Rip City in chat was from Aaron Fentress. He goes on to say, before people complain, remember that making 0 deals is better than making bad deals. The Blazers are on a roll and like what they have enough to not dump key players for mediocre draft picks and bad contracts.
Freaking ludicrous.
What you're talking about? Jeremy's the worst contract. They could have literally traded for anyone and been in a better.
How dare we dump our bad contract for picks in a bad contract? That's bad. What? My guy. What are you talking about? There might not be 5 contracts in the league worse than Jeremy Grant's right now. Like, we might be at that point. I don't know, but we might be there. So sitting here saying, oh, it'd be bad to trade him for a bad contract. The thing is, if we get a bad contract, it's likely more short-term at least. Name another player that's in the second year of a 5-year extension whose contract looks this bad and is making this much. You can't name one. You cannot name one. So that's just a freaking terrible take, man. That's just a terrible, awful take.
There you go, Beal. Beal's the only one.
How many years does he have left?
I think he has 3 or something, 2 or 3.
He has 1 less year than Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, but he's got a no trade clause that it's like $50 million.
Yeah, his contract sucks. His contract sucks. He has 1 less year left on it than Jeremy does.
But you can't even trade him if you wanted to because they'll just decline the trade. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, Bradley Beal is the outlier of all outliers. Okay, there's 1. But he's not as long-term. You cannot find a player that's has 4 years left on his deal that is this bad of a contract. That's such a long-term contract. Why did you give him a 5-year deal? Why? Like,
why did you get that extra $10 million? It was like reported it was going to be 5 years.
Yeah, like $30 million a year.
Yeah.
And he gets an extra $10 million, and you give him 5 years? Why? It's just ridiculous. Like, even at the time, we were raising our eyebrows. We were so, like, concerned with all the Dame stuff. It was like, oh, well, maybe Dame will still be here because we re-signed Jeremy Grant. So it wasn't, like, evaluating it in that light. I mean, the only way a Grant trade would be a bad trade is if you had to attach, like, a ton of draft capital to him, okay? Like, sure, yeah, I don't want to attach 2 firsts to Jeremy Grant to get rid of him. But if that's what it takes to get rid of Jeremy Grant, then, oh my goodness, Joe Cronin screwed this up so bad. And you should be critiquing him, not defending him with that stuff. Shout out to IME. Or no, wait. Did we read Vinny MC's donation?
I don't think we did.
Shout out to Vinny MC, $5 donation. Thank you, Vinny. He says, I'm being told the vets will have more value when they are expiring. I'm not knowledgeable in that type of stuff. Does that track? I mean, it's easier to trade a contract when they're expiring if they're on a bad contract because they're not, let's say nobody wants Jeremy Grant's contract right now because they're making money over, he's making a ton of money for the next 4 years. When he's in his last year, teams can trade for that because it comes off the books like right when the offseason starts, so it's whatever. The problem is he's not expiring until the 2027-2028 season.
It'll be like 34 by then.
He's going to be like 34, so we're going to wait until then? So we're just going to have him tying up a huge chunk of our salary, which limits us from doing other things, when he should probably be coming off the bench at this point, just so we can try and trade him at the 2028 deadline? It's 2025 trade deadline. We're going to wait until the 2028 deadline to trade him? Like, that's why it's not an excuse, because he has so many years left. With Ayton, at least it's like, oh, well, he'll be expiring next year. He'll be expiring off a contract this offseason. That's why I'm not even, like, mentioning Ayton. Like, okay, they're going to keep him. He drives me crazy, but he'll be expiring this next offseason. Like, okay, fine. Grant is the big problem. Ayton's not really a legitimate problem on this team. Simons isn't even a legitimate problem. Because at this point, it's like, if you start Scoot and still bring Sharp off the bench, okay, fine. They start Scoot when Grant misses time. Grant is the one with 4 years left on his contract. Grant is the one that's causing the most issues here. Right? So that was the guy that needed to go sooner rather than later, and we keep kicking down the can down the road as he loses value because he got worse this season. And it's starting to look like the only alternative is we wait until the 2027-2028 season or attach assets to get rid of them, which is ridiculous in a rebuild. It's ridiculous. Shout out to IME with a $20 donation. Thank you for the $20 donation. We appreciate it greatly. Says, Cronin Mumbo Jumbo, we explored every option and looked for potential opportunities. We didn't make any trades. It wasn't for a lack of effort or ambition. We are committed to building the roster however we can in the offseason. Pretty good Croninism right there. Thank you, IME, for the donation. Brian Pumper, $5 donation, says, I assume the lack of moves from your GM is probably due to your guys' recent success, not necessarily great, since y'all a minutes issue either players. I don't know I didn't understand the last sentence, but I mean, not moving Grant because we've been playing well lately is just like ridiculous because Grant hasn't really contributed to it. Grant is blocking guys that have contributed to it more, and you don't get stuck with Jeremy Grant until the 2028 trade deadline because you had a good 10-game stretch in 2025. You know what I mean? So it's just super short-sighted if that's the case. But maybe it is, man. Maybe it is with this organization. It wouldn't shock me. Thank you, Brian, for the $5 donation. Anyway. Comment says JG's role changed a lot this year. He's not worse per se, just not adapting well to a system that isn't well defined. Well, like, get rid of him then, because if the system doesn't fit him, he doesn't fit this team, how's that going to get better? You should have got rid of him sooner then. Like, you knew you wanted to play the style of basketball, so you should have been able to have the foresight to see that maybe his role didn't make sense with the direction the roster and the team was going, so you should have got off him earlier. I don't know if you're saying that as like an excuse for Cronin or like maybe even criticism of Cronin or whatever, but like basically it's like if that's true, and maybe it is, like that's why you should have just moved him earlier. Too much panic over Grant, in my opinion. Overpaid role players could be salary filler when needed. Bigger concern as Scoot starts. When has a role player making $30+ million a year been used as salary filler with like 3 years left on his contract?
Why would we be trading for a player that we need $30 million in salary for? We'd be trading for that player because we're getting assets to take him on, not necessarily for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean this organization is dysfunctional from the top down. We know it.
we should maybe do that. Blazing says we should go back and read Cronin's trade deadline statement from last year, but we should listen to it. It's probably going to be exactly the same.
Yeah. Yep. What did Channing Frye say? I missed it. Not surprised, honestly. Summers was the only trade talk that had tread, and it didn't find traction. I'm not surprised either, man. It's still very frustrating.
Robert Williams wasn't rumored to several teams this year. Uprise wasn't rumored to several teams.
Why Zebra says we might be good down the track and trading for a star. Well, why do we need Jeremy Grant to trade for a star? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of his salary for an expiring, have some flexibility, use the MLE to sign someone and trade him for some draft assets, or take on contracts potentially if we have enough flexibility and get draft assets that way, and then we have more draft assets to trade for the star, and we'll always have other salary to match him with. So why do we need to make it harder to have the assets to trade for that star so that we can have Jeremy Grant in his salary to trade for that star like 3 years from now while he either rots on the bench or blocks young guys?
What Tori's alluding to is what the Pacers did with Bruce Brown last offseason. Give him a major overpay short-term contract that they then used to acquire someone better in Siakam.
Yep.
And it didn't hurt them because they had a short-term huge
It
contract.
was a 2-year with a second-year team option, so they could have opted out of it that next offseason.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the problem is we're in a cap situation where if the other team doesn't want Jeremy Grant for like 2 more years or whatever this trade takes place, then we're kind of screwed because we have no one else that can fill that role, like other than we're going to get into by that time it'll be Sharp and Scoot getting off their rookie deals and into actual contracts, and we're probably not going to want to trade them to
Yeah.
And Bruce Brown got traded again today with that contract since it's then expiring.
Yeah, because
last night,
the Raptors decided to keep it, and then they used it to match salary for a bigger name player. So,
yes, Beavis, the trade deadline is passed. The Blazers did not make a move.
shout out to Alex Wolf, $5 donation, says, on my way to the casino and am borderline anxious to push my chips in. JK, if you know, you know. Go Cavs. I was at work. Did you guys like the Cleveland Atlanta trade? Love you guys. Yeah, I thought it was a good trade for Cleveland and made sense for Atlanta as well.
Yeah, as long as DeAndre Hunter stays healthy, that's an upgrade, obviously, and with the way he's been playing this year.
Yeah, look at you. Not complacent with like 40-10 record or whatever Cleveland's at, but the Blazers at 22-29. They had 10 good games, so they can't do anything.
Oh, Oscar's not feeling very uprisen. I'm sorry, man. I wish I could say it was our fault, but
I'm sorry you feel down risen, man. Who does know what they're doing? We don't ever hear the phone calls. It's hard to say what Cronin thinking. I'm not actually surprised. Actually, I know why you guys are frustrated, but I expected this. I mean, yeah, nobody hears the phone calls, but you can see what he does and does not do and know how that affects other things. Like, we can see the payroll. We can see the position the team's in. We can see the guys that he's signed, the guys that he's traded for, and the guys that he has not traded. And we can judge them accordingly. Anyway, it's kind of a relief to just be like, all right, we'll move on, whatever. Like, after the stream, we'll criticize him tonight if he talks. Like, we'll probably have more criticism for this freaking deadline. But it's also just like, no, we don't have to wonder about what happens. They did absolutely nothing, so... So does Scoot start going forward? Probably not.
Yeah.
If he does, I'll at least applaud them for freaking starting him. I'm not surprised at all that we didn't trade Grant, but I honestly am surprised that we didn't trade Robert Williams. I mean, yeah, like we barely play the guy, and he's our third string center. Why? Why is he still on the team? If they win tonight, do you guys have a different take? Jesse, I don't know how else to explain this. This is not about winning individual games. This is about the long-term outlook of the Portland Trailblazers.
They could make the play-in. It still doesn't change the fact that we needed to make moves that are going to become increasingly harder the more you kick the can down the road. And we've explained that many times, how setting up your cap situation makes it super easy to take advantage of teams who don't have a good cap situation in this current CBA. And to not put this team in a position to do that, I think, is malpractice. And so this is separate from winning on the court. And it also kind of depends on how we win. Like if Jeremy and Anthony have like awesome games today and everyone else sucks, but we win the game, is that really helping us that much? Like, yeah. Per Mark Stein, what was that, Landon?
The funny thing is Jeremy Grant's our third best forward. And we might draft a forward with a lottery pick this offseason. So does he then become our fourth best forward pretty quickly? And you're paying him how much?
Yeah, so, okay, I read it. So there's Mark Stein's reporting that the Lakers called us about Robert Williams right before they did the Mark Williams trade, and that our asking price was too steep. Did you see what they gave up for Mark Williams, though?
What was our asking price?
Yeah, it was rumored it was an unprotected first. So, like
could you have gotten a protected first for Robert Will and said no because you wanted an unprotected first when you're playing this dude as the third string center and barely playing him in most games? You freaking moron! Like, what the what could you have gotten? I fully believe they're sitting there like, we want an unprotected first, and they're like, that's too much. We'll go somewhere else. Cronin's a freaking moron if that's true. Like, what the hell is he doing? That's what I talk about. Like, they just say, this is our asking price. Either meet it or screw off. And they set, like, an absurd asking price. And then when teams don't meet it, it's like, what could we do? That is Cronin. That is Joe Cronin. That is literally what I fully believe that's what he does. Which is crazy. Crazy. What could we have gotten? They don't have seconds. We would have had to have taken we would have gotten a 2031 first round pick or Dalton Connect.
Yep.
So you turned that down, asking for an unprotected first for Robert Williams, who you barely play? You gotta be kidding me. Like, if they offered Gabe Vincent in a minimum contract, fine. I have a hard time feeling, after seeing how much they gave up for Mark Williams, they were desperate for a center.
They have three good assets for Mark Williams.
And that was apparently
one of those three
their backup plan. They moved on to Mark Williams and then gave up that much? Bro. I kind of feel like he could have gotten Dalton Connect or a somewhat protected first-round pick for Robert Williams, and he basically was like, nah, unprotected first or nothing. Just like he sat there this offseason, like, we want 2 first-round picks in Rui for Jeremy Grant. He's clueless. He is in over his head. And if you don't see it, I don't know what else you need. That's insane. That's insane. Maybe Time Lord was anti-Lakers? What? Bro, you're just saying... What?
That was probably a joke. That was a joke.
The thing is the problem is, I don't know. I don't know if that's a joke with some of the ways like people excuse Cronin. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. That's the problem, man. That is the problem. At least the sun's out. Cole, I don't know, man. Cronin only trades guys where they want. Brother, you're telling me Robert Williams, who's like not even playing, wouldn't want to go start in LA next to Luka and LeBron? Yeah, like let's just be reasonable, bro. Please, man. Just enjoy basketball. I want to enjoy playoff basketball and playoff wins. Is that okay, Sergey? Because he said, didn't grow, it's all good now. We get better, 9-1 now. Just enjoy basketball. I want to enjoy playoff series wins. That's what I want to enjoy. Do you not? Does that not matter? If so, then I'm jealous of you, because that's the only way to deal with this front office is to just like not even care. Anyway. Nothing came about. I'm sure Cronin tried to make deals. Brother. His asking price is too steep. He asked for 2 first-round picks and Rui this past offseason for Jeremy, according to reports. Maybe that's not true, but he asked for clearly asked for too much for Jeremy when the Lakers would have traded for him this past offseason. And then he was, according to reports, asking for an unprotected first-round pick for Robert Williams, and the Lakers tried to get him, but the Blazers' asking price was too steep. So, stop just using that excuse. Like, it's old.
Also, yeah. Okay. What would have to happen for you to stop using that excuse? Because it's been several trade deadlines, several transaction windows where that's happened. So are you just going to keep using that every single time this incompetent GM doesn't make a move because he doesn't know how to make trades properly? Or are you at some point will you then be like, oh, I can't use this excuse for the 47th time? I'm just curious.
Very legitimate question. Very legitimate question. "47th time." It's starting to feel like that's where we're at. Shout out to Conan Doom. What's up, Conan? With a $5 donation. Says, most risk-adverse franchise in the league was too scared to go all in with Dame and now is too scared to sell vets to properly tank, destined to be mid. Thank you for the $5 donation. I don't even want to phrase it like tank anymore. The young core is good. The young core is playing really well. They're too scared to go to lead into the young core.
Commit to them.
Like,
yeah.
You know what they are? They're scared of commitment, Eric. They're scared of commitment. They are the organization that is that one person that's scared of commitment.
Wow. Okay, Sebastian. We're trying to keep Scoot happy. He wants to play with Grant and be blocked by him in the starting line.
According to what? According to what? He doesn't want to start? Dame wanted to keep Plumlee. Players want to keep everybody all the time, even if it's not what's best for them or the team. So that's what we make moves based off of. We gotta keep the band together because they like each other. We gotta pay Jeremy Grant an insane amount of money until 2028 because his teammates like him.
Kyle Neely says, I'd rather keep RW3 if he doesn't get injured. He's a monster. My dude, Kyle, when this team is healthy, Robert Williams does not even go onto the floor. He doesn't even play. What are you talking about? We're talking about a guy who doesn't even play a minute in games when we are healthy. What do you mean he's a monster? We're not even playing this monster when he's healthy.
I'm so tired of the you guys act as if you know what it's like to be a GM or what's happening behind the scenes with Cronin, but you don't. You don't know anything then. We know the CBA about as well as anybody out there that's not a GM, okay? Number one. Number two, dude, we can see all the moves that he does and does not make. Like, that's the problem. See, people that disagree with us, it's never actually about anything real. It's always just about, you guys don't know what phone calls he has. You guys don't know, what conversations he has. How do you guys know? You're not GMs. He is the GM. You don't know what happens behind the scenes. So you can't say anything. It's just ludicrous. It's just ludicrous, bro. I'm tired of it. Anyway, we're going to end the stream soon because I'm over it. Thank you to everyone who donated this stream. At least your guys' support means the world. Shout out to Steven for joining us and breaking stuff. That was fun. We're going to be live again tonight on the post-game show. Nobody said you couldn't say anything. Just don't be so dogmatic about what his options were. Don't tell me what to say. If you have a problem with what I say, if you disagree with what I say why you disagree. Stop telling me what to say, brother. That's the problem with people like you in chat, singling you out. You're telling me what I should and should not say instead of telling me why you disagree. That's the problem with all the people that we have issues with because they disagree. You guys never actually articulate why you disagree. You never articulate anything logical. So you guys don't know, so don't be dogmatic about what his options were. If he had no options, he put himself in a position where he had no options. It's not an excuse for him. He put himself in this position. He signed Jeremy Grant's contract. He played hardball with Jeremy Grant's contract. He's playing hardball with a guy that's our third string center and barely plays because he wants an unprotected pick for him. This is all stuff that he's doing. So if you want to plug your ears and not listen to any of that, fine. Not acknowledge any of that, fine. But it's all real. Like, anyway. Eric, anything else?
Yeah, just to go back to the comment about you guys aren't GMs or whatever. Okay, so let's just say we're not GMs, and let's take Cronin for his word, right? So since he mentioned about being confident he'd win free agency battles because he's got Chauncey and him in the room with someone, he signed Moses Brown. Okay? So we're not GMs though, but so we can't criticize that that's his only free agent move in 2 off seasons. Right? We can't criticize that because, well, Portland's not a free agency destination anyway, right, Tori? So we don't know who could we even have signed or whatever. Well, then don't freaking say that you're confident you can sign free agents if that's the case, right? A few weeks ago, we said we needed to add talent to this roster, and we're seeing signs of improvement, but we need to continue to keep adding talent. Did he add any talent today? Did he add any talent? No, he did not. And we can go back. I'm not going to rehash the whole Dame thing, but, we can talk about every comment he made with Dame on the roster and how he never came through with any of those either. So my point is, we're not just talking about what we do if we were GMs. We're also talking about the massive failures of Joe Cronin's own words to us fans in this franchise, that he has failed to even come close to doing anything close to what he has said. And on top of that, his plan keeps changing, which indicates he doesn't actually have a plan. So no, we aren't there to see what his actual plan is, but it's pretty obvious it is wishy-washy at best. If we're being realistic, it's probably it's not a very good plan. So that's the nicest way I can put it. So, yes, we are not GMs, but we do have thousands and thousands of hours of us on this show talking about how a rebuilding team does not put their cap situation in this to begin with. And you can't blame Olshey for that anymore, because every single player on this roster has been re-signed or traded for by Joe Cronin. So you can't do that. And so he has set up this roster to be this way. And this is what happens. You can't then talk about inactivity like it's something that he has trouble, or no team can make a trade, or you don't know what calls are being made, because he's put this team in the situation where there are leverage in trades being against the cap, or the tax, and they can't actually make moves that other rebuilding teams can make to facilitate trades and add assets, like OKC did for years, like Utah's doing right now, like Detroit's doing. Those teams are adding assets while also going through the process of building a good team. So you can make good moves, like for Denny and for Tamani or whatever, and you can make good draft picks, but you also have to continue to add assets. And Joe Cronin so far has absolutely failed to continue to add assets. Short of trading the franchise's best player, he has done nothing to add assets to our asset pool. And that includes trading players like CJ and Josh Hart, who's a near all-star this year, like Norman Powell, who was a near all-star this year. We do nothing to add to our asset pool outside of trading a top 75 player of all time. And if that is the case, if you cannot rebuild without adding assets, or you cannot make moves to add talent or sign a single free agent better than Moses Brown, I'm sorry, but you're a crappy-ass GM, and you don't need to be a GM or in the front office or be there on the phone listening in with your little phone in the corner to know that all of those things are true. And if you want to argue any of those things, be my guest.
Yeah. And listen, I don't know how involved ownership is. If they're responsible for all this stuff, then all right, just insert Burt Cold's name or whoever's name in place of Joe's if he's powerless, right? But don't believe that for a second. This dude struggles. Did you plug your keyboard into him to make it louder? I have loud keys. I need to get a quieter keyboard so I can type without having to mute. But you just got the PR machine is churning, everyone. It is currently churning, and people are currently being brainwashed as we speak by the Portland State media PR machine. The same dude that said Jeremy Grant's contract is good and is now saying, what did you want them to do? Trade him for different bad money? So, we're just moving the goalposts. As always, the PR machine will continue to churn and churn and churn. And, that's how the Blazers go about things. They really do care. They got a PR team. Mm-hmm. Yeah, their PR team tries to control the narrative, may even reach out to reporters about the stuff they say. Okay? So, yeah, it's legit. It's legit. So, They control the narrative the way they want it, and they have people that will do their bidding, and you should not listen to those people.
Yeah, if you want to say Cronin's a genius, that's where he's the smartest.
The PR machine.
He got in with the people he needed to get in, the people that part of the fan base that just hated Neil Olshey, right or wrong. I'm not saying everyone should have hated Neil Olshey, whatever. But like, he got in with those people, became friends with them, let them in, gave them info in exchange for them never criticizing him, and so that was smart of Cronin. That's absolutely smart, because now, other than us mouth breathers who go into our little echo chamber, there's no one out there. You know, he's even got Fentress on his side now. Like that's smart, dude. Cronin is smart. I have to give him credit for that. It's the best thing he has done. Is the smartest thing he's done is get those guys in his pocket, so he has that mouthpiece to always just push out the narrative that, oh, we tried so hard. How many times have we heard that from Cronin? We came so close.
This press conference apparently, allegedly, between 4 and 4:30. I'm frustrated, man. I really am. I just want to embrace the young core. Like, I just want to embrace starting Scoot and like have given those guys the keys and just watching them take off. That's all I want from this team, man. And that's too hard. Cronin isn't perfect. No GM is. I'm sure he'd do different things differently in hindsight. Well, the problem is hindsight doesn't pay the bills. Foresight does when it comes to being a GM. So he doesn't get off the hook.
So Method 91 asks, is there a chance we can move Grant in a few months in the offseason? Because then we're still okay. Yeah, absolutely, we could move Grant in the offseason.
But it's just like, if they're not getting anything now, why would they get something in the offseason that's better?
Well, the problem is you have to trade out salary. In the summer, there's a lot of free agents and stuff that it becomes harder for teams to trade for someone unless they have contracts under the books, and then you're putting that contract on your books for next year. Whereas if you just traded him for an expiring and got no value for him right now, then you would be clear of his salary and wouldn't have that problem this summer. So it becomes like, so the year the Blazers had the third pick, if they would have tried to make an all-in move, they would have had to trade Anthony Simons or Nurk or someone, or both of them, if they got like a max type player, because they had no other salary to trade. So it either became teams that they were talking to had to want those two players, or there was no deal to be made. And that's a big reason why then they could say, oh, well, no one wanted the third pick. Well, yeah, no one wanted the third pick. It's because we didn't have any contracts to attach for the players they wanted to. It is possible, and he could be saved like he did with the Brogdon trade or whatever, because then people could argue that it was good to wait. But like, it becomes increasingly harder, and you have to find the perfect scenario to do that. And I don't know if that's. I just think it's going to become monumentally harder to do so. So he's going to have to get lucky and find the perfect situation.
Yeah. We could also move Delano for an early second to get a center like Queen or a forward like Ibaka. Well, Queen's going to go in the first round for sure.
And why would we trade Banton? Well, we can't move Banton because he's a free agent. So
you think his value could get worse? Says Caleb Cunningham. Who, Jeremy? I feel like I was asked the same question this past offseason, and his value has definitely gotten worse, so I'm confused by your question. Kyle Wilson. Is that true? Brother. That's so bad that I don't even believe it. Mike, is that quote from Kyle Wilson true? Because I know Mike's listening too. That's true. This dude really said, OKC has the worst ownership in the NBA. Why do you want to be like OKC? This dude, Danny Meringue, just said, why would you want to be like OKC? They have the worst ownership in the NBA. Really?
So, because they moved the team. I mean, how does that?
That's like 20 years ago. This doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
what do you mean, why would we want to be like OKC, bro?
The second part is that forces them to stay under the luxury tax. What do you think Jody's doing to us? Oh my God. Does anyone actually believe that Jody would go deep into the tax for the right person? Like
that's what Jody does.
That's such a load of crap. This is exactly why you guys cannot listen and trust these people, because Joe Cronin will be like, oh, Danny, tell everyone that Jody will be willing to go in the tax this offseason for Dame. And then they freaking piss Dame off and trade him. Like they have no intention of actually doing that. It's complete BS.
Why would we want to be like OKC, man?
They have too many seconds, Tori. It's too hard to trade. You can't trade for that much cash. There's like a limit, so.
That's insane. That's actually insane. We don't want to be like OKC because their ownership forces them to not go into the tax when our owner does too. Guys, that's actually insane. That's actually one of the worst things. That's like one of the silliest things I've ever heard. This is what people listen to. This is where people get their arguments from. That's why nobody can come in here that doesn't like us and come up with a coherent argument against us, because this is the crap they listen to.
Inarguably, OKC is currently set up maybe better than any team in NBA history for a long extended run, right?
Why would we want that?
With the age of their players and how much draft capital they have moving forward, all that kind of stuff. Like, this has never happened before in the history of the NBA. So, I mean, there's been better teams, of course, but like no team has been set up with like an MVP level player, several other really good players. Like Chet, yeah, thanks, Kyle. Chet's back today. He's not on the injury report, so they got him back. Like, you cannot be set up better than them. And I've had issues with Presti in the past, and yes, ownership has prevented them from keeping the core together in the future or in the past, and we'll see what happens when all these guys get paid in the future. But you see how people are losing their minds out of winning 9 out of 10? Can you imagine if we were OKC right now? Like, you wouldn't want that?
Yeah,
even if we had to stay out of the tax, you wouldn't want to be the number one seed and like be the favorite to come out of the West right now.
And have like 3 times as many first round picks as we do right now.
This is where they're so far up his ass that they don't even see the stupidness of their points they're making. You know what I mean?
It's so insane. It's amazing. I mean, yeah, they got too many picks. Too many first round picks and too many good players. Why would you want that? Oh, God. We will continue to try and make sense. Like, that's what we try and do. We try and make sense. Bare minimum. We try not to say absolute insane stuff like, why would you want to be OKC? All right? I feel like that's a pretty good standard to hold ourselves to not say dumb crap like that.
Michael says if we were OKC fans would think Cronin was the second coming of Jesus. They already,
They
some of
are
them already think that. Like, yeah, can you imagine if we were?
OKC, man. Like, that was so ridiculous, I didn't even believe it, and we had somebody else confirm, which is just wild. OKC is about to get a better pick than us, too. Right now, they would have a better pick than us.
I really hope most people can see through that BS. Like, are there really people being like, yeah, wow, I agree, Danny. What a great point. We wouldn't want to be the best team in the league with the most draft capital and like all these young players. How old is SGA? Like 25 or 26 or something. Like, why would we want a mid 20-year-old MVP and all this draft capital, a third-year All-Star in Jalen Williams and Chet coming back from injury? Like, we got Caruso for nothing. Why would we want to make a trade like that? Like, oh my God.
I know.
So people are they sitting by their radio being like, yeah, Danny, what great points. Oh, good job, Danny.
Dude, if I was driving and I heard that, I might crash my car. Like, yeah. He's wild. Even people that were like disagreeing with us and going at us in our chat can't even walk past that saying that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's wild, bro. It's like, how can you trust somebody that says that? That's all I'm gonna say. How can you trust somebody that says that sort of stuff? To excuse this. Like, if that's what you listen to and that's why you disagree with us, I got some bad news. It's probably not the guy to listen to, man. I'm just saying, because that's insane. Like, how do you even come up with that? That's like, if I was trying to come up with the worst take possible to defend this trade deadline, that might be it.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Yeah. At least go with the Houston one we've gone with before, right?
Yeah.
like they had veterans, like, stick with that one. You had it, like, you could somewhat have logic to stick with that one, right?
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, at least we got a laugh out of it. Maybe that's what that was intended for, just to lighten the mood. Anyway. We'll be live again later tonight. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining the stream. It's been a wild, wild stream.
Now Fentress is pumping up the value of expiring contracts, and that these guys, you don't trade bets when they're not expiring. But yeah, just completely ignore that.
Yeah, we're going to be able to trade Grant in 2028.
You know what's hilarious? If you go back and listen to that Scoot, the Scoot draft and stuff, and Danny was live. I forget if it was on Jack Ramsey's or whatever, but like, he was like, for the first time, showing like he was upset or whatever. Rich has this clip of him like giving this look like, oh man, what just happened after Cronin's press conference that night? And the next day he was like completely 180, talking like, oh, Cronin's never lost a trade, these are good moves and stuff like that. But like, in the moment you could tell
he even asked a tough question.
He didn't believe, he was like, what is Cronin doing? And then the next day he was right back to kissing his ass again. He's never lost a trade, he said on his show. Like,
yeah. That's insane. Anyway, people take this guy's words as gospel. That's crazy to me.
Steven's in chat. He still doesn't believe that Danny actually said it. We've had 4 people say that that's what he said.
Yeah.
Confirm it, so
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you guys have watched us enough, you guys know how we feel. If you haven't, then maybe you know how we feel now. But this is the type of stuff that gets fed to people around here. I don't know why. Cronin is a masterful PR guy. He's the best PR GM I've ever seen, I guess, because he has people saying that for him. Although, is that bad? Like, is that so bad that it's bad PR? I don't even know at this point. That's crazy. So, leave a like on the stream. Easiest way to support the channel. We appreciate it. Subscribe if you have not already. Turtle. Not a fan of him, but he does have more exposure than you guys behind the scenes. What? Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Look what it does for him. Gives him...
All right.
Bro, yeah, here's the point. Here's the point. He's cool with Cronin. He will do his bidding. He's cool with them. That's a problem. The problem is he's not impartial. And it's clear as day. That's the problem. Cronin thought deadline was Friday. Imagine he just goes through his first. Yeah, sorry guys, I wasn't planning on doing this today. I thought tomorrow was the trade deadline. I need help understanding why Grant is a bomb on this team. I don't see him being the type to obstruct a rebuild. He's literally obstructing Scoot right now. Play solid D. Personally, I feel Ant was the biggest face that needed this stuff. He's making $32 million a year average annual value through 2028. That's going to hold this team back from being able to accumulate assets or add pieces that fit its timeline while Jeremy Grant declines on a bad contract. And meanwhile, he's blocking Scoot. Because Scoot starts when Grant doesn't. So that's why. That's why. Hopefully it makes sense now. Like, hopefully it makes sense now. Grant is also having a much worse offensive year compared to last year. Yeah, he's been much worse this year. Because everybody said last offseason, you can wait. His value's not going to decline. Well, his value declined, and now they're saying, what could you do? What trade could you get for him? He doesn't have value, basically. So... contradiction there. Surely Ant is blocking Scoot more, though. I mean, like, yeah, if you get rid of Ant, sure, but Ant at least fits the timeline and is making less than Grant and isn't making that money through 2028. Yeah.
So when Fentress mentions vets that have expiring contracts next year, I think Ant, Ayton, and Rob Will and Thibault all expiring. So those are the guys. Whereas, so also this show, if I want you to take away anything from this show, and like, I don't know how much people listen to us outside of these big shows or whatever, which is totally fine. I'm just saying, for us, Tori and I personally, we break down how our cap situation leads to these issues. And the biggest issue with our cap situation is Jeremy Grant's contract, DeAndre Ayton maybe as well. But that's why, like, Tori and I thought trading DeAndre Ayton for an expiring contract last year would have been a good move for us moving forward. So the problem is Grant makes it so the team overall has trouble completely going into this rebuild and having a normal situation like we talked about with Detroit, Utah, OKC, adding assets for being a rebuilding team and then using those pieces to build better around the guys you need to build around and giving those guys the keys to the franchise. So it all mixes into one, Jeremy starting, first of all. That's one thing. So he's starting right now, and I know Anthony's starting too. But like, if Jeremy wasn't there, like you said, Tori, Scoot started the last couple games without Jeremy. But overall, we talk about how the Blazers having such a high salary up against the tax as a rebuilding team greatly affects how they construct their roster, what moves they can make, how they can build this for the future with Scoot and Sharp in mind as building the best roster around them. And Jeremy is clearly not going to be here when Scoot and Sharp are in their primes. So, like, he's the one guy that is blocking both our financial and our starting position right now.
And
Anthony
timeline, yeah.
is, you can make the case that Anthony is also like that. So we would have both been fine if they moved on from Anthony today. And it might have been better for both Anthony and the team to do so as well. We're not saying it needed to be Grant and not Anthony. But Anthony does space the floor better. And Jeremy and him both got off to horrendous starts to this season. Ant is back to, like, I think around like 38% from three or something. Like, he's gotten it back together somewhat, and you can make the argument that having Anthony takes a little bit of pressure off of Scoot to have to handle the ball in the entire game, because without Anthony, we have no other ball handlers other than secondary ones like Denny and Sharp and stuff. But you could also make the case that Anthony's gravity does help some of these other guys in terms of having worse defenders guarding them and things like that, which also helps. But I also agree, overall, we're not saying you don't need to trade Ant eventually anyway, because I think we all know that best case scenario for this team, Scoot and Sharp turn out to be the players we all hope they be, and we have our superstar backcourt of the future. In a perfect world, that's the scenario. We have those guys as our starting backcourt moving forward. So it's not a case of we focus a lot on Grant in this trade deadline because he's the one we thought absolutely had to go to free up the cap situation. But long term, I think we all know that Sharp, Scoot, Tamani, Denny, Klingon are the five guys you can for sure build around and feel confident they're part of a rotation moving forward. And it's just then finding the other three or four pieces. And so we're not saying that Ant should be one of those pieces either. Like, we think eventually he should be moved as well.
I also think it's ludicrous that Robert Williams is still on this team. I think it's insane that Robert Williams is on this team. 12 centers got traded, but not Robert Williams. That just shows you Portland was asking for too much. Again, just like they did with Grant. And that's why I don't think Cronin knows how to properly sell players for value. He asks for too much. Teams don't meet it. Teams go somewhere else. Cronin doesn't do anything. Seems to be the way it goes down. Which is bad. So, we'll talk about his press conference on the postgame show tonight. If you're new to the channel, we go live after every Blazer game and we talk about the basketball that's played on the floor. We'll, of course, focus on that tonight. But we'll also focus on Cronin's comments and break those down and give our takes on those. So that should be fun for better or worse. And we appreciate all of you tuning in for this trade deadline live stream. It's always fun no matter what happens to do this live stream. It's kind of a relief that it's over, man. A lot of work went into it. Shout out to Steven for joining us earlier. Shout out to Jake for helping me a bit with the graphics. Shout out to BetUS for sponsoring. And shout out to the Blazers for doing nothing again. Anything else, Eric?
Thanks, everyone, for watching. Appreciate you all, even those that disagree with us. And thank you to those who disagree with us. And, have a conversation civilly in chat. And don't take it off the rails or
at least back up why you think a certain way. That's
right.
all we ask. Like, come, because a lot of people don't. But shout out to those of you who do.
Yep. But appreciate all of you for tuning in and, interactions, whether you agree with us or not, is what makes this channel fun and gives us stuff to talk with you guys about. We love interacting with you, so please continue to make comments. Let's just keep it as basketball conversations, not like questions about anyone's character or anything like that. So, anyways, enjoyed the stream despite the Blazers pissing me off yet again.
Eric Brandt is back. The first big rant of the season. He was waiting until the trade deadline.
Yeah,
and we got it.
I mean, I talked about this. Like, I guess the Blazers made me feel something for one of the few times this year, right? So, whether that was anger or happiness or whatever, like at least I had an emotion today about the team. I guess I'm back, right?
That's where the bar is. Just have an emotion, and we're good.
Mm-hmm. I just want to end with this. Okay, a lot of people will not watch us regularly, and they'll come in and watch part of a show or see a clip of us that someone posts on Reddit or on Twitter or something, and it's us being super negative and all that kind of stuff. And I'll always come back to this. It's because the Blazers. I'm almost 46 years old. I've been a diehard Blazer fan my whole life. I've been there through the highs and the lows, but lately it's just there's nothing to get excited about before this 10-game win streak. And if we're this excited about a 10-game win streak, that should tell you just how bad, or not 10-game win streak, but a 10-game stretch of play. It should be a case where we should be happy about this, and yeah, it should be exciting, but it shouldn't be like the only good thing we've had for several years now, including the end of Dame's tenure here, which I think we botched and never gave him a reasonable chance to compete. And then, the fact that we've given away players and then been inactive at certain deadlines and kicked the can down the road and continue to not do anything on these big moments like trade deadlines and free agency and things like that. It adds up and it becomes frustrating. And if you want to be fine with that, totally cool. I get it. But like the Blazers have given us very little to just sit there and be happy about and not be negative. This last 4 years have been very tough as a Blazer fan.
Yep. We started off this channel, they were committing to an awful defensive three-guard lineup. Then they went into the phase where they were going to go into super-duper win-now mode for Dame, never did it. And then they went into a rebuild, but won't fully commit to the rebuild or the youth and have guys like Jeremy Grant making $35 million blocking young guys. So that's basically been the lifespan of our channel, so that's why there's been a lot of criticism. It's just a direct reflection of what we think, and we always set the stage before of what we think would be good, what we think would be bad, and we set a very low bar, a very reasonable bar for the Blazers this deadline, and they still did not meet it. So appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be live again later tonight. Then this is why you got to watch live, like post-game shows throughout the season before the trade deadline, because we've been talking about this stuff, setting the stage for quite a long time, and I think that's important and a good way to go into trade deadline day, just knowing basically where the Blazers are at, where our minds are at, because I think you would understand some of this criticism a little bit better if you don't already. So appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Shout out to BetUS for sponsoring the trade deadline live stream. We will see you guys later tonight. We'll see if the Blazers can beat the Kings. The Kings in 8th place. I guess we start looking at play-in races. It's going to be really tough. The Blazers got, according to Vegas, about a 5% chance at making the play-in, so we'll see if they can actually pull off the impossible, but would like to see them continue to play well and the young guys play, and we'll see what the minutes breakdown looks like tonight, first day after the trade deadline, so we will break that down, of course, on the post-game show as well, along with reacting to Joe Cronin's comments if he does a press conference. Anyway, thank you guys. We are out of here. We will see you tonight. Trade deadline over. Blazers do nothing. So until next time, peace out. Go Blazers.